Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Dark Harry. Today's narrative adventure is titled What If Morticia Addams Adopted Harry and Taught Him to Love Death? Dumbledore was horrified we put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Lived Differently. Morticia Addams froze mid-snip, her silver shears hovering above the thornless rose stem. Something was wrong. Something was deliciously, intriguingly wrong. Gomez, she called softly, her voice barely carrying across the greenhouse where she tended her poisonous garden. Do you feel that? Her husband, who had been balancing upside down on one hand for his morning exercises, flipped gracefully to his feet. Feel what, cara mia? Death magic, Morticia breathed, her pale fingers trembling slightly. Someone has survived it. Recently. But not cleanly. Gomez's eyes widened. Where? Morticia closed her eyes, her consciousness expanding outward like tendrils of black smoke. The Addams family had always possessed a particular sensitivity to the mystical currents of the world, especially those relating to death and the beyond. This disturbance was unlike anything she'd felt before, a child marked by death yet anchored stubbornly to life. England, she whispered. Surrey. 3 days later, Morticia stepped out of a black cab onto Privet Drive, her flowing black gown immediately attracting stares from the neighbors. She didn't care. The disturbance was stronger here, practically screaming to her sensitive perception. The source was absurdly easy to find. Number 4, Privet Drive practically radiated with wrongness, not the comfortable, familiar wrongness of her family home, but the sickly wrongness of something natural being forced into an unnatural shape. She rapped on the door with long fingernails painted black. A horse-faced woman answered, her expression instantly souring. We don't buy anything door to door. I'm not selling, Morticia replied, her voice silky. I've come about the boy. The woman blanched. There's no boy here. Morticia tilted her head, reminding the woman of a curious raven. Curious. The death magic emanating from this house suggests otherwise. You're one of them, the woman hissed, trying to close the door. Morticia's hand shot out, stopping the door with surprising strength. Not exactly. May I come in? I find these conversations go better with tea. 10 minutes later, Morticia sat on an aggressively floral sofa, sipping tea that was almost offensively bland. She'd learned the woman was Petunia Desley, sister to Lily Potter, whose son Harry had been left on her doorstep nearly 7 years ago. And where is young Harry now? Morticia asked, setting down her teacup. School, Petunia replied shortly. On Saturday? Morticia raised an elegantly shaped eyebrow. A large man, Vernon, Petunia's husband, entered the room, his face purple with rage. That's enough questions. Who do you think you are, barging in here? Morticia rose to her full height, suddenly seeming much taller than she actually was. I am Morticia Addams. My family has been practicing death magic since before William conquered your little island. And I can sense when a child touched by death is being. She paused, her dark eyes glittering, mistreated. Vernon spluttered. How dare, a small noise from the cupboard under the stairs drew Morticia's attention. With a flick of her wrist, the cupboard door swung open, revealing a tiny, wide-eyed boy with untidy black hair and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Hello, Morticia said gently, kneeling to the boy's level. You must be Harry. The boy nodded, clutching a broken toy soldier to his chest. Why aren't you at school, dear? She asked. Harry's eyes darted to his uncle and back. Uncle Vernon says freaks don't deserve school today. I turned my teacher's hair blue by accident. Morticia's smile was like the edge of a beautiful, deadly blade. How magnificent. She turned to the Dursleys, who had both gone very pale. I'll be taking Harry now. You can't just take him. Vernon blustered. He was left in our care by Albus Dumbledore, yes, Morticia finished for him. Who has not, I notice, bothered to check on the boy in 7 years. Tell me, do you think Dumbledore would be pleased to learn that Harry has been sleeping in a cupboard? That he's being punished for accidental magic? The Dursleys exchanged panicked looks. What do you want? Petunia finally asked. Custody, Morticia said simply. My husband and I will raise him properly. With understanding of his gifts. Take him, Vernon spat. Good riddance. Morticia's eyes flashed dangerously. You misunderstand. I want legal custody. We will need to sign papers. An hour later, they left the Dursley home with a small, bewildered Harry and a hastily signed custody agreement that Morticia's family lawyer had faxed over. Harry clutched a small bag containing his few possessions. Where are we going? Harry asked timidly as they walked down Privet Drive. Home, Morticia said, taking his small hand in hers. To meet your new family. Harry's eyes widened. New family? You mean, forever? Morticia stopped and knelt before him. Harry, do you know what happened to your parents? Harry shook his head. Uncle Vernon said they died in a car crash because my dad was drunk. They were murdered, Morticia said gently but directly. By a very powerful, very evil wizard. But when he tried to kill you too, something extraordinary happened. The curse rebounded. You survived death itself. She touched the lightning scar on his forehead with one cool finger. This is not a mark of shame, Harry. It's a sign that you have been touched by death and lived to tell the tale. That makes you very special. Harry stared at her, eyes wide with confusion and the first flickering of hope. Magic is real. Uncle Vernon said, your uncle, Morticia said, is afraid of what he doesn't understand. My family embraces the strange and unusual. We always have. And you want me? Even though I'm a freak. Morticia cupped his face in her hands. Harry, being called a freak is the highest compliment in our household. For the first time, Harry smiled, a small, uncertain thing, but genuine. Come, Morticia said, rising gracefully. We have a port key to catch. The Addams mansion loomed against the afternoon sky, gargoyles leering from its Gothic towers. Harry clutched Morticia's hand tighter as they approached. It's so big, he whispered. It's been in the family for generations, Morticia explained. The East Wing is haunted, but they're quite friendly ghosts once you get to know them. The front door swung open before they reached it and a tall, mustached man bounded down the steps. Cara mia. You've returned. He seized Morticia's free hand and began kissing his way up her arm. And this must be the young Potter boy. Harry, Morticia corrected gently. Harry, this is my husband, Gomez Addams. Gomez knelt, extending his hand to Harry. Welcome to the family, my boy. Harry shook the offered hand cautiously. Thank you, sir. Sir. Gomez roared with laughter. Call me Gomez. Or Papa, if you like. Harry's eyes widened at the suggestion. Let's not overwhelm him, darling, Morticia interjected. Harry has had a difficult life so far. Of course, Gomez agreed, straightening up. Plenty of time for him to adjust. Come in, my boy. Meet the rest of the family. Inside, Harry was introduced to Wednesday and Pugsley, Morticia and Gomez's children. Wednesday, a solemn girl with twin braids, regarded Harry with calculating eyes. Can you really survive death? She asked bluntly. Harry looked uncertainly at Morticia, who nodded encouragingly. I guess so. I don't remember it, Harry admitted. Wednesday nodded, satisfied. Good. You can help with my experiments. Pugsley, a rotund boy with a mischievous grin, was more direct. Wanna see my dynamite collection? Before Harry could answer, a wizened old woman shuffled into the room, eyeing Harry keenly. "Mama," Morticia introduced, "this is Harry Potter." "Harry, this is Grandmama." The old woman circled Harry, sniffing. "Death magic," she muttered. "Old death magic. Very powerful." She suddenly seized Harry's face between gnarled hands. "You'll need strengthening potions. Too skinny. And lessons. Many lessons." "There will be time for all of that, Mama," Morticia assured her, gently removing Harry from the old woman's grasp. A tall, bald man entered, accompanied by a disembodied hand that scuttled beside him. "Lurch, our butler," Morticia introduced. "And Thing." Lurch groaned a deep, resonant greeting. Thing jumped onto Harry's shoulder and patted his cheek in welcome. Harry giggled, surprising himself. "Hello, Thing." "Come, Harry," Morticia said. "I'll show you to your room." As they climbed the grand staircase, Harry ventured a question. "Mrs. Addams?" "Morticia, please. Or Mother, if you prefer. Though I understand if that takes time." Harry nodded, overwhelmed. "Morticia, what about my other relatives? The magic ones. Don't I have any?" Morticia paused on the landing. "You do have a godfather, Harry. But I'm afraid he's been wrongfully imprisoned. We're working on that situation." "Oh," Harry said, trying to process this new information. "And what about the man who left me with the Dursleys? Will he be angry that I'm with you now?" Morticia's lips curved in a small, dangerous smile. "Albus Dumbledore may indeed be displeased. But as your legal guardian, I now have the final say in your upbringing." She led Harry to a large bedroom with a four-poster bed draped in midnight blue velvet. The walls were painted a deep forest green, and stars twinkled on the ceiling, real stars, Harry realized with amazement, somehow captured within the room itself. "I thought you might like a bit of sky," Morticia explained, seeing his wonder. "Your father was quite the flyer, I'm told." "You knew my father?" Harry asked eagerly. "Not personally," Morticia admitted. "But my cousin Ophelia attended Hogwarts, that's the wizarding school you'll attend when you're 11. She knew your parents by reputation. They were quite accomplished." Harry ran his hand along the carved wooden bedpost, trying to take it all in. "Will you tell me about them? And about magic? And about death?" Morticia sat on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside her. When Harry joined her, she took his small hand in hers. "Harry, in this house, we believe that death is not something to be feared. It's a transition, a transformation. Those who have passed beyond the veil are still with us, in their way. Your parents are still with you." Harry's eyes filled with tears. "Really?" "Really," Morticia confirmed. "And we'll teach you how to sense them, how to honor them. Magic flows through everything, Harry, especially through the boundaries between life and death. That's where the most ancient, powerful magic resides." Harry wiped his eyes on his sleeve. "The Dursleys said magic wasn't real." "The Dursleys," Morticia said, "were afraid. Fear makes people cruel, Harry. Here, we embrace the unusual, the macabre, the things that go bump in the night. Here, you can be exactly who you are." For the first time in his life, Harry felt something unfamiliar bloom in his chest, belonging. 3 days later, as Harry was helping Grandmama brew a potion that would supposedly allow him to see in the dark, a skill Pugsley insisted was essential for proper games of hide-and-seek in the family graveyard, there came an authoritative knock at the front door. Lurch's ponderous footsteps echoed through the house, followed by his deep, rumbling voice announcing, "Visitor." Harry, curious, peeked out from the kitchen to see a tall, elderly man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles standing in the foyer. He wore what appeared to be purple robes embroidered with silver stars, and he did not look pleased. "Ah," Morticia said, gliding into the foyer with Wednesday at her heels. "Headmaster Dumbledore. What an unexpected pleasure." Mrs. Addams, Dumbledore said, his voice grave. I believe you have a child under your roof who was placed in the care of his relatives. Harry? Morticia called. Come meet Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry approached cautiously, staying close to Morticia's side. The old wizard's eyes widened at the sight of him, taking in his new clothes, black, naturally, though Morticia had compromised on the material, cotton instead of her preferred silk, his healthier appearance, and the small silver amulet around his neck, a protection charm Grandmama had insisted upon. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice gentling. Are you well, my boy? Harry nodded. Yes, sir. I have my own room now. And Pugsley's teaching me to fence, and Wednesday's showing me how to extract venom from her spiders, and Grandmama's brewing potions with me, and venom extraction. Dumbledore interrupted, his bushy eyebrows rising to his hairline. Potions? Mrs. Addams, surely you understand that Harry needs proper wizarding guidance, not, whatever this is. Morticia's smile remained serene, but her eyes flashed dangerously. What Harry needed, Headmaster, was to be removed from an abusive situation. He was sleeping in a cupboard. Being punished for accidental magic. Starved. Dumbledore's face fell. I had no idea. The wards should have, the blood wards, yes, Morticia interrupted. Based on his mother's sacrifice. A powerful form of death magic, I must say. Quite impressive. Dumbledore stiffened. You know of such things? The Addams family has been practicing death magic for generations, Headmaster. It's our specialty. Death magic is considered dark arts by the Ministry, Dumbledore said carefully. How provincial, Morticia replied. Death is the most natural force in the world. To understand it is to understand life itself. She placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry has a unique connection to death magic. You know this. It's why he survived. That is a theory, nothing more, Dumbledore said, though his eyes betrayed uncertainty. It's more than a theory, Morticia countered. I felt it the moment I arrived in Surrey. He radiates death magic, pure, untainted death magic. It saved him once. It may save him again. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You believe Voldemort will return. Don't you? Morticia challenged. Why else place such importance on the boy's location? Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. Harry must return to his aunt and uncle. The blood wards can be maintained through regular visits, Morticia finished for him. We've already researched the matter. 3 days each summer should suffice. And who will protect him the rest of the time? Dumbledore demanded. We will, came Gomez's voice as he strode into the foyer, rapier in hand from his fencing practice. The Addams family protects its own. Harry is not an Addams, Dumbledore said firmly. Actually, Morticia countered, producing a roll of parchment from her sleeve, according to magical law, he is. Blood adoption, completed yesterday. Approved by Gringotts and filed with your Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore took the parchment with visibly shaking hands. This is highly irregular. But perfectly legal, Morticia pointed out. Harry's aunt and uncle signed away custody willingly. They seemed quite eager to be rid of him, in fact. You can't have performed a blood adoption without magical authorization from, my second cousin twice removed, Arcturus Black, head of the noble and most ancient house of Black, granted the necessary permissions as Harry's closest magical relative currently not imprisoned, Morticia explained smoothly. He was most pleased to assist, particularly when informed of Harry's living conditions. Dumbledore looked stunned. Arcturus Black. But he's a recluse, hasn't been seen in, we keep in touch, Morticia said simply. Family is family, after all. Harry, watching this exchange with growing concern, tugged on Morticia's sleeve. Do I have to go back to the Dursleys? Morticia knelt to his level. No, Harry. You don't. You're an Addams now, and you'll stay with us. Relief flooded Harry's face. Dumbledore watched this interaction with troubled eyes. Mrs. Addams, I must insist on regular visits to ensure Harry's well-being. Of course, Morticia agreed readily. You're welcome any time. Though I should warn you, the alligators in the moat are particularly active on Tuesdays. Moat? Alligators? Dumbledore echoed faintly. Perhaps you'd like to stay for dinner. Gomez offered cheerfully. Grandmama's making her famous eye of newt stew. I, regretfully must decline, Dumbledore said, backing toward the door. I'll return in a month to check on Harry's progress. We'll look forward to it, Morticia assured him. Oh, and Headmaster. Harry will, of course, still be attending Hogwarts when he turns 11. We wouldn't dream of depriving him of his magical heritage. Dumbledore nodded stiffly and departed, his purple robe swishing behind him. Is he angry? Harry asked anxiously once the door had closed. Concerned, Morticia corrected. And perhaps a little frightened. Most wizards are, when confronted with magic they don't understand. Will he try to take me away? Morticia exchanged a look with Gomez. He can't, Harry. Not legally. But he may try to influence you against our ways. I won't let him, Harry said fiercely. I like it here. Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. That's the spirit, my boy. Now, who's ready for some fencing practice? En garde. As promised, Dumbledore returned a month later. He found Harry in the greenhouse, carefully pruning a rather vicious-looking plant under Morticia's supervision. Careful, Harry, she was saying. The venomous tentacula bites if you trim too close to its feeding tendrils. I remember, Harry said, nimbly avoiding a questing vine. Pugsley had to have his finger reattached last week. Dumbledore cleared his throat, looking alarmed. I see you're learning herbology. Harry brightened. Yes, sir. Morticia says I have a natural talent for deadly plants. Indeed, Dumbledore said faintly. Perhaps we might speak privately, Harry. Morticia raised an eyebrow. Harry is still a child, Headmaster. Anything you wish to discuss can be said in front of me. Dumbledore conceded with a nod. Very well. Harry, I'm curious about what you've been learning here. Harry launched into an enthusiastic recounting of his education over the past month, fencing with Gomez, potion-making with Grandmama, taxidermy with Wednesday, she's helping me stuff my first bat. Explosive chemistry with Pugsley, and, most importantly to Harry, lessons in death magic with Morticia. She's teaching me to feel the boundary between life and death, Harry explained excitedly. I can almost sense it now, like a thin veil. Morticia says my scar is a connection to it. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Mrs. Addams, death magic is not appropriate for a child of Harry's age. On the contrary, Morticia countered serenely, Harry's connection to death magic saved his life as an infant. Understanding that power is crucial to his development. There are other explanations for Harry's survival, Dumbledore argued. His mother's sacrifice was death magic of the highest order, Morticia finished. Sacrificial magic is among the most powerful forms of death magic. Lily Potter knew exactly what she was doing. Dumbledore looked startled. What do you mean? The ritual markings, Morticia said, as though it were obvious. Surely you noticed them. There were no ritual markings in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore insisted. Morticia tilted her head. Not physically, perhaps. But the magical residue was clear to those who know how to look. Lily Potter inscribed protection runes in her own life force. I've been teaching Harry to sense them. They're still active in his blood. Dumbledore's expression shifted from concern to curiosity. You can sense this? As can Harry, with practice, Morticia confirmed. Would you like a demonstration? Without waiting for an answer, she turned to Harry. Show the headmaster what we practiced yesterday. Harry nodded eagerly. He closed his eyes, concentrating hard, and extended his hands palms up. Slowly, a faint silvery light began to gather above his palms, coalescing into a pattern that resembled interlocking runes. Mother's protection, Harry whispered. I can feel it. It's warm. Dumbledore stared, transfixed. Extraordinary. Death left its mark on Harry, Morticia explained softly. But so did love. The two are not mutually exclusive, headmaster. That's what we're teaching him. For the first time, Dumbledore seemed to consider that the Addams approach might have merit. I would be interested to learn more about your methods, Mrs. Addams. We have nothing to hide, Morticia assured him. Though I doubt you'll approve of everything we teach. Wednesday has been showing Harry how to commune with spirits. They've had quite interesting conversations with the family ghost. Dumbledore's bushy eyebrows shot up. Necromancy? Merely conversation, Morticia corrected. Though necromancy will come later, when he's older. Mrs. Addams. Dumbledore exclaimed, horrified once more. I'm joking, headmaster, Morticia said with a small smile. Mostly. Over the next 3 years, Harry thrived under the Addams' care. His body, once skinny and malnourished, grew strong and agile from fencing lessons with Gomez and midnight graveyard games with Wednesday and Pugsley. His mind expanded under Grandmama's tutelage in potions and Morticia's lessons in magical theory. Most importantly, his spirit, so nearly crushed by the Dursleys, flourished in the unconditional acceptance of his adopted family. Dumbledore continued his monthly visits, his initial horror gradually giving way to a reluctant fascination with the Addams' approach to magic. He never quite approved, but he could not deny Harry's progress. On Harry's 11th birthday, his Hogwarts letter arrived, carried not by owl but by a large raven that Morticia recognized as belonging to her friend Hester, who worked in the school's owlery. She knows we prefer ravens, Morticia explained as the large black bird preened importantly on the breakfast table. Harry tore open the envelope eagerly, though he already knew what it contained. I'm going to Hogwarts, he announced, waving the parchment. Marvelous! Gomez exclaimed. We'll need to get you supplies. Diagon Alley, here we come. The trip to Diagon Alley was an adventure in itself. The Addams family turned heads wherever they went, Morticia in her flowing black gown, Gomez in his pinstriped suit, Wednesday and Pugsley solemnly trailing behind, and Harry, now unmistakably part of the family with his pale complexion, a side effect of the blood adoption, and elegant black clothing. At Ollivander's, the wand-maker stared at Harry with unnerving intensity. I've been expecting you, Mr. Potter, or should I say, Mr. Addams. Either is fine, Harry replied politely, as Morticia had taught him. Curious, Ollivander murmured as he began presenting wands for Harry to try. You've changed since the wand was made. I wonder. When the holly and phoenix feather wand finally responded to Harry, showering the shop with silver and green sparks, Ollivander looked troubled. Curious, he repeated. The phoenix whose feather resides in your wand gave only one other feather. It's curious that this wand should choose you, when its brother gave you that scar. Not so curious, Morticia interjected smoothly. Death creates connections. Harry and Voldemort are bound by death magic. Ollivander's pale eyes widened. You speak his name. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself, Morticia quoted. Besides, in our family, we find fear stimulating. Gomez seized her arm and began kissing his way up it. Cara mia, when you talk about fear. Later, mon cher, Morticia whispered, gently extracting her arm. We have shopping to complete. On September 1st, the entire Addams clan accompanied Harry to King's Cross Station. They drew stairs as they approached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, but none of them cared. Remember what we taught you, Morticia said, straightening Harry's black tie. They had compromised on his school uniform, regulation in cut, but entirely black, from shirt to socks. Magic is in everything, but especially in the boundaries between worlds. Life and death, light and dark, known and unknown, Harry recited. The in-between places are where true power lies. Exactly, Morticia said approvingly. And remember, old boy, Gomez added, an Addams never starts a fight, but always finishes one, Harry completed with a grin. Wednesday handed him a small box. A going-away present. My favorite venomous spider. Her name is Widow. Thanks, Wednesday, Harry said, carefully pocketing the box. I'll take good care of her. Pugsley gave him a package wrapped in brown paper. Dynamite caps, he whispered. Just in case. Grandmama pressed a vial of murky green liquid into his hand. For homesickness, she explained. 1 drop in tea. No more, or you'll grow extra fingers. I'll miss you all, Harry said, suddenly emotional. We'll miss you too, dear, Morticia said, embracing him. But remember, death is not the only boundary that can be crossed. We're always with you. As if to emphasize her point, Thing popped out of Harry's pocket and gave him a thumbs up before diving back into hiding. Thing! Harry exclaimed. You can't come to Hogwarts with me. Thing emerged again, making a series of gestures that clearly communicated disagreement. Let him go, Harry, Gomez chuckled. Every boy needs a hand at school. With final hugs and a few dramatic tears from Gomez, Harry pushed his trunk through the barrier and onto platform 9 3/4. The Scarlet steam engine waited, billowing white smoke. All around him, families were saying their goodbyes. Harry noticed several people staring at him, or rather, at his scar, which was visible beneath his carefully styled black hair. He boarded the train, finding an empty compartment where he could settle in. Thing immediately hopped onto the seat beside him, making himself comfortable. You really shouldn't be here, Harry told the disembodied hand. What if someone sees you? Thing made a dismissive gesture. The compartment door slid open to reveal a tall, thin boy with white blonde hair. Is this seat taken? He asked, then did a double take at Harry's appearance. You're Harry Potter. Harry Potter Addams, Harry corrected automatically. And you are? Draco Malfoy, the boy replied, extending his hand. As they shook, Draco noticed Thing sitting on the seat. His eyes widened comically. Is that, Thing? Harry introduced casually. Family friend. Don't mind him. To Draco's credit, he recovered quickly. Unusual pet. Thing isn't a pet, Harry corrected. He's more like, a distant cousin. Thing waved at Draco, who waved back hesitantly. I've heard rumors about your adoption, Draco said, sitting across from Harry. They say the Addams family practices dark magic. Harry smiled the smile Wednesday had taught him, just enough to show teeth without seeming friendly. We don't distinguish between dark and light magic. Magic simply is. It's intent that matters. Draco looked both impressed and slightly unnerved. My father says the same thing. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door opened again, revealing a red-haired boy and a bushy-haired girl. Has anyone seen a toad? The girl asked bossily. A boy named Neville has lost one. No toads here, Harry replied. Though I do have a rather venomous spider, if that helps. The girl stared at him. Why would you have a venomous spider? Wedding present from my sister, Harry explained. Would you like to see her? Her name is Widow. No thank you, the girl declined, looking uncertain. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Ron Weasley, the redhead introduced himself, staring openly at Harry's scar. Blimey, are you Harry Potter? Harry Potter Addams, Harry corrected again. This is Draco Malfoy, and this, he gestured to Thing, who was now perched on his shoulder, is Thing. Ron's jaw dropped. Is that a hand? Yes, Harry said simply, not offering further explanation. That's dark magic. Ron exclaimed. Dad told me about cursed objects like that. Thing made an indignant gesture. Thing isn't cursed, Harry said, his voice cooling. He's family. But it's, Harry corrected firmly. Hermione, recovering from her initial shock, looked fascinated. I've never read about anything like this in our textbooks. Is it some kind of animation charm? Thing has always been Thing, Harry explained. He's been with the Addams family for generations. Draco was watching this exchange with growing amusement. I think I'm going to enjoy this year, he murmured. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of conversations, with more students dropping by to confirm the rumors that Harry Potter was indeed on the train. Harry bore the attention with the grace Morticia had instilled in him, but was relieved when they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The boat ride across the lake was everything Morticia had described. Harry trailed his fingers through the dark water, sensing the ancient magic that permeated it. There's something alive down there, he commented to the others in his boat. Something very old. The giant squid, Hermione informed him knowledgeably. Harry shook his head. No, something else. Something that remembers the founders. His companions exchanged uneasy looks. When Hogwarts Castle came into view, Harry felt a thrill of recognition. The castle's magic called to him, ancient and powerful. He could sense the layers of spells, the centuries of magical residue, the lingering echoes of those who had passed through its halls. And beneath it all, he sensed death, not malevolent, but present, a fundamental part of the castle's magic. It's beautiful, he whispered. The sorting ceremony began with Professor McGonagall explaining the 4 houses. Harry listened politely, though Morticia had already told him all about Hogwarts houses. I think I'd like Slytherin, he had told her. They sound interesting. Any house would be lucky to have you, Morticia had replied. Though I suspect the Sorting Hat may have its own ideas. Now, as Harry waited for his name to be called, he wondered which house would be his home for the next 7 years. Potter, Harry. McGonagall called. The hall fell silent, then erupted in whispers as Harry stepped forward. He noticed McGonagall's slight double-take at his appearance, the pale skin, the all-black uniform, the poised posture that Morticia had drilled into him. The Sorting Hat dropped over his eyes, and Harry waited. Curious, said a small voice in his ear. Very curious. You've changed since I last sorted a Potter. There's darkness in you now, but not malevolent darkness. More like, shadow. The comfortable darkness of a starlit night. Thank you, Harry thought. Morticia would be pleased with that description. Ah, the Addams woman, the Hat mused. A remarkable mind, from what I see in your memories. She's taught you well. Now, where to put you? You've courage, certainly. And intelligence. Loyalty too, to your adopted family. But there's ambition there, and a willingness to walk paths others fear to tread. I'm not afraid of the dark, Harry thought. Indeed not, the Hat agreed. In that case, better be Slytherin. The last word was shouted to the hall. There was a moment of stunned silence, then the Slytherin table erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked calmly to join his new housemates, noting the shock on many faces throughout the hall. At the staff table, Dumbledore watched with a troubled expression, while a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair stared at Harry with undisguised surprise. Draco Malfoy, who had also been sorted into Slytherin, made room for Harry at the table. Well done, Potter Addams. Though I must say, I'm surprised. Everyone expected you to be in Gryffindor like your parents. Expectations, Harry said with a small smile, are made to be subverted. It was one of Uncle Fester's favorite sayings. The feast that followed was delicious, though Harry found himself missing Grandmama's more exotic cooking. He made polite conversation with his housemates, answering their cautious questions about his upbringing with the Addams family. Is it true they live in a haunted mansion? A girl named Pansy Parkinson asked. Only the east wing is haunted, Harry clarified. The rest is just regularly enchanted. And they practice dark magic, a boy called Blaise Zabini questioned. We don't use those terms, Harry explained. Magic is magic. Some requires more respect than others, that's all. The Slytherins exchanged glances, clearly reassessing the boy who lived. After dinner, as the Slytherin prefects led them to the dungeons, Harry felt a presence watching him. He turned to see the hook-nosed professor observing him with an unreadable expression. That's Professor Snape, Draco whispered. He's our head of house. He's my godfather, actually. Harry nodded respectfully to the professor, who, after a moment's hesitation, returned the gesture. The Slytherin common room was beneath the lake, its windows looking out into the greenish depths. Harry immediately felt at home in the elegant, shadowy space. This is perfect, he said to no one in particular. Morticia would love it. Their dormitory consisted of 4-poster beds with green silk hangings. Harry's trunk had already been brought down, and Thing emerged from his pocket to explore the new surroundings. What is that? Theodore Nott exclaimed as Thing scuttled across the floor. Family friend, Harry explained again. Don't worry, he's very well behaved. His dormmates watched warily as Thing examined the room before returning to Harry and giving him a thumbs up. Thing approves, Harry announced. He says the dungeons remind him of home. That night, lying in his new bed, Harry felt a pang of homesickness. He missed the familiar sounds of the Addams mansion, the howling wind, the creaking floorboards, the occasional explosion from Pugsley's room. He reached into his trunk and removed a small, ornate frame Morticia had given him before he left. It contained not a photo, but a small square of black velvet. When you miss us, she had told him, look into the darkness. We'll be there. Harry stared into the velvet blackness. Slowly, shapes began to form, not visible to the eye, but sensible to that part of him that Morticia had trained to perceive the boundaries between worlds. He felt their presence, Morticia, Gomez, Wednesday, Pugsley, Grandmama, Lurch, and even Thing, though Thing was physically present beside him. Good night, family, he whispered. In the darkness of the velvet, he sensed rather than saw their response, good night, Harry. The next morning, Harry received his class schedule from Professor Snape, who took a moment to study him with those penetrating black eyes. Mr. Potter, the professor began. Potter Addams, sir, Harry corrected politely. I use both names. Something flickered across Snape's face, surprise, perhaps, or re-evaluation. Mr. Potter Addams, then. I knew your mother. Your birth mother. Harry straightened, instantly interested. You did, sir. We were acquainted, Snape said carefully. She was exceptionally talented at potions. Morticia says I have an affinity for potions too, Harry said eagerly. Especially the more dangerous ones. Snape's eyebrow rose. Indeed. We shall see. Potions class was held in the dungeons, which suited Harry perfectly. He paired with Draco, who had become something of a friend, much to the surprise of both houses. When Snape swept into the room, his black robes billowing, Harry was reminded strongly of Morticia. The professor began the class with a speech about the subtle art of potion-making that Harry found genuinely inspiring. Potter. Snape suddenly barked. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, sir, Harry answered promptly. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. Grandmama makes it every Halloween. Snape looked momentarily taken aback. And where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It will save you from most poisons. I carry one in my pocket, actually. Wednesday insists. Snape's eyes narrowed. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Morticia grows it in our garden. It's beautiful but deadly if not handled with respect. For a long moment, Snape stared at Harry. Then, surprisingly, the corner of his mouth twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "It appears that someone has prepared you adequately," he said finally. 1 point to Slytherin. The rest of the class proceeded smoothly, with Harry demonstrating the potion-making skills Grandmama had instilled in him. By the end of the lesson, his and Draco's potion was perfect, earning them another rare point from Snape. "Professor Snape doesn't seem to hate you as much as everyone predicted," Draco commented as they left the classroom. "Why would he hate me?" Harry asked, puzzled. Draco shrugged. "Everyone knows he hated your father. James Potter, I mean." "Interesting," Harry mused. "I'll have to ask Morticia about that." Their next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Quirrell, a nervous man with a pronounced stutter and a turban. The moment Harry entered the classroom, his scar prickled uncomfortably. He frowned, touching it with his fingertips. Morticia had taught him to pay attention to such sensations. His scar was a connection to death magic, after all. It shouldn't react without cause. As Quirrell turned to write on the blackboard, Harry felt a surge of something. Not exactly pain, but a strange resonance, as if his scar were responding to something hidden. "Professor," Harry said suddenly, raising his hand. "I have a question about death magic." Quirrell froze, then turned slowly. "Death magic, Mr. P. Potter." "Potter Addams," Harry corrected automatically. "Yes, sir. My scar is a result of death magic. I was wondering what you know about such magic." The classroom had gone very still. Even the Gryffindors, with whom they shared the class, were listening intently. "Death magic is dark magic, Mr. P. Potter," Quirrell stammered. "Not as suitable for discussion in this C-class." "But sir," Harry persisted, "if we're defending against the dark arts, shouldn't we understand them? Morticia always says that fear comes from ignorance." "Morticia?" Quirrell echoed. "My adoptive mother," Harry explained. "She's been teaching me about death magic since I was 8. She says my connection to death is what saved me from Voldemort." The class gasped at his casual use of the name. Quirrell actually flinched, and for a split second, Harry thought he saw a flash of red in the professor's usually pale eyes. "5 points from Slytherin for disrupting the C-class," Quirrell said shakily. "Now, turn to page 7. After class, Draco pulled Harry aside. "Are you mad? You can't just talk about death magic in class. And you said the Dark Lord's name." "Voldemort?" Harry said, causing Draco to wince. "Sorry, but Morticia says fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. And what's wrong with discussing death magic? It's just magic." "It's not just magic to most wizards," Draco explained in a hushed voice. "It's considered the darkest of dark arts." Harry shook his head, bemused. "How strange. The Addams family has been practicing death magic for generations. It's no more evil than any other magic." "Your family sounds fascinating," Draco said, his voice a mixture of awe and apprehension. "My father would love to meet them." "Perhaps during the holidays," Harry suggested. "Though I should warn you, our celebrations tend to be unconventional." The first weeks at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, exploration, and adjusting to life away from the Addams mansion. Harry excelled in most subjects, particularly potions and, surprisingly, herbology. Morticia's lessons in deadly plants had prepared him well. His relationships with his fellow students were mixed. Most Slytherins, after initial wariness, had accepted him as one of their own, especially after witnessing his casual mastery of what they considered dark magic. The other houses were more cautious, especially after rumors spread about his upbringing. Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired Gryffindor from the train, sought him out in the library one evening. "Is it true you were raised by practitioners of death magic?" she asked bluntly, sitting across from him. Harry looked up from his potions essay. The Addams family has many magical specialties. Death magic is one of them. That's dark magic, Hermione said, echoing what seemed to be the consensus among Hogwarts students. So I keep hearing, Harry replied. But why? Because. Hermione began confidently, then faltered. Well, because it involves death, obviously. Does that make healing dark magic? It involves preventing death. That's different. Is it? Harry challenged. Both involve understanding the boundary between life and death. One works to maintain it, one works to perceive it. Neither is inherently good or evil. Hermione frowned, clearly not having considered this perspective. But necromancy is simply communication, Harry finished for her. Morticia taught me to speak with spirits. They have fascinating stories to tell, if you're respectful. You can talk to ghosts? Hermione asked, intrigued despite herself. Ghosts, spirits, the recently departed, Harry confirmed. Would you like me to teach you? Hermione hesitated, torn between her innate curiosity and her conditioning about dark magic. I don't know. Think about it, Harry offered. In the meantime, could you pass me that book on poisonous fungi? I'm comparing Grandmama's classifications with the standard wizarding ones. As Halloween approached, Harry grew increasingly excited. It was the Addams family's favorite holiday, and though he couldn't be home to celebrate, Morticia had sent detailed instructions for his own private observance. On Halloween morning, Harry received a large package delivered by 6 ravens, a sight that caused a sensation in the Great Hall. What on earth? Draco exclaimed as the ravens deposited the black-wrapped package in front of Harry. Harry smiled, recognizing Morticia's elegant wrapping. Halloween gifts from home. He opened the package to find an assortment of items, black candles, a small silver chalice, various dried herbs and powders, and a letter written in Morticia's flowing script. What's all this for? Blaise Zabini asked, eyeing the contents curiously. Day of the Dead ritual, Harry explained. It's an Addams family tradition. Halloween is when the veil between worlds is thinnest. It's the perfect time to commune with those who have passed beyond. His fellow Slytherins exchanged uneasy glances. You're going to summon the dead? Pansy Parkinson whispered, horrified and fascinated in equal measure. Not summon, Harry corrected. Commune. There's a difference. Summoning is rude, it forces spirits to appear. Communion is an invitation. And who are you, inviting? Draco asked. Harry's expression grew more solemn. My parents. My birth parents. I've never spoken with them before, but Morticia thinks I'm ready. The Slytherin table fell silent. Whatever they had expected, it wasn't this. That's illegal, Theodore not finally said. Isn't it? Harry shrugged. The Ministry has laws against necromancy, yes. But they define necromancy as raising corpses or forcing spirits to do one's bidding. This is different. This is a conversation. I want to see, Draco decided suddenly. Can I watch? Harry considered this. It's usually a private ritual, but I suppose you could observe. As long as you're respectful. Word spread throughout the day. By evening, a small group had formed, all curious to witness Harry's ritual, Draco, of course, Hermione, unable to resist the academic curiosity, a few other Slytherins, and, surprisingly, Neville Longbottom. My parents aren't dead, Neville explained quietly when Harry questioned his interest. But they're not really here either. I wondered if. Harry understood immediately. If they're still spiritually present, the ritual might allow contact. I can't promise anything, but you're welcome to join us. They gathered in an unused classroom in the dungeons, which Harry had prepared according to Morticia's instructions. Black candles formed a circle, with the silver chalice in the center containing a mixture of herbs. Everyone sit outside the circle, Harry instructed. Don't cross the candles once I've lit them. And whatever happens, don't interrupt the ritual. The observers nodded solemnly, taking seats on the floor around the circle. Harry took a deep breath, centered himself as Morticia had taught him, and began. He lit the candles with a whispered incendio, then sprinkled a powder from one of the vials into each flame. The candles flared, their flames turning an eerie blue. On this night when the veil is thin, Harry recited, his voice taking on a resonant quality that surprised even him, I seek communion with those who have passed beyond. Not to disturb their rest, but to honor their memory and seek their wisdom. He picked up the chalice and added 3 drops of his own blood, pricking his finger with a small silver knife Morticia had included. Blood calls to blood, he continued. Death recognizes death. I, Harry James Potter Addams, marked by death and sustained by love, call to James and Lily Potter. The blue flames rose higher, casting strange shadows on the walls. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably, causing the observers to huddle closer together. Harry felt it then, the thinning of the veil Morticia had described. The boundary between life and death became perceptible to him, not as a solid wall but as a permeable membrane, responsive to his will and blood. Mom, he whispered. Dad. It's Harry. The flames flickered, and in their dancing light, 2 shapes began to form, not solid, not even transparent like the Hogwarts ghosts, but present nonetheless. Suggestions of faces, impressions of forms. A collective gasp rose from the observers. Harry, came a voice, soft as a memory. Our son. Harry's eyes filled with tears. Mom. Dad. Can you hear me? We hear you, came another voice, deeper than the first. We've always heard you, son. I wanted to talk to you, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. To know you. We've watched over you, Lily's voice said. We've seen how you've grown, how you've been loved. The Addams woman, James added, and there was a note of amusement in his voice. An unusual guardian, but a good one. You're not angry that I call her mother too? Oh, Harry, Lily's voice was warm. Love is not a finite resource. Your heart has room for many mothers, many fathers. She taught me about death, Harry explained. About how it's not something to fear. She's right, James confirmed. Death is just another adventure. Another world to explore. Are you happy where you are? Harry asked, the question that had been burning in him for years. There was a pause, then Lily's voice, gentle but firm, we are at peace, Harry. And we are together. But our greatest joy is seeing you grow, seeing you loved. The protection I cast, she continued, it lives in you still. Morticia was right about that. It's in your blood, your very being. Death magic of the most powerful kind, sacrificial love. Can I learn to use it? Harry asked hesitantly. You already are, James assured him. Every time you choose love over fear, every time you embrace life while respecting death, you're wielding the magic your mother created. We don't have much time, Lily said, her voice growing fainter. The veil will thicken soon. But know this, Harry, we are proud of you. Of who you are becoming. Will I see you again? Harry asked, desperate to keep the connection. Whenever you need us, James promised. We're always just beyond the veil. One last thing, Lily added. Tell Morticia, thank you. For seeing the light in the darkness. For teaching you to do the same. The flames flickered, and the presences began to fade. I love you, Harry whispered. And we love you, came their voices, already distant. Always. The blue flames guttered and returned to their normal color. The temperature in the room gradually warmed. The ritual was over. Harry sat in silence for a moment, tears streaming down his face. Then he looked up at his classmates, who were staring at him in awe. That was Hermione began, then stopped, at a loss for words. Beautiful, Neville finished for her, his own eyes wet with tears. Draco looked shaken. You really talked to them? To your dead parents? Death doesn't end connection, Harry said quietly, repeating what Morticia had taught him. It just transforms it. As they filed out of the classroom, Hermione hung back. Harry, that wasn't dark magic. Harry smiled slightly. No, it wasn't. But it was death magic. Yes. Then maybe. She hesitated. Maybe I was wrong about death magic. Maybe, Harry agreed. Or maybe it's like all magic, neither dark nor light inherently, but shaped by the intent of the witch or wizard who wields it. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Would you teach me more? About death magic, I mean. I'd be happy to, Harry said. We could start with something simple, like sensing the boundaries. As they walked back toward their respective common rooms, Harry felt a strange prickling at his scar. He stopped, touching it gingerly. What's wrong? Hermione asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. My scar, it's reacting to something. A sudden commotion ahead drew their attention. Professor McGonagall was rushing down the corridor, her face pale. Return to your dormitories immediately, she ordered upon seeing them. There's a troll in the dungeons. Hermione gasped. A troll? How did it get in? Harry frowned, his scar still tingling uncomfortably. Someone let it in. A distraction, maybe. A distraction from what? Hermione asked. Harry didn't answer immediately, his mind racing. Death magic had heightened his sensitivity to magical disturbances, and something felt very wrong about this situation. The third-floor corridor, he said suddenly, remembering Dumbledore's warning at the beginning of term. The one that's forbidden. What about it? I think someone's trying to get past whatever's being guarded there. Hermione looked alarmed. We should tell a teacher. They're all dealing with the troll, Harry pointed out. And if I'm right, we don't have much time. He made a quick decision. Go back to your common room, Hermione. I'm going to check the third floor. Alone? That's too dangerous. Harry smiled grimly. I'm an Addams. We thrive on danger. Before she could protest further, he slipped away, heading for the stairs that would take him to the third floor. Thing emerged from his pocket, giving him a questioning gesture. Yes, I know it's reckless, Harry told the disembodied hand. But if someone's after whatever Dumbledore's hiding, we need to know who and why. Thing made a series of gestures that Harry interpreted as reluctant agreement. As Harry approached the forbidden corridor, his scar burned more intensely. He pressed himself against the wall, edging closer to the door that Dumbledore had warned would lead to a painful death. Voices drifted from around the corner, one of them the distinctive stutter of Professor Quirrell. Master, the D-door is locked with a simple charm. Then, more chillingly, a second voice responded, high, cold, and seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself, then unlock it, fool. Harry's blood ran cold. He knew that voice, not from memory, but from the magical signature it carried. Death magic left traces, and this trace was familiar to him from his communion with his parents. Voldemort. He had to act quickly. Drawing his wand, Harry stepped around the corner. Expelliarmus, he cried, using the disarming charm Gomez had insisted he master before leaving for Hogwarts. Quirrell whirled, his wand flying from his grasp before he could react. His turban was partially unwound, revealing a glimpse of something on the back of his head that made Harry's scar explode with pain. Potter, hissed the high voice. Kill him. Quirrell lunged forward, hands outstretched toward Harry's throat. Acting on instinct, Harry raised his own hands to defend himself. When Quirrell's skin made contact with Harry's, the professor screamed in agony. His flesh blistered and smoked where it touched Harry. What is this magic? Shrieked the voice of Voldemort. Harry, though in pain from his scar, understood instantly. Mom's protection, he gasped. Sacrificial death magic. You can't touch me. Quirrell stumbled back, his hands badly burned. The turban fell away completely, revealing a terrible face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head, flat and snake-like, with glaring red eyes. So, Voldemort hissed, Dumbledore has taught you some tricks. Not Dumbledore, Harry corrected, standing his ground despite his fear. Morticia Addams. She taught me to understand death magic, including the protection my mother left in my blood. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Addams. The old family that dwells in the spaces between life and death. Interesting. Perhaps you are not the light wizard Dumbledore hoped for after all. I'm neither light nor dark, Harry declared, repeating the philosophy Morticia had instilled in him. Magic is magic. Intent is what matters. And what is your intent now, Harry Potter? Voldemort challenged. Harry raised his wand. To stop you from stealing whatever's behind that door. Voldemort laughed, a chilling sound. Brave words from a child. But you cannot stop me. Quirrell, take the stone. Quirrell turned toward the door, raising his burned hands to cast the unlocking charm. Harry, acting purely on instinct, lunged forward and grabbed Quirrell's face between his hands. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Quirrell's skin blistered and cracked beneath Harry's touch, his screams echoing down the corridor. Harry held on, even as his scar felt like it was splitting open with pain. Master, help me! Quirrell screamed. But Voldemort was already fleeing, his spirit tearing itself away from Quirrell's dying body. Harry felt the dark presence rush through him, a cold so intense it burned, and then he knew no more. He awoke in the hospital wing, surrounded by concerned faces, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and, to his surprise, Morticia. Mother, he said weakly, reaching for her pale hand. Morticia took it, her cool fingers squeezing his reassuringly. Hello, darling. You gave us quite a scare. How long have I been out? 3 days, Dumbledore answered. Professor Quirrell is dead, Harry. Harry nodded slowly. He was possessed by Voldemort. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed, exchanging a glance with Morticia. How did you know to go to the third-floor corridor? My scar, Harry explained. It's connected to death magic. I could sense something wrong. He looked at Morticia. Like you taught me. Your mother's lessons served you well, Dumbledore acknowledged, and Harry wasn't sure if he meant Lily or Morticia. Perhaps both. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said suddenly, remembering Voldemort's words. That's what he was after. Something that can cheat death. Morticia's expression darkened. A perversion of the natural order. Death is not to be cheated, but embraced when it comes. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, looking at Morticia with newfound respect. Nicholas and I have decided the stone is too dangerous to exist. It will be destroyed. Harry nodded, then turned to Morticia. I spoke to them, Mother. On Halloween. To my parents. Morticia smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened her severe features. I knew you would, darling. The veil is thin on Halloween. They told me to thank you, Harry continued. For teaching me to see the light in the darkness. For the first time since Harry had known her, Morticia's eyes filled with tears. They are wise spirits, she said softly. Mrs. Addams, Dumbledore said carefully, I owe you an apology. I was concerned about your influence on Harry, about the magics you were teaching him. But it seems your lessons in death magic saved his life, and perhaps many others. Death is not evil, Headmaster, Morticia replied. It is merely the next great adventure, as I believe you yourself once said. Dumbledore inclined his head, acknowledging the point. Perhaps there is more common ground between our perspectives than I initially believed. As Harry recovered in the hospital wing, news of his confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort spread throughout the school. The story grew more elaborate with each telling. Some versions had Harry wielding ancient death magic, others claimed he had transformed into a creature of shadow and flame. The truth, as Harry explained to his friends, was both simpler and more profound. It was love, he told them. My mother's love, preserved through death magic. The most powerful magic there is. As the school year came to an end, Harry found himself called to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was waiting for him behind his desk, fingers steepled thoughtfully. Harry, he began, I wanted to speak with you before you return home for the summer. Harry nodded, taking the offered seat. Your performance this year has been unexpected, Dumbledore continued. Your sorting into Slytherin, your approach to magic, your comfort with aspects of the magical world that many find disturbing. Is that a problem, sir? Harry asked. Dumbledore smiled slightly. I'm beginning to think not. You see, Harry, I had certain expectations about how you would develop, expectations based on your parents, on prophecy, on my own hopes for the wizarding world's future. And I didn't meet those expectations, Harry guessed. You exceeded them, Dumbledore corrected, but in ways I never anticipated. Your confrontation with Voldemort demonstrated that love remains your greatest power, just as I had hoped. But the form that love takes, the way it manifests through what some would call dark magic. He shook his head in wonder. It challenges everything I thought I knew. Harry considered this. Morticia says that the most powerful magic exists at boundaries, between life and death, light and dark, love and fear. Maybe that's where I'm meant to stand. Not on one side or the other, but in between. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. A very wise perspective, Harry. And perhaps the exact perspective needed to face what lies ahead. Voldemort will return, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. His spirit fled, but he is not truly defeated. When he comes back, Harry said, his voice steady, I'll be ready. The Addams family has been preparing for death for generations. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. I believe you will be, Harry. I believe you will be. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry gathered his things, including Thing, who had spent much of the journey playing cards with Draco and losing spectacularly. You must visit over the summer, Harry told his friends. The mansion has plenty of room, and Grandmama has been dying to try out some new potions recipes on willing subjects. Draco looked simultaneously terrified and thrilled by the invitation. My father will be interested to meet your family. He's been quite curious since I told him about your unusual upbringing. The Addams family welcomes visitors, Harry assured him. Though I should warn you, we're having some renovations done on the dungeons. The alligator pit needed expanding. His friends laughed, still not entirely sure when Harry was joking about his family and when he was serious. As Harry stepped onto the platform, he immediately spotted the Addams clan, impossible to miss in their funeral elegant attire amid the colorful wizarding robes and muggle clothing. Morticia glided forward to embrace him. Welcome home, darling. We've missed you terribly. It's been positively dull without you, old man. Gomez declared, clapping him on the shoulder. No explosions, no poisonings, no midnight duels. Except for Uncle Fester's experiments with the electric chair, Wednesday corrected tonelessly. Those were moderately interesting. I kept your spiders fed, Pugsley added. Well, most of them. The really big ones got hungry. Harry laughed, feeling the tension of the school year melting away. This was home, his strange, macabre, loving family. As they left the station, Harry felt Morticia's cool hand slip into his. You've changed, darling, she observed. Your aura is stronger. More defined. Harry nodded. I faced death this year. My own, and another's. And? Morticia prompted. And I wasn't afraid, Harry said simply. Just like you taught me. Morticia's smile was like moonlight on tombstones, beautiful in its own particular way. "That's my boy. That's my Harry." Behind them, Dumbledore watched the Addams family depart, his expression thoughtful. He had been wrong about many things, it seemed. Wrong to fear the influence of death magic on the boy who lived. Wrong to assume that love could only manifest in ways he understood. Perhaps he had been wrong about other things as well. With a thoughtful nod, Dumbledore turned and disapparated, leaving Harry to the family that had taught him the most important lesson of all, that death was not something to be feared, but understood, respected, and even, in its own way, loved. Chapter 2, Death Has Many Doors. Harry stared intently at the small bone fragment resting in his palm. 3 weeks into summer vacation, and he'd finally convinced Morticia to teach him the basics of necromantic communion. "Focus, darling," Morticia murmured, standing behind him in the candlelit basement. "Feel the residual essence. Every object that was once part of a living being retains an echo." Harry closed his eyes, extending his magical senses as Morticia had taught him. At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, he felt it, a faint vibration, a whisper of memory. "I feel something," he whispered. "Like distant music." "Good," Morticia nodded approvingly. "Now, reach for that echo. Don't force it, invite it to strengthen." Harry concentrated, imagining the echo as a thin silver thread he could gently tug toward himself. The vibration intensified. Images flickered behind his eyelids, forests, running, moonlight. "Wolf," Harry said suddenly, his eyes flying open. "This bone belonged to a wolf." Morticia's lips curved into a proud smile. "Excellent, Harry. Not just a wolf, a timber wolf that roamed the Carpathian Mountains nearly 2 centuries ago. The bone fragment is from Great-Aunt Crucible's collection." Wednesday, who'd been silently observing from the corner, stepped forward. "Now try the other one." She placed a yellowed tooth on the table. Harry picked it up carefully, repeating the process. This time, the images came faster, more violently, churning water, terror, the flash of metal. Harry dropped the tooth, gasping. "Human," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "Murdered. Thrown into water." Gomez, who had just entered the basement, clapped enthusiastically. "Splendid. That's Great-Uncle Darius's collection, Victims of the Thames Strangler of 1887. He was quite the historian." "The object remembers," Morticia explained, placing a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "Death leaves the strongest impressions. With practice, you'll learn to communicate more directly with these echoes." Harry nodded, picking up the tooth again with newfound confidence. "Can I try the skull next?" Wednesday's eyes gleamed with approval. "He's learning fast." The summer proceeded in similar fashion. Mornings were spent in the greenhouse with Morticia, tending to poisonous plants and discussing their magical properties. Afternoons belonged to Grandmama's potion lessons, now far more advanced than anything taught in Harry's first year at Hogwarts. Evenings were devoted to what Gomez cheerfully called the family arts, fencing, necromancy, communing with spirits, and occasionally, explosive experiments with Pugsley. Between lessons, Harry worked on his summer homework, often with Thing's assistance. The disembodied hand had proven surprisingly knowledgeable about magical history, communicating through a series of gestures that Harry had become fluent in interpreting. "No, Thing, I'm pretty sure the Goblin Rebellion of 1612 wasn't started over a game of poker," Harry argued one afternoon as they sat in the library. Thing made an insistent series of gestures. "Wizard histories don't mention it." Harry considered this. "Well, I suppose they wouldn't if it was embarrassing." "Fine, I'll include it as an alternative theory." Letters from his friends arrived regularly. Draco wrote about his family's summer in France and his father's increasing interest in meeting the Addams family. Hermione sent lengthy correspondence about her research into death magic, full of questions that Harry dutifully answered. Even Ron Weasley, who had been wary of Harry all year, sent a tentative note inviting Harry to visit the Burrow. "The Weasleys want me to visit," Harry told Morticia over breakfast. "They're a wizarding family. The father works at the ministry." "How lovely," Morticia said, expertly pruning the thorns from a black rose. "Expanding your social circle is important. Though perhaps they should visit us instead. I've prepared the guest rooms with fresh spiders." "Maybe next time," Harry suggested tactfully. "I think the Weasleys might need gradual introduction to our family." Gomez looked up from his newspaper. "Nonsense. No better way to get to know someone than full immersion. Remember when we met your mother's bridge club, Caramia? 3 of them still attend therapy," Morticia recalled fondly. "But you're right, darling. Harry should experience different magical households. The Weasleys are an old pure-blood family, despite their reputation." "Their reputation?" Harry asked. "Blood traitors," Morticia said matter-of-factly. "Which is Wizard Society's ridiculous term for purebloods who don't believe in blood supremacy. The magical community can be terribly provincial about these things." "What do Addamses believe?" Harry asked curiously. "That magic is magic," Gomez declared. "Whether it comes from ancient bloodlines or fresh sources makes no difference. Power is power, ability is ability. Though family traditions do matter," Morticia added. "The Addams family has preserved magical knowledge that others have forgotten or forbidden. That's worth protecting." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I'll visit the Weasleys next week, then. And maybe they can visit us during Christmas break, when they've had more time to prepare." The visit to the Burrow was an experience unlike any Harry had known. Where the Addams mansion was dark, gothic, and filled with dangerous artifacts, the Weasley home was bright, chaotic, and filled with warmth. Harry found himself enjoying the contrast, though he politely declined Mrs. Weasley's attempts to feed him properly. "I'm not underweight," Harry explained when she tried to serve him a third helping. "Addamses are naturally pale and slim. Morticia says it's the generations of moonlight gardening." Fred and George Weasley found Harry fascinating, bombarding him with questions about the Addams family that grew increasingly outlandish. "Is it true you sleep in coffins?" Fred asked eagerly. "Only on special occasions," Harry replied seriously. "They're quite comfortable with the right cushioning charms." "And your sister keeps venomous spiders as pets?" George added. "Wednesday prefers arachnids of all kinds, but yes, the venomous ones are her favorites. She's been teaching me about their magical properties." Ron looked uneasy at this, but Percy Weasley seemed intrigued. "The academic applications must be significant," he mused. "Rare venoms are used in advanced potions. Wednesday's written a whole monograph on Black Widow venom in regenerative potions," Harry confirmed. "She's hoping to publish it when she's older." "How old is your sister?" Ron asked. 9, Harry replied. "But she's very advanced for her age. Most people find her intimidating." "And your brother?" Ginny Weasley asked shyly. It was the first time the youngest Weasley had spoken directly to Harry. "Pugsley? He's 10. He's more into explosives and chemistry. He once blew up the East Wing bathroom trying to create a potion that would turn people inside out." The Weasleys stared at him. "Did he succeed?" the twins asked in unison. "Partially," Harry said with a grin. "Uncle Fester volunteered as a test subject. His spleen was visible for nearly 3 days before Grandmama reversed it." Mrs. Weasley looked faint, but Mr. Weasley seemed genuinely fascinated. "This Addams family of yours sounds remarkable, Harry," he said. "Their approach to magic must be quite unorthodox. We don't distinguish between dark and light magic the way most wizards do," Harry explained. "Morticia says intent and respect are what matter. Magic itself is neutral, it's how you use it that counts." Percy frowned. "But surely some magic is inherently dark. Necromancy, blood magic, soul magic. We practice all of those, Harry said matter-of-factly. They're just different branches of magical study. Necromancy is really just communication with the dead, no different from talking to ghosts, which Hogwarts is full of. Blood magic is powerful and personal. And soul magic. He paused, remembering Morticia's warnings. Soul magic requires the most respect of all. The soul is not to be trifled with. A silence fell over the table. Blimey, Ron finally said. And I thought our family was weird because Dad collects plugs. Everyone laughed, breaking the tension. Later, as Harry helped Ron degnome the garden, the redhead asked hesitantly, "Doesn't it bother you? Living with, you know, a family that practices dark arts?" Harry tossed a gnome over the fence before answering. "The Addamses saved me, Ron. Before them, I lived in a cupboard. I was starved, neglected, punished for accidental magic. With them, I'm loved. I'm taught. I'm accepted exactly as I am." Ron looked ashamed. "Sorry, mate. I didn't know." "It's okay," Harry shrugged. "Most people don't understand the Addams family. They see the darkness but miss the love within it. Morticia taught me that death isn't something to fear, it's part of the natural cycle. Understanding it helps you appreciate life more." "That's actually pretty deep," Ron admitted. "Besides," Harry added with a grin, "you should see Christmas at our house. We carol at the cemetery, summon the spirits of holiday past, and Grandmama makes a poison ivy wreath that actually tries to strangle unwelcome guests. It's brilliant." Ron laughed, but with a hint of nervousness. "Maybe I will visit sometime. If you promise the house won't eat me." "I promise," Harry said solemnly. "Thing would stop it if it tried." The remainder of Harry's summer passed pleasantly. He received his book list for second year and made a trip to Diagon Alley with the Addams family, causing quite a stir among the shopping crowds. Morticia glided through the busy streets in her floor-length black gown, while Gomez bounded energetically from shop to shop, fascinated by everything. "Look, Tish," he exclaimed, pointing at a display in quality Quidditch supplies. "Brooms. Reminds me of your mother." "Yes, darling, she did enjoy recreational flying," Morticia agreed serenely, ignoring the startled looks from passers-by. In Flourish and Blots, they encountered a crowd gathered for a book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, a flamboyant wizard with gleaming teeth and elaborate robes. "Harry Potter!" Lockhart exclaimed, spotting Harry in the crowd. "Come up here, young man. This is perfect, The Boy Who Lived and I together on the front page." Before Harry could protest, Lockhart had grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. The moment their skin made contact, Harry felt a strange sensation, a hollowness, an emptiness where magical power should be. "You're a fraud," Harry said quietly, pulling his arm away. "Your aura has gaps where your claimed achievements should leave magical signatures." Lockhart's smile faltered momentarily. "Nonsense, my boy. Just modest about my accomplishments, that's all." "No, I mean you're literally a fraud," Harry clarified, loud enough for nearby customers to hear. "Morticia taught me to read magical signatures. Yours doesn't match your stories." A murmur ran through the crowd. Lockhart's smile became fixed. "Well. Such imagination. Must be all those dark arts rumors I've been hearing about your unusual adoption." He turned to Morticia, who had appeared at Harry's side. "Mrs. Addams, I presume? I've heard concerning things about your family's influence on young Harry here." Morticia's smile was deadly in its politeness. "How interesting. We've heard nothing about you at all." The crowd tittered. Lockhart flushed. "Perhaps we could discuss Harry's education privately," he suggested. "I've been hired as the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, you know. I have concerns about his extracurricular studies." "Do you?" Morticia raised one perfect eyebrow. "Harry ranks first in his year," despite having no prior magical education before joining our family. His extracurricular studies seem to be serving him well. Dark magic is not appropriate for children, Lockhart began. And fraudulent credentials are not appropriate for teachers, Gomez interrupted cheerfully, appearing on Harry's other side. Fascinating how quickly libel laws work in the wizarding world. My cousin married a solicitor specializing in magical defamation. Nasty business when the evidence includes pensive memories. Lockhart paled visibly. Just a misunderstanding. No need for legal discussions. Now, who's next for a signed copy of Magical Me? The Addams family moved on, leaving a flustered Lockhart behind. Will he really be our new professor? Harry asked as they left the bookshop. Unfortunately, Morticia confirmed. Dumbledore wrote to me about the appointment. The position is rumored to be cursed, they can't keep a teacher for more than a year. Given what happened to the last one, that's not surprising, Harry mused. I wonder how Lockhart will meet his downfall. 10 Galleons says he's exposed as a fraud by Halloween, Gomez offered. Christmas, Morticia countered. The truly incompetent often survive on charm longer than one might expect. You're on, cara mia. Gomez seized her hand and kissed his way up her arm. Your wagers make my blood boil. On September 1st, Harry returned to Hogwarts with a trunk full of books, potion ingredients, and several items that would have been immediately confiscated had anyone inspected them, including a hand-bound grimoire of death magic from Morticia, a set of recreational explosives from Pugsley, and a basket of venomous spiders from Wednesday, for research, not pranks, she had instructed solemnly. The journey to Hogwarts was uneventful until Harry and Ron found themselves unable to access platform 9 3/4. The barrier's sealed, Harry said, pressing his hand against the seemingly solid wall. Something's interfering with the boundary magic. What do we do now? Ron asked anxiously. The train leaves in 2 minutes. Harry considered their options. We could wait for your parents to return, or... A slow smile spread across his face. We could take alternative transportation. Like what? The night bus? Better, Harry said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out what looked like a smooth black stone. Morticia gave me this in case of emergencies. It's a summons stone for the family carriage. You have a magic carriage? Ron asked, incredulous. Not exactly. Just watch. Harry tapped the stone 3 times with his wand, whispering words in a language Ron didn't recognize. The stone glowed briefly, then turned ice cold in Harry's palm. Now we wait, Harry said, pocketing the stone. Shouldn't take long. Less than 5 minutes later, passers-by in the King's Cross parking lot were startled by the appearance of an ornate black carriage pulled by skeletal horses with glowing red eyes. The carriage stopped directly in front of Harry and Ron. Wicked, Ron breathed, staring at the Thestrals. I can see them. You can. Harry looked surprised. Most people can't see Thestrals unless they've witnessed death. Ron swallowed hard. My grandfather. I was there when he passed. Harry nodded understanding. These are special Thestrals. Bred by the Addams family for generations. They're more visible than ordinary ones. The carriage door swung open on creaking hinges. A hollow voice echoed from inside, destination. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry replied clearly. And hurry, please. They loaded their trunks and climbed inside. The carriage interior was larger than it appeared from outside, upholstered in faded crimson velvet with silver fixtures tarnished with age. Hang on, Harry advised as the carriage jerked into motion. Addams' transportation tends to be enthusiastic. The carriage rose into the air and accelerated with stomach-lurching speed. Ron yelped as they soared over London, the landscape blurring beneath them. Is this legal? He shouted over the wind whistling through the carriage. Technically. Harry shouted back. The Ministry classified Addams' family thestrals as historic magical transportation in 1749 after Great Aunt Morgana threatened to release her collection of plague rats into the minister's chambers. The journey to Hogwarts took less than an hour, significantly faster than the Hogwarts Express. As the carriage descended toward the castle grounds, Harry spotted a small figure waving frantically from below. "I think we've been noticed," he observed. The figure resolved into Professor McGonagall, looking more severe than usual as the carriage touched down on the lawn. "Mr. Potter! Mr. Weasley!" she exclaimed as they disembarked. "What is the meaning of this entrance? The other students aren't due for hours." "Sorry, Professor," Harry explained. "The barrier at King's Cross was blocked. We couldn't get through to the platform." McGonagall frowned. "Blocked? That's never happened before." "Something was interfering with the boundary magic," Harry elaborated. "I could feel it, like something sticky covering the usual portal." McGonagall's expression shifted from annoyance to concern. "I see. And this conveyance?" "Addams' family carriage," Harry said proudly. "Been in the family for centuries." The carriage chose that moment to snap its doors shut with an ominous boom. One of the thestrals pawed the ground, snorting a small jet of flame. "Indeed," McGonagall said faintly. "Well, you'd better come inside. I'll inform the headmaster about the barrier situation." As they followed McGonagall toward the castle, Ron whispered, "Your family has flame-snorting thestrals. You never mentioned that." "You never asked about our transportation options," Harry whispered back. "Wait until you see Uncle Fester's rocket-powered hearse." The welcoming feast that evening proceeded normally, aside from the whispered rumors about Harry and Ron's dramatic arrival. The Sorting Hat placed the new first-years into their houses, including Ginny Weasley, who joined her brothers in Gryffindor. Lockhart, resplendent in turquoise robes, smiled blindingly at the students from the staff table. Harry noticed Professor Snape watching the new defense teacher with undisguised contempt. "Looking forward to Lockhart's class?" Draco asked, sliding onto the bench beside Harry at the Slytherin table. "About as much as I look forward to having my teeth pulled," Harry replied. "He's a fraud, you know. I sensed it in Diagon Alley." Draco looked intrigued. "Really? Father says he's a self-promoting buffoon, but he's got everyone else fooled." "Not everyone," Harry nodded toward Snape, who was now openly glaring at Lockhart. "I think Professor Snape has him figured out too." The first weeks of term confirmed Harry's assessment of Lockhart. The defense against the dark arts classes were a joke, more about Lockhart's supposed adventures than actual defense techniques. After enduring a lesson filled with dramatic reenactments of Lockhart's encounter with a werewolf, starring a reluctant Harry as the werewolf, Harry decided to supplement his education. "We're forming a study group," he announced to Draco, Blaise, Theo, and several other Slytherins in their common room. "For actual defense training, not Lockhart's rubbish." "Who's going to teach us?" Theo asked skeptically. "You." "Why not?" Blaise countered. "Potter Addams knows more about the dark arts than most seventh years. Makes sense he'd know how to defend against them too." Harry shook his head. "Not just me. I'm inviting people from other houses who know useful spells. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, for instance." This suggestion met with predictable resistance from his housemates. "A Muggleborn?" Draco scoffed. "What could she teach us?" "She's the smartest witch in our year," Harry pointed out. "And she's been researching defensive magic all summer. Besides, Morticia always says knowledge doesn't care about blood status." The mention of Morticia gave his argument weight. The Addams family's reputation had grown almost mythical among the Slytherins after Harry's stories. "Fine," Draco conceded. "But we meet in neutral territory. Not Gryffindor or Slytherin space." "The abandoned classroom on the third floor," Harry suggested. Thursday evenings. The defense study group grew quickly, attracting students from all houses who were frustrated with Lockhart's teaching. Harry taught the spells Gomez had drilled him in, while Hermione covered magical theory. Even Draco contributed, sharing defensive techniques his father had taught him. The unexpected success of the group drew attention. After their fourth meeting, Harry was summoned to Professor Snape's office. "I understand you're running an unauthorized defense class, Potter Addams," Snape said without preamble. "Just a study group, sir," Harry replied. "For practical application of defensive magic." Snape's dark eyes studied Harry carefully. "And would this have anything to do with Professor Lockhart's questionable teaching methods?" "We're merely supplementing our education, sir." A ghost of a smile flickered across Snape's face. "Indeed. I would caution you to be discreet. Not all teachers appreciate competition." "Understood, sir. We'll be careful. See that you are." Snape seemed to hesitate, then added, "Your mother, Lily, was talented at defense. She would have approved of your initiative." Harry blinked in surprise. Snape rarely mentioned his birth mother. "Thank you, sir." As October progressed, strange things began happening at Hogwarts. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified, hanging from a torch bracket. Beside her, written on the wall in what looked horribly like blood, were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The school buzzed with rumors and theories. Harry, remembering Morticia's teachings about magical creatures, suspected something unusual was loose in the castle. "Whatever petrified Mrs. Norris isn't human," he told his friends during their next study group meeting. The magical signature was strange, reptilian, ancient. "How do you know?" Susan Bones from Hufflepuff asked. Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. "I can sense magical residues. It's part of the death magic training I've had with my adoptive mother." A murmur ran through the group. Death magic was still a forbidden topic for most. "Death magic?" Terry Boot repeated. "Isn't that dark arts?" "It's just magic," Harry said patiently. "The residue I sensed was from a creature, something old and dangerous." "The Chamber of Secrets is supposed to house Slytherin's monster," Hermione volunteered. "I've been researching it in the library." All eyes turned to the Slytherins present. "Don't look at us," Draco protested. "None of us have unleashed any monsters lately." "The heir refers to the heir of Slytherin," Hermione continued. "Someone who can control the monster." "The monster only attacks enemies of the heir," Harry mused. "Which apparently includes cats." "Or squibs," Theo suggested. "Filch is a squib, everyone knows that. Maybe the monster attacks those without magic." Harry frowned. "If it targets those without magic, then..." A cold realization dawned. Muggleborns would be next. A tense silence fell over the room. "We need to learn more about this chamber," Harry decided. "And prepare to defend ourselves, just in case." The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a Gryffindor first year who had annoyed Harry by constantly photographing him, was found petrified in a corridor. Rumors intensified, especially when it became known that Colin was Muggleborn. Then came the dueling club. Lockhart, in his infinite wisdom, decided that teaching students to duel would prepare them against the monster, a logic that escaped everyone except his most devoted admirers. Snape was recruited as his assistant, much to the potions master's visible disgust. During the demonstration, Lockhart was disarmed and humiliated so quickly by Snape that even his most loyal fans had to stifle their laughter. Pairing off the students for practice, Snape deliberately matched Harry with Draco. "Disarming spells only," Lockhart called out nervously, still recovering from his own embarrassment. Draco, however, had other ideas. When Lockhart gave the signal to begin, he shouted, "Serpensortia." A long black snake erupted from the end of his wand, landing on the floor between them and raising itself, ready to strike. Several students screamed. Harry, however, felt no fear. The Addams family kept numerous reptiles, and he'd learned to communicate with them during his summer studies. "I'll handle this," Lockhart announced, waving his wand. Instead of vanishing the snake, his spell merely launched it into the air, causing it to land with a thud and a hiss of rage. Enraged, the snake slithered toward Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff Muggleborn, fangs bared to strike. Without thinking, Harry stepped forward. "Stop," he commanded. Except what came out wasn't English. A strange, hissing language emerged from his mouth, a language he somehow understood perfectly. "Leave him alone," Harry continued in this serpent tongue. "He's not a threat to you." The snake paused, turning its head toward Harry. "Speaker," it hissed in surprise. "You speak the ancient tongue." "I do," Harry confirmed, still in Parseltongue. "And I ask you to stand down. No one here will harm you." The snake lowered itself to the floor, no longer threatening. "As you command, Speaker." The hall had gone completely silent. Everyone was staring at Harry with expressions ranging from fear to awe to outright hostility. Snape stepped forward, vanishing the snake with a flick of his wand. "Mr. Potter Addams," he said quietly. "A word after class." Lockhart, looking flustered, called an immediate end to the dueling club. As students filed out, many gave Harry a wide berth. Justin Finch Fletchley looked terrified. "You're a Parselmouth," Draco exclaimed when they were alone. "Why didn't you tell me?" "A what?" Harry asked, confused. "You can talk to snakes. It's incredibly rare, Salazar Slytherin himself was famous for it." Draco's eyes widened. "People will think you're the heir of Slytherin now." "That's ridiculous," Harry protested. "I didn't even know I could talk to snakes until just now." But the damage was done. By dinner, the entire school was buzzing with the news that Harry Potter Addams, already notorious for his strange upbringing and affinity for death magic, was a Parselmouth, and therefore, almost certainly the heir of Slytherin. Snape summoned Harry to his office that evening. "This complicates matters," the professor said without preamble. "Parseltongue is a rare gift, Potter Addams, and one associated with dark wizards." "So I've been told," Harry replied. "But I didn't know I had it. I've never tried talking to snakes before." Snape raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Well, not consciously," Harry amended. "We have several serpents at home, and I sometimes help feed them, but I thought I was just good with reptiles." "Like your adoptive mother is good with death magic?" Snape suggested dryly. Harry nodded. "Exactly. It's just another form of communication." Snape sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You fail to understand the significance. The school already views you with suspicion due to your unusual family circumstances. This revelation will only increase that suspicion." "I didn't open any chamber," Harry said firmly. "And I haven't set any monster loose." "I believe you," Snape said, surprising Harry. "However, others will not be so easily convinced. Be cautious, Potter Addams. Watch your step." Harry wrote to Morticia that night, explaining the situation. Her reply arrived the next morning, delivered by a large raven that caused nearly as much sensation as Harry's Parseltongue ability. "Darling Harry," the letter began in Morticia's elegant handwriting. "Parseltongue is a wonderful gift. We suspected you might possess it after you had that fascinating conversation with Cleopatra, our Egyptian cobra, last summer, though you didn't seem aware of it at the time. The ability to communicate with serpents is highly valued in many magical traditions, especially those concerned with healing and earth magic. As for this chamber business, do be careful. Ancient magical creatures often possess unique powers. If the monster is indeed a serpent, perhaps you could reason with it. Communication is always preferable to conflict." Wednesday asks if you could attempt to record the Parseltongue phonetically. She's been trying to learn it for years with limited success. Pugsley has blown up the West Wing bathroom attempting a potion that would grant serpent-speaking abilities. Uncle Fester is now stuck with a forked tongue until the effects wear off. Remember, darling, other people's fear of your abilities reflects their limitations, not yours. The Addams family has always embraced the unusual. With fondest affection, Morticia, P.S. Grandmama has enclosed a small vial of antivenom, effective against most magical serpents. Do keep it handy, just in case. Harry smiled, tucking the letter into his robes alongside the vial of iridescent green liquid Grandmama had sent. The Addams family's unconditional acceptance was exactly what he needed amid the growing suspicion at Hogwarts. That acceptance wasn't shared by most of his fellow students. Following the dueling club incident, Harry found himself increasingly isolated. Students from other houses avoided him in corridors, and whispers followed him everywhere. Heard he practices dark rituals in the Slytherin common room. My brother says his family sleeps in coffins and drinks blood. He can probably control the monster with Parseltongue. Even some Slytherins grew wary, though others seemed impressed by the rumors. If you are the heir, Pansy Parkinson said during breakfast, you could do us all a favor and set the monster on Granger. She's insufferable in charms. Harry's eyes narrowed. I'm not the heir, Pansy. And if I were, I certainly wouldn't target someone based on their blood status. That kind of prejudice is exactly what Morticia calls tediously provincial thinking. Draco snorted into his pumpkin juice. She's not wrong. My father says the same thing, though less eloquently. The next attack changed everything. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found petrified in a corridor. Justin, whom everyone had seen the snake threatening before Harry spoke Parseltongue, and Nick, a ghost who couldn't possibly be harmed by normal means. Harry happened upon the scene shortly after they were discovered. Drawn by the commotion, he pushed through the gathering crowd just as Professor McGonagall arrived. Caught in the act. Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff, accused, pointing at Harry. That proves it. Potter's the heir. Don't be ridiculous, McGonagall snapped. Mr. Potter Addams just arrived, as did I. But Harry wasn't listening to the accusations. He had knelt beside Justin's rigid form, his hand hovering just above, not touching, the petrified boy's chest. Professor, he said quietly. This isn't death magic. McGonagall looked startled. I should think not, Potter Addams. No, I mean. Harry struggled to articulate what his senses were telling him. The magical signature isn't like death at all. It's more like suspension. Stasis. He moved his hand toward nearly headless Nick, whose ghostly form had turned black and smoky, frozen in an expression of shock. Even Sir Nicholas isn't gone, just paused. McGonagall studied Harry with an unreadable expression. And how, precisely, do you know this? Morticia taught me to sense different types of magic, Harry explained. Especially those related to life and death boundaries. Convenient knowledge for the heir, Ernie muttered. Harry ignored him, continuing his examination. His fingers hovered over Justin's eyes, sensing the magical residue there. Whatever did this, he said slowly, used vision as its weapon. The magic is concentrated around their eyes. McGonagall's lips thinned. That's quite enough, Potter Addams. Please return to your common room while we handle this. As Harry stood to leave, he felt a strange sensation, a soft brush against his consciousness, like a distant call. He paused, head tilted. Potter Addams? McGonagall prompted. Sorry, Professor, Harry said, shaking off the feeling. I thought I heard, never mind. That evening, Harry decided to investigate. The sensation he'd felt, that distant call, had seemed familiar somehow, reminiscent of the necromantic communications Morticia had taught him. If the creature was some kind of serpent, perhaps he could sense it more clearly through his Parseltongue ability. Under cover of his invisibility cloak, Harry roamed the corridors after curfew. He paused at the sight of each attack, extending his magical senses as Morticia had taught him, searching for patterns. Each attack happened near water, he murmured to himself, noting the proximity of bathrooms or water pipes to each scene. And each victim saw something before being petrified. He was passing the second-floor girls' bathroom, the one haunted by moaning Myrtle, when he heard voices from inside. Curious, he pushed the door open slightly and peered in. Ginny Weasley stood at the sinks, her back to the door. She appeared to be talking to herself, but her voice sounded strange, deeper, colder than her usual shy tones. Soon, she was saying. The mudblood filth will be purged, and the great work of Salazar will be completed. Harry frowned. The words were completely unlike the Ginny he knew from his visits to the burrow. More concerning was the magical aura surrounding her, a sickly, parasitic energy that reminded Harry of Professor Quirrell's possession the previous year. As he watched, Ginny turned toward one of the sinks and hissed, in perfect Parseltongue, "Open." To Harry's astonishment, the sink began to move, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. Ginny climbed in without hesitation and disappeared. Harry remained frozen in shock for several seconds. Ginny Weasley was a Parselmouth? And apparently the one opening the chamber? It made no sense. Unless... Harry remembered Quirrell, how Voldemort had possessed him, using him as a vessel. The magical aura around Ginny had that same wrongness, that same impression of something feeding on her life force. He needed to follow her, but he also needed help. This wasn't something he could handle alone. 20 minutes later, Harry returned with Hermione and Ron in tow, having explained what he'd witnessed. "My sister?" Ron looked pale. "You think my sister is being possessed?" "I think something is using her," Harry clarified. "The way Voldemort used Quirrell last year. Her magical aura isn't right, it's infected with something dark." "But how?" Hermione asked. "And why Ginny?" "I don't know yet," Harry admitted. "But the entrance to the chamber is here." Ginny opened it with Parseltongue and went inside. He approached the sink where Ginny had disappeared. Examining it closely, he found a tiny snake carved on one of the copper taps. "Here goes nothing," he murmured, then focused on the snake and hissed, "Open." The sink moved again, revealing the large pipe. Ron stared. "You really can speak to snakes." "Told you," Harry said. "Now we need to go after Ginny." "Shouldn't we get a teacher?" Hermione suggested anxiously. "And tell them what?" "That we suspect Ginny Weasley is possessed and opening the Chamber of Secrets." "They'd never believe us without proof." Harry shook his head. "We need to find out what's happening to her and help her if we can." "I'm coming," Ron said firmly. "She's my sister." "Me too," Hermione added, though she looked terrified. Harry nodded, impressed by their courage. "Stay behind me. If there is a monster down there, I might be able to communicate with it." One by one, they slid down the slimy pipe, landing in a dark tunnel lined with small animal bones. Harry lit his wand, revealing a pathway stretching ahead. "This way," he said, leading them forward. They soon came upon an enormous snakeskin, at least 20 feet long, shed by something unimaginably large. "Blimey," Ron whispered. "What kind of snake gets that big?" Hermione's eyes widened in sudden realization. "A basilisk. That's the monster." It all fits, the petrifications, the roosters being killed, Harry hearing it in the walls. "Hearing it?" Ron echoed. Harry nodded slowly. "The voice I've been hearing occasionally, it must have been the basilisk moving through the pipes. That's how it's been getting around undetected." "But why hasn't it killed anyone?" Ron asked. "Basilisk's gaze is supposed to be fatal." None of the victims looked it directly in the eye, Hermione realized. Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the water. Colin threw his camera. Justin must have seen it through nearly headless Nick, who got the full blast but couldn't die again. We need to keep our eyes down, Harry warned. And if you hear any movement, close your eyes completely. They continued through the tunnel until they reached a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents. Open, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, revealing a long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars carved with more serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness. At the far end stood an enormous statue of a wizard, Salazar Slytherin, Harry presumed. And at the statue's feet lay Ginny Weasley, pale and still. Beside her knelt a tall, handsome boy of about 16, who looked somehow not quite solid, the edges of his form slightly blurred, as though viewed through water. He was holding a small black diary and Ginny's wand. "Ginny!" Ron cried, rushing forward. "She won't wake," said the boy calmly. Harry felt a jolt of recognition as the boy turned toward them. The magical signature was unmistakable, the same parasitic darkness he'd sensed around Ginny, but stronger, more concentrated. "Tom Riddle," Harry said, recognizing the name from the diary. "Or should I say, Voldemort?" The boy's eyes widened slightly. "How clever of you, Harry Potter." "Yes, I am Lord Voldemort. Or rather, a memory of him, preserved in my diary for 50 years. "You're draining her life force," Harry observed, sensing the magical connection between Ginny and the diary. "Using it to become corporeal again." "Very perceptive," Riddle said, impressed despite himself. "Few wizards would sense that." "How did you know?" "I recognize death magic when I see it," Harry replied. "This is soul magic, the worst kind. You've split your soul, haven't you? That's why your magical aura feels fragmented." Riddle's expression darkened. "You know a great deal for a child. Your reputation is well-deserved, it seems." The boy who lived, raised by practitioners of death magic, a Parselmouth, "We have much in common, Harry Potter." "Potter Addams," Harry corrected automatically. "And we have nothing in common. You use death magic to cheat death and harm others. I use it to understand and respect the natural order." Riddle laughed coldly. "The natural order? Death is the enemy, Harry. The ultimate weakness that wizards must overcome." "You're wrong," Harry said quietly. "Death isn't the enemy. Fear is. And you reek of fear, Tom Riddle." Riddle's handsome face contorted with rage. "You dare, I dare," Harry interrupted, taking a step forward. "I was raised by Morticia Addams, who taught me that death is part of life's cycle. To fear it is to fear living itself." He gestured to the diary. "That thing you've created, it's an abomination. Not because it's dark magic, but because it violates the fundamental laws of existence." "Enough." Riddle snarled. He turned toward the statue of Slytherin and hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened, revealing a dark tunnel. Harry sensed movement within, something massive stirring. "Close your eyes," he shouted to Ron and Hermione. "The basilisk is coming." As the giant serpent emerged, Harry focused his thoughts, calling on everything Morticia had taught him about communicating with magical creatures. "Great serpent," he hissed in Parseltongue, keeping his eyes tightly shut. "I address you with respect." The basilisk paused, clearly surprised to hear another speaker. "Who addresses me?" it hissed. "Harry Potter Addams, student of death magic and fellow speaker of the serpent tongue." "Kill him," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. "He is your enemy. Why should I obey you?" Harry hissed to the basilisk. "This wizard has corrupted his own soul. He disrespects the natural order that all creatures should honor." The basilisk seemed to hesitate. "I am bound to obey the heir." "He is not the true heir," Harry argued. "He is a fragment, a shadow of a wizard who fears death so much he tore his soul apart. Is that worthy of your loyalty? Don't listen to him." Riddle hissed frantically. "Kill him now." Harry sensed the basilisk's confusion. Centuries of enchanted sleep, followed by compelled obedience, had dulled its reasoning. He needed to reach deeper. "What is your name, great serpent?" Harry asked in Parseltongue. The question seemed to startle the basilisk. "Ashrith," it replied after a moment's hesitation. "I was named Ashrith by Salazar himself." "Ashrith," Harry repeated respectfully. "A noble name. Salazar placed you here to protect the school, did he not? Not to attack innocent students. The unworthy must be purged." Riddle insisted. "The students you've attacked have done nothing wrong," Harry continued, ignoring Riddle. "They are children learning magic, just as Salazar taught children centuries ago." He sensed the basilisk's uncertainty growing. Centuries of isolation had left it susceptible to Riddle's commands, but Harry's respectful address was awakening its dormant intelligence. "Enough of this!" Riddle shouted in English. He raised Ginny's wand. "If the basilisk won't kill you, I'll do it myself. Avada, Expelliarmus!" Hermione cried, her eyes still tightly shut but her wand pointed in Riddle's general direction. The spell missed Riddle but struck the diary, knocking it from his grasp. It slid across the wet floor, coming to rest near Harry's feet. Harry felt the magic pulsing from the diary, sick, wrong, but undeniably powerful. This was the tether binding Riddle to the physical world and draining Ginny's life force. "Ashrith," Harry hissed urgently to the basilisk. "This diary contains corrupted soul magic. It violates the laws of life and death. Help me destroy it." The basilisk hesitated, torn between centuries of conditioning to obey the air and the natural repulsion all creatures feel toward unnaturally fragmented souls. "I command you to kill him!" Riddle screamed in Parseltongue. Harry made a split-second decision. He opened his eyes, but looked only at the floor where the diary lay. Snatching it up, he held it high. "Ashrith! Pierce this with your fang. It is an abomination against the natural order." The basilisk reared up, its massive head looming above them. Riddle's semi-corporeal form lunged for the diary, but he passed through Harry like smoke, not yet solid enough to touch physical objects. "No!" Riddle howled. With lightning speed, the basilisk struck. Harry felt the rush of air as its enormous head descended, and he instinctively closed his eyes again. There was a piercing sound as fang met leather, followed by an unearthly scream from Riddle. Harry opened his eyes to see the diary impaled on one of the basilisk's fangs, black ink pouring from it like blood. Riddle's form was writhing, breaking apart, the scream fading as his manifestation dissolved into nothingness. The basilisk withdrew its fang, which had broken off in the diary. "Is it done?" it hissed. "Yes," Harry confirmed in Parseltongue. "The abomination is destroyed." "Thank you, Ashrith." On the floor, Ginny stirred, color returning to her cheeks. Ron rushed to her side, helping her sit up. What happened?" she asked weakly. "Harry." "Ron." "The diary, Tom, he made me do things." "It's all right, Ginny," Harry assured her. "The diary is destroyed. Tom Riddle can't hurt you anymore." The basilisk remained coiled nearby, its huge yellow eyes still deadly if directly observed. "What now, Speaker?" it hissed. Harry considered the question. The basilisk was ancient and dangerous, but not inherently evil. It had been used as a weapon by Riddle, but its true purpose had been to protect the school. "Would you be willing to return to hibernation?" Harry asked it. "To sleep until the school truly needs protection from external threats?" The basilisk seemed to consider this. "I am weary," it admitted. 50 years ago I was awakened briefly, and now again. The world above has changed. Perhaps sleep would be best." "I will visit you," Harry promised. "Bring you news of the world above, if you wish." "I would welcome that," Ashrith replied. "It has been lonely." "Then return to your chamber and rest," Harry suggested. I'll find a way to ensure you're not disturbed again. The basilisk inclined its massive head in what seemed like a nod, then turned and slithered back into the statue's mouth, disappearing into the darkness. Hermione, who had been listening to the exchange with her eyes still firmly shut, whispered, "Did you just make friends with a basilisk?" "I think so," Harry said, somewhat surprised himself. "Morticia always says that most creatures respond to respect." "Mental," Ron muttered, still supporting Ginny. "Absolutely mental." Getting out of the chamber proved easier than Harry had anticipated. The basilisk, before retreating, had revealed a secondary exit, a stairway carved into the rock that led to a hidden door near the astronomy tower. They emerged into the castle to find it in an uproar. Their absence had been noticed, and a search was underway. They walked straight into Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore in the entrance hall. Potter Addams, Weasley, Granger, and Miss Weasley. McGonagall looked as though she might faint from shock. "Where have you all been?" "The Chamber of Secrets, Professor," Harry said calmly, holding up the destroyed diary with the basilisk fong still embedded in it. "We found the source of the attacks." They were ushered immediately to Dumbledore's office, where Harry explained everything: Ginny's possession by the diary, Riddle's identity as the young Voldemort, and the basilisk that had been forced to attack students against its nature. "You spoke with the basilisk?" Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes sharp with interest. "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed. "Its name is Ashrith. It was placed in the chamber by Slytherin as a protector, not an attacker. Riddle corrupted its purpose. And you convinced it to return to hibernation?" The headmaster sounded both impressed and concerned. "It was tired," Harry explained. "And I think, lonely. I promised to visit sometimes, to talk with it." Dumbledore exchanged a glance with McGonagall that Harry couldn't interpret. "That is, most unusual, Harry." "If I may, headmaster," Harry continued, "the diary itself was the most disturbing part. It contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, I could sense it. Morticia taught me to recognize different types of magic, and this was soul magic of the darkest kind." Dumbledore looked troubled. "A piece of his soul, you say? You're certain?" "Yes, sir. Morticia calls it fragmentary necromancy, when a wizard splits their soul to cheat death. It's considered an abomination even among practitioners of death magic." "Indeed," Dumbledore murmured. "Most interesting." He studied Harry for a long moment. "Your education with the Addams family continues to prove surprisingly valuable, Harry." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, recognizing the reluctant compliment for what it was. "However," Dumbledore continued, "I must ask that you not visit the basilisk without supervision. While I believe your account, having such a dangerous creature beneath the school remains concerning." "I understand, sir," Harry agreed. "Though I think Ashrith would respond better to me than to most wizards. Parselmouths are rare." "Indeed they are," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "Which raises another question: how did Tom Riddle's diary possess Miss Weasley, who is not a Parselmouth, to control the basilisk?" Harry considered this. The diary itself contained Riddle's abilities, including Parseltongue. As it possessed Ginny more completely, she gained that ability temporarily. "A most concerning form of magic," Dumbledore said gravely. "And one I fear may not be unique to this diary." The aftermath of the chamber incident brought Harry unexpected acclaim. The story spread throughout the school, how Harry Potter Addams had discovered the Chamber of Secrets, defeated the heir of Slytherin, and even tamed the legendary monster within. His Parseltongue ability, once viewed with suspicion, was now seen as the key to his success. "Suddenly everyone wants to be your friend," Draco observed during breakfast. "Amazing how quickly opinions change." Harry shrugged. "People fear what they don't understand. When they see it used for good, fear turns to admiration." "Your Addams philosophy again?" Draco asked with a smirk. "It served me well so far," Harry replied. The rest of the term passed peacefully. The petrified victims were revived with Professor Sprout's mandrake potion. Lockhart, who had tried to obliviate Ron and flee when confronted with the chamber crisis, was exposed as a fraud and resigned in disgrace. Morticia won her bet with Gomez, having predicted Lockhart's downfall would occur closer to Christmas than Halloween. When Harry returned to the Addams mansion for summer holiday, he was greeted with enthusiasm by his adopted family. Gomez insisted on a fencing match immediately to test Harry's reflexes. Wednesday wanted detailed descriptions of the basilisk for her creature encyclopedia. Pugsley was fascinated by the diary's destruction. But it was Morticia who seemed most interested in Harry's experience. Soul fragmentation, she said gravely as they pruned deadly nightshade in the greenhouse. I suspected Voldemort might have dabbled in such magic, but to create a Horcrux is beyond even what most dark wizards would attempt. Horcrux? Harry asked. Is that what the diary was? Morticia nodded. A vessel containing a fragment of soul, created through the ultimate act against nature, murder. It's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded on him the night your parents died. You think he made more than one? Harry asked, remembering Dumbledore's concern. It's possible, Morticia admitted. The magical resonance you described feeling from your scar sometimes, it bears similarities to what you felt from the diary, doesn't it? Harry froze, the implication hitting him. You think my scar might be connected to another soul fragment? I've wondered, Morticia said carefully. The night he tried to kill you, when the curse rebounded, such violent soul magic can have unintended consequences. Is part of him in me? Harry asked, horrified. Not in the same way as the diary, Morticia assured him, putting down her pruning shears to take his hands. You are wholly yourself, Harry. But your connection to death magic may be amplified by a residual link to Voldemort's fragmented soul. It would explain your Parseltongue ability, which tends to be hereditary. Harry considered this, remembering how his scar had burned in Voldemort's presence. Can it be removed? If there is a fragment? There are ways, Morticia said carefully. Ancient rituals that separate soul fragments without harming the host. They're complex and not without risk, but... She squeezed his hands gently. If it becomes necessary, we'll find a way, Harry. The Addams family has resources few others can access. Thank you, Mother, Harry said, feeling a wave of gratitude for this woman who had taken him in and accepted him completely, even with a potential soul fragment from a dark wizard attached to him. Morticia smiled, her pale features softening. Now, let's continue your education. This summer, I think you're ready for more advanced necromancy. Communion with specific spirits across the veil. Like my parents? Harry asked eagerly. Even more challenging, Morticia said. We'll attempt to contact spirits with no blood connection to you. It requires greater precision and control. Harry's summer education proceeded along these lines: more advanced death magic with Morticia, explosive chemistry with Pugsley, cryptozoology with Wednesday, and fencing with Gomez. By August, Harry could reliably commune with spirits who had died within the last century, regardless of blood connection. He was practicing this skill in the family graveyard one evening, attempting to contact Great-Uncle Blackwood, who had perished in a suspicious blancmange incident in 1923, when a peculiar sensation washed over him, a disturbance in the boundary between life and death. Harry rose from his cross-legged position on Blackwood's grave, extending his senses outward. Something was approaching, something that didn't quite belong to the living world, yet wasn't fully dead either. Mother? He called, thinking Morticia might be testing him with a new form of necromantic manifestation. No answer came. Instead, a gaunt figure stumbled between the gravestones, a man with long, matted black hair and sunken eyes and a wasted face. Despite his skeletal appearance, Harry recognized him immediately from newspaper photos that had been circulating all summer. Sirius Black, he said calmly, though his heart raced. According to the Daily Prophet, Black had escaped from Azkaban prison and was hunting Harry to finish what Voldemort had started. The man froze, staring at Harry with feverish intensity. "Harry," he croaked. "Harry Potter." "Potter Addams," Harry corrected, reaching slowly for his wand. "Why are you here?" "To see you," Black replied, taking a halting step forward. "I had to, make sure you were safe." Harry maintained his composure, as Morticia had taught him. "The newspapers say you're trying to kill me." Black gave a harsh bark of laughter that contained no humor. "The newspapers? The same ones that called me Voldemort's right-hand man without a trial? Don't believe everything you read, Harry." "Then why did you escape?" Harry asked, wand now held loosely at his side. "Peter," Black spat the name like a curse. "Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed your parents, not me. He's alive, and I'm going to find him." "Pettigrew is dead," Harry said, repeating what he'd been told. "You killed him." "I wish I had," Black growled. "He cut off his own finger, killed those muggles, and transformed. He's an animagus, a rat. Been hiding all these years." Harry studied the man carefully, extending his necromantic senses. Black's aura was strange, damaged by the Dementors of Azkaban, who fed on positive emotions, but Harry detected no deception. "You were my father's friend," Harry said, remembering the stories Remus Lupin had shared in his letters. Lupin, newly hired as defense against the dark arts professor, had been writing to Harry all summer, sharing memories of James and Lily. "And my godfather." "Yes," Black whispered, his eyes filling with tears. "I was supposed to protect you. I failed." Harry made a decision. "Come inside," he said, gesturing toward the mansion. "You look like you could use a meal. And then we'll talk." "Inside?" Black repeated, noticing the Addams mansion for the first time. His eyes widened. "You live here?" "With my adopted family," Harry confirmed. "The Addamses. Don't worry, they're very welcoming to the wrongfully accused and presumed dead. It happens in our family quite often." The introduction of Sirius Black to the Addams family went about as smoothly as could be expected. Lurch nearly fainted at the sight of an escaped convict in the foyer. Grandmama immediately began preparing a restorative potion for that walking skeleton. Wednesday studied Black with clinical fascination, declaring his emaciated appearance promisingly ghoulish. Pugsley wanted to know if Azkaban's security systems could be improved with strategically placed explosives. Morticia, however, welcomed Black with perfect composure. "Mr. Black," she said, extending a pale hand. "Harry has told us about your friendship with his father. The Addams family is pleased to offer you sanctuary." "Sanctuary?" Black repeated hoarsely. "But I'm a wanted man. If they find me here, you'll all be in danger." "Danger?" Gomez exclaimed, clapping Black on his bony shoulder. "My dear fellow, danger is our business. Besides, the Ministry has no jurisdiction over Addams' property. Magical Treaty of 1756, we agreed to contain Great Aunt Desdemona's collection of plague rats, and they agreed to recognize our sovereignty." Black looked bewildered. "You're serious?" "No, you're serious." Gomez roared with laughter at his own joke. "I've been waiting to use that one all day." Over a hearty meal, which Black devoured with the desperation of a man who hadn't eaten properly in years, Harry explained his unusual upbringing with the Addams family. "They rescued me from the Dursleys when I was 8, he concluded. "Taught me about magic, especially death magic. Dumbledore wasn't happy at first, but he's coming around." "Death magic?" Black looked concerned. "James and Lily wouldn't, actually," Harry interrupted. "I spoke with my parents during a Samhain ritual last year. They approve. Said Morticia was an unusual guardian but a good one." Black's jaw dropped. "You spoke with James and Lily?" "That's impossible." "Not impossible," Morticia corrected gently. "Merely requiring the right approach to necromantic communion. The dead are always with us, Mr. Black. The boundary is more permeable than most wizards believe. Could I? Black swallowed hard. Could I speak with them too? With proper preparation, Morticia said. The Day of the Dead approaches in November. It's an ideal time for such communion. Black's gaunt face lit with desperate hope. I need to tell them I'm sorry. That I didn't mean to, they know, Harry said quietly. They told me they don't blame you. Black broke down then, years of grief and guilt overwhelming him. Harry moved to his side, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're safe here, he assured his godfather. The Addams family protects its own. And your family too, my godfather. The boy needs all the family he can get, Grandmama declared, plunking down a goblet of smoking green liquid before Black. Drink this. It'll put meat back on those bones. What's in it? Black asked warily. Best not to ask, Harry advised with a grin. But Grandmama's potions always work. As summer waned, Sirius, as he insisted Harry call him, regained strength and stability. The Addams mansion, with its many secret passages and extensive grounds, proved the perfect hiding place. Sirius spent most days in his animagus form, a large black dog that Wednesday immediately adored and wanted to use in her experiments. No, Wednesday, Harry had to explain repeatedly. Sirius is not available for your comparative anatomy project. But he can transform back if it hurts too much, Wednesday argued logically. Despite such occasional misunderstandings, Sirius adapted surprisingly well to the Addams household. Perhaps years in Azkaban had prepared him for the unusual, or maybe his own mischievous nature appreciated the family's disregard for convention. Your dad would have loved this place, he told Harry one evening as they sat in the library. James had a thing for the macabre. Used to plan our full moon excursions through the spookiest parts of the Forbidden Forest. Full moon excursions? Harry asked. Sirius hesitated, then explained about Remus Lupin's lycanthropy and how James, Sirius, and Peter had become animagi to keep him company during transformations. Professor Lupin never mentioned he was a werewolf in his letters, Harry said thoughtfully. He wouldn't, Sirius replied. Remus has always been private about his condition. Afraid of prejudice. How strange, Harry mused. The Addams family considers lycanthropy fascinating, not frightening. Cousin Chauncey was a werewolf. Grandmama still uses his shed fur in certain potions. The day before Harry was to return to Hogwarts, Morticia summoned him and Sirius to her greenhouse. We need to discuss the situation at Hogwarts, she began, delicately pruning a plant that appeared to be snapping at her fingers. The Ministry has stationed Dementors around the school, ostensibly to capture Sirius. Harry frowned. Dementors? At a school? Minister Fudge is panicking, Sirius explained. I'm the first person ever to escape Azkaban. Makes him look bad. The Dementors pose a particular risk to you, Harry, Morticia continued. Your connection to death magic makes you more sensitive to their influence. They feed on positive emotions, Sirius added grimly. Leave nothing but your worst memories. Morticia nodded. Precisely. Which is why I've been preparing this. She handed Harry a small silver pendant shaped like a raven. An Addams family heirloom, modified for your specific needs. It will shield your mind from Dementor influence. Harry examined the pendant, feeling the protective magic emanating from it. Thank you, Mother. Additionally, Morticia continued, I've been corresponding with Professor Lupin about teaching you the Patronus charm, the standard defense against Dementors. He's agreed to provide lessons once term begins. And what about me? Sirius asked. I can't just hide here while Harry might be in danger. Pettigrew could be at Hogwarts. You mentioned he's hiding as a rat? Morticia asked. Sirius nodded. An ordinary brown rat, missing a toe on his front paw, the finger he cut off before transforming. Harry straightened suddenly. Ron Weasley has a rat. An old rat he inherited from his brother Percy. It's missing a toe. Sirius went very still. How long have they had this rat? Percy found him in the garden about 12 years ago, Harry recalled. Right after you were imprisoned. That's him, Sirius growled, half rising from his chair. It has to be. Morticia laid a restraining hand on his arm. Patience, Mr. Black. Rushing into Hogwarts would only alert Pettigrew and endanger Harry. She turned to Harry. You'll need to confirm the rat's identity, carefully and without arousing suspicion. How? Harry asked. I've prepared a solution, Morticia explained, producing a tiny vial of clear liquid. 3 drops on the rat while it sleeps will force an animagus to reveal their true form for approximately 30 seconds, enough time to confirm identity without giving Pettigrew time to escape. But you must ensure no one else is present. Harry pocketed the vial. And once I've confirmed it's him. Contact us immediately using this, Morticia handed him a small black mirror. It's paired with one Sirius will keep. Speak his name to activate it. We'll alert the proper authorities, Sirius promised. Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's tough but fair, she'll listen to evidence. Harry nodded, the weight of responsibility settling on him. I'll be careful. One more thing, Morticia added. Professor Lupin doesn't know Sirius is with us. Given their history and the current situation, it might be best not to mention it immediately. You don't trust Remus? Sirius asked, looking hurt. It's not a question of trust, Morticia explained. But of responsibility. Professor Lupin is obligated to report any information about your whereabouts to Dumbledore. Better not to put him in that position until we have proof of Pettigrew's guilt. The journey back to Hogwarts began uneventfully. Harry shared a compartment with Draco, Hermione, and Ron, an unlikely group that had formed a tentative friendship following the Chamber of Secrets incident. Father was impressed by your handling of the basilisk, Draco told Harry. Says it shows proper respect for magical creatures. He's still hoping to meet your family. Christmas, perhaps, Harry suggested. We're hosting a winter solstice celebration this year. Ron looked horrified. Please tell me that doesn't involve sacrifices or raising the dead. Of course not, Harry assured him. The raising of the dead is strictly a Samhain tradition. Before Ron could determine whether Harry was joking, the train began to slow. We can't be there yet, Hermione said, checking her watch. The lamps flickered and went out, plunging the compartment into darkness. Harry felt a sudden cold spreading through him, a cold that went deeper than skin, seeping into his very bones. Despite Morticia's pendant, which grew warm against his chest, he felt the distinctive pull of creatures that existed in the boundary between life and death. Dementors, he whispered, his breath fogging in the suddenly freezing air. The compartment door slid open. A towering, hooded figure stood there, its face hidden beneath its hood. A scabbed, grayish hand protruded from its robe, and the creature drew a long, rattling breath, as if trying to inhale more than air. Harry felt the pendant growing hotter, fighting against the Dementor's influence. Unlike his friends, who seemed paralyzed with fear, Harry found himself fascinated by the creature's magical signature. It existed in a state neither living nor dead, a perpetual limbo that resonated with his death magic training. Interesting, he murmured, studying the Dementor with academic curiosity rather than fear. The Dementor seemed confused by Harry's reaction. It drifted closer, drawn to Harry's unusual magical aura. As it leaned in, Harry caught a glimpse beneath its hood, not of the featureless face described in textbooks, but of a swirling vortex of memories and emotions, consumed and trapped within the creature's essence. Your collectors, Harry realized aloud. Soul impressions, emotional echoes. The Dementor paused, apparently startled to be addressed directly. Then a new voice rang out from the corridor. None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks. Go. Professor Lupin had appeared, wand raised. Silver light erupted from its tip, forcing the Dementor to retreat. As the lights flickered back on, Lupin turned to the students. His eyes widened slightly upon seeing Harry. "Are you all right?" he asked, particularly focused on Harry. "Fine, Professor," Harry replied. The Dementor was educational. Lupin raised an eyebrow. Educational? Most people find their first Dementor encounter rather traumatic. Harry touched the silver pendant beneath his robes. "I have protection. And training in death magic helps understand their nature." "Ah yes, your unconventional education," Lupin said carefully. "Dumbledore mentioned it in his letters. We should discuss it further during our promised Patronus lessons." After distributing chocolate to counteract the Dementor's effects, Lupin excused himself to check on other students. "Mental," Ron muttered once Lupin had gone. "Absolutely mental. You were studying the Dementor like it was a fascinating specimen, not a soul-sucking horror." "Because it was fascinating," Harry replied. "Dementors exist at the boundary between life and death, neither fully in one state nor the other. Their ability to extract emotional energy is a form of specialized feeding, not malice." "You sound like you admire them," Hermione observed, still looking pale. "Not admire," Harry clarified. "Respect. Understanding magical creatures, even dark ones, is important. Fear leads to misunderstanding, which leads to greater fear. Another Addams family philosophy?" Draco asked, having heard many such maxims from Harry over the years. "Morticia's teaching," Harry confirmed. "Applied to everything from Dementors to blast-ended scroats." The welcome feast was subdued, with many students still shaken by the Dementor search of the train. Dumbledore formally introduced Professor Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, and announced Hagrid's appointment as Care of Magical Creatures professor, to Harry's delight. As Harry settled into his dormitory that night, he reflected on the tasks ahead, confirming Pettigrew's identity, mastering the Patronus charm, and navigating another year at Hogwarts with the unique perspective his Addams upbringing provided. Plus, he had the Day of the Dead ritual to prepare for, a chance to commune again with his parents and perhaps help Sirius find some peace. The first week of classes passed quickly. Lupin proved to be an excellent defense teacher, combining practical experience with engaging lessons. His first class featured a boggart, a shapeshifter that assumed the form of one's greatest fear. When Harry stepped forward to face the boggart, he wondered what it would become. Not Voldemort, certainly. Harry didn't fear him in the conventional sense. Perhaps a Dementor. But even those he found more intriguing than terrifying. The boggart shifted and changed, finally settling into nothing. The space before Harry appeared empty. Confused murmurs ran through the class. Lupin frowned, stepping closer. "Do you see something, Harry?" Harry nodded slowly. "It's nothingness. Not death, I don't fear that, but complete non-existence. The absence of everything." The boggart nothingness seemed to pulse and expand, a void that threatened to consume everything around it. It wasn't visually frightening, but those near it felt an instinctive dread, a primal fear of absolute oblivion. "Interesting," Lupin murmured. "The fear of nothingness is quite philosophical." Harry raised his wand, focusing on the ridiculous image Morticia had suggested for dealing with existential fears. Ridiculous. The nothingness compressed suddenly into a jack-in-the-box, which popped open to reveal a cheerful clown figure holding a sign reading, "Existence Validated." The class laughed, breaking the boggart's power. "Well done, Harry," Lupin said, looking impressed. A rather sophisticated approach to an abstract fear. After class, Lupin asked Harry to stay behind. "That was quite revealing," he said once they were alone. "Most 13-year-olds fear concrete things, creatures, situations. Your fear is existential." Harry shrugged. "Morticia says understanding death helps clarify what we truly fear. It's rarely death itself, but what it represents to us individually." "And for you, that's nothingness," Lupin observed. Not death, which you've been taught to view as transition, but complete non-being. Exactly, Harry confirmed. Death is part of the natural cycle. But nothingness, the complete absence of existence, that violates everything. Lupin studied Harry with newfound respect. Your adoptive mother sounds quite wise, in her way. James would have found her perspective fascinating, I think. He always enjoyed philosophical discussions, despite his prankster reputation. Would you tell me more about him? Harry asked eagerly. And my mother? Your letters have been wonderful, but I'd love to hear more. Of course, Lupin smiled warmly. And we should begin our Patronus lessons soon, given your reaction to the Dementors. While you seem more resistant than most, it's still a valuable skill to master. They arranged to meet twice weekly, once for Patronus training and once simply to talk about Harry's parents. Harry left feeling optimistic about developing a closer connection to his father's old friend. Care of magical creatures proved equally interesting, though for different reasons. Hagrid's first lesson featured hippogriffs, proud, dangerous creatures that demanded respect. While most students hung back nervously, Harry approached his assigned hippogriff, Buckbeak, with the calm confidence Morticia had instilled in him when dealing with dangerous creatures. Beautiful, Harry murmured, bowing low to the hippogriff. Magnificent creature. Buckbeak studied Harry with fierce orange eyes, then bent his scaly front knees in a bow of his own. Harry approached carefully, stroking the hippogriff's feathers with genuine appreciation. You're a natural, Harry. Hagrid called approvingly. Buckbeak don't usually take to strangers so quick. I was raised to respect dangerous creatures, Harry explained as he continued petting Buckbeak. The more lethal something is, the more courtesy it deserves. Draco, watching Harry's success, stepped forward to try with another hippogriff. Though initially nervous, he followed Harry's example, showing proper respect. The hippogriff eventually bowed, allowing Draco to approach. They're not so bad, Draco admitted, cautiously patting the creature. Father says hippogriffs are temperamental, but this one seems decent enough. They respond to your attitude, Harry explained. Show fear or disrespect, and they'll attack. Show confidence and courtesy, they'll reciprocate. Hagrid beamed at them both. 5 points each to Slytherin. Now, who wants to ride them? The lesson ended with Harry and several other brave students enjoying brief flights on hippogriff back. As they walked back to the castle, Draco commented, You know, Potter Addams, your strange upbringing actually seems useful sometimes. High praise indeed, Harry replied with a grin. Coming from a Malfoy. The opportunity to investigate Scabbers, Ron's rat, came sooner than Harry expected. During a free period, he found Ron searching frantically under common room furniture. Scabbers has disappeared again, Ron explained in frustration. He's been hiding constantly since we got back to school. Probably terrified of Hermione's monster cat. I'll help you look, Harry offered. Check the dormitories. Ron nodded gratefully, and they headed upstairs. In the third-year boys' dormitory, Harry suggested they search systematically. You take that side, I'll check under these beds, he told Ron. After a few minutes of searching, Harry spotted a small movement beneath his own bed. I think I see something, he called to Ron, who was across the room. Can you bring me that box from your trunk? The one with the rat treats? As Ron turned away, Harry quickly pulled the vial from his pocket. When Scabbers darted out from under the bed, Harry moved with the reflexes Gomez had honed through countless fencing lessons. He grabbed the rat firmly but carefully, and before it could squeak in protest, administered 3 drops of Morticia's solution directly onto its head. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The rat convulsed, then began to grow and change. Harry stepped back as the transforming figure expanded, becoming a short, balding man with pointed features and watery eyes. For precisely 30 seconds, Peter Pettigrew lay on the dormitory floor, gasping in confusion before shrinking back into rat form. What was that? Ron exclaimed, having turned back just in time to witness the transformation. Scabbers, that was a man. Yes, Harry said grimly, maintaining his grip on the struggling rat. That was Peter Pettigrew. An animagus who's been hiding for 12 years. But Pettigrew is dead. Ron protested. Sirius Black killed him. No, Harry corrected, Black was framed. Pettigrew faked his own death after betraying my parents to Voldemort. Ron stared at the rat in horror. He's been sleeping in my bed for years. We need to secure him, Harry said decisively. And contact the authorities immediately. Using an unbreakable jar from his potions kit, Harry imprisoned the frantic rat. Then, with Ron still in shock beside him, he activated the black mirror Morticia had given him. Sirius, he called. The mirror's surface rippled, then revealed Sirius's face, looking anxious. Harry? What's happened? I've confirmed it, Harry said tersely. Pettigrew is here, disguised as Ron's pet rat. I've used Mother's solution, saw him transform with my own eyes. Ron saw it too. Sirius's face hardened with vindication and rage. I'm coming, no, Harry interrupted. We're doing this properly. Ron and I will take him directly to Professor McGonagall, along with my memories of what we witnessed. You contact Madame Bones as planned. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, but finally nodded. You're right. Be careful, Harry. Pettigrew is more dangerous than he looks. Don't worry, Harry assured him, holding up the sealed jar where Scabbers was frantically scratching at the glass. He's not going anywhere. The ensuing investigation moved with surprising speed. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, arrived at Hogwarts personally to oversee the forced transformation of the rat. Veritaserum was administered to the revealed Pettigrew, and the truth came out, his betrayal of the Potters, framing of Sirius, and 12 years of hiding with the Weasley family. When the Daily Prophet announced Sirius Black's exoneration, along with Pettigrew's arrest, the wizarding world was stunned. Minister Fudge attempted to downplay the ministry's error in imprisoning an innocent man without trial, but public outrage forced him to issue a formal apology and offer substantial compensation. Sirius, now a free man, didn't immediately reveal his connection to the Addams family. Instead, he took up residence in his family home at Grimmauld Place, beginning the process of reclaiming his life and legally establishing his guardianship of Harry alongside the Addams family. We'll work out a shared arrangement, he assured Harry during their mirror call. I've no intention of separating you from the Addamses. They saved you when I couldn't, and they sheltered me at great risk. Besides, he added with a grin, I've grown rather fond of Wednesday's taxidermy lessons. October brought crisp autumn weather and preparations for Halloween. For Harry, however, the focus was on the approaching Day of the Dead, the ritual Morticia had promised, allowing Sirius to communicate with James and Lily. Professor Lupin should be included too, Harry suggested during one of their mirror conversations. He misses them as much as you do. Sirius hesitated. Remus and I. There's a lot of history there. He believed I was guilty all these years. Because all the evidence pointed that way, Harry reasoned. He's been nothing but kind to me, sharing memories of my parents. He deserves this chance too. Eventually, Sirius agreed. Harry approached Lupin after their next Patronus lesson, where he'd made significant progress, producing a non-corporeal Patronus that successfully repelled the Boggart Dementor they practiced with. Professor, Harry began carefully, I know this will sound unusual, but I wanted to invite you to a special ritual on the Day of the Dead. Lupin looked intrigued. What kind of ritual, Harry? A communion with the dead, Harry explained. Specifically, with my parents. I've done it before, last Halloween. It's an Addams family tradition. Lupin's expression grew troubled. Harry, necromancy is, not what most wizards think, Harry interrupted gently. It's not raising the dead or creating inferi. It's opening a temporary channel of communication across the veil. My parents are at peace, Professor. They simply wish to speak with those they left behind. And this works? Lupin asked, skepticism warring with desperate hope in his voice. You've actually spoken with James and Lily? Yes, Harry confirmed. They told me things only they could know. They've mentioned you, actually. Said you were the responsible one who kept the others in check. Well, tried to, anyway. Lupin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. That sounds like them. Sirius will be there too, Harry added quietly. Lupin stiffened. Black. But he's innocent, as you now know, Harry reminded him. And he's been staying with the Addams family since August. They protected him while we worked to expose Pettigrew. You've been in contact with him all this time? Lupin looked stunned. Why didn't you tell me? Morticia thought it best not to put you in a difficult position professionally, Harry explained. As a teacher, you'd have been obligated to report him. Lupin considered this, then nodded slowly. She was right. I would have struggled with that conflict. He sighed. When is this ritual? November 2nd, Harry replied. We'll use the Room of Requirement. It's a hidden room in the castle that can become whatever you need. Morticia will bring the necessary materials. And Dumbledore? Does he know about this? Harry shrugged. He's aware the Addams family practices traditional rituals. He may not approve of all our methods, but he's come to respect the results. On the evening of November 2nd, Harry led Lupin to the 7th-floor corridor where the Room of Requirement was located. Pacing before the blank wall, Harry concentrated on their needs, a space for communion with the dead, private and protected. A door materialized, ornate and ancient-looking. Inside, they found a circular chamber with black candles arranged in a precise pattern. An altar stood at the center, bearing a silver chalice, various herbs, and a small ceremonial knife. Morticia was already present, elegant in flowing black robes, arranging the final elements of the ritual. Professor Lupin, she greeted him with a graceful nod. Welcome. I'm Morticia Addams, Harry's adoptive mother. A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Addams, Lupin replied, looking both fascinated and apprehensive. Harry speaks highly of you. And he of you, Morticia returned. James Potter chose his friends well. A side door opened, and Sirius entered. He and Lupin froze, staring at each other across the room, 12 years of separation, misunderstanding, and guilt hanging between them. Remus, Sirius finally said, his voice rough with emotion. Sirius, Lupin responded, equally moved. Neither seemed to know what to do next, until Harry gently pushed Lupin forward. The two men embraced awkwardly, then more fiercely, years of friendship reasserting itself. I should have known, Lupin murmured. I should have believed in you. You had no reason to, Sirius replied. All the evidence pointed to me. I shouldn't have suspected you either. Gentlemen, Morticia interrupted gently, while reconciliation is beautiful, the veil thins as we speak. We should begin if we wish to make contact tonight. They took their positions around the circle of candles. Harry stood at the northernmost point, Morticia at the south, with Sirius and Lupin at east and west respectively. Morticia lit the candles with a graceful wave of her hand, no wand required. On this night when the veil between worlds is thinnest, she intoned, her voice taking on a resonant quality, we seek communion with those who have passed beyond. Not to disturb their rest, but to honor their memory and heal the wounds of separation. Harry felt it, the familiar thinning of the boundary between life and death. His scar tingled, not painfully but with a heightened sensitivity to the magic gathering around them. Morticia continued, blood calls to blood. She nodded to Harry, who stepped forward, pricking his finger with the ceremonial knife and allowing 3 drops to fall into the chalice. Love calls to love. Sirius and Lupin each added a personal item connected to James and Lily, a dried flower from their wedding that Sirius had preserved, a letter Lily had written to Lupin during the war. And death recognizes death, Morticia concluded, adding a powder to the chalice that caused its contents to glow with soft, silvery light. We call to James and Lily Potter, not to disturb your peace, but to share in your wisdom and love. The candle flames turned blue, stretching upward unnaturally. The temperature in the room dropped, but not unpleasantly, more like the cool freshness of an autumn evening. In the center of the circle, two shapes began to form, not solid, not transparent, but present nonetheless. James and Lily Potter stood hand in hand, smiling at the gathering. They looked as they had in life, young, vibrant, untouched by the violence of their deaths. "Harry," Lily said warmly. "My beautiful boy." "Mum," Harry replied, his voice thick with emotion. "Dad. Thank you for coming." "Always," James assured him. "We're never far." His gaze shifted to the others. "Padfoot. Mooney. Together again, I see." Sirius made a choked sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. "James. Lily. I'm so sorry." "If I hadn't suggested Peter." "Stop," Lily interrupted firmly. "We've watched, Sirius. We know what happened, what you suffered. There's nothing to forgive. We made choices together," James added. "All of us. No one could have known Peter would betray us." Lupin stepped forward, his face wet with tears. "We missed you. Every day." "And we you," Lily said gently. "But we've never truly been gone. Death isn't an ending, just a transition." "The Addams woman has taught our son well," James observed with a hint of his old humor. "Not exactly what we expected, but exactly what he needed." "She has," Harry agreed, glancing gratefully at Morticia. "She taught me not to fear death, to respect the boundaries between worlds but not to be limited by them." "And now you've brought our old friends to us," Lily said. "A great gift, Harry." For the next hour, they talked, sharing memories, healing old wounds, bridging the gap between the living and the dead. James and Lily told stories from their school days that had Sirius and Lupin alternately laughing and crying. They spoke of their pride in Harry, their approval of his unique education, their confidence in his future. As the candles began to burn low, Lily turned to Morticia. "Thank you," she said simply. "For loving our son, for teaching him to embrace his gifts rather than fear them." "The honor has been mine," Morticia replied with a graceful inclination of her head. "Harry has brought as much to our family as we to him." "The veil is thickening again," James observed regretfully. "We must go." "But we're always with you," Lily assured them. "All of you. In every moment of joy, every act of courage, every expression of love." "Until next time," Harry said, "not goodbye." "Until next time," his parents echoed as their forms began to fade. When they were gone, the four living participants remained in silence for several minutes, each processing the experience in their own way. Finally, Sirius spoke. "Thank you," he said to Morticia. "For this, for sheltering me, for raising Harry. The Addams family has given us all a great gift." Morticia smiled her subtle smile. "Death has many doors, Mr. Black. Tonight, we simply opened one of them briefly." Later, as Harry walked with Lupin back to the professor's office, the older man seemed lost in thought. "Are you all right, Professor?" Harry asked. Lupin nodded slowly. "I think I am, Harry. For the first time in many years." He looked at Harry with newfound understanding. "Your unique education. I confess I had reservations when Dumbledore first told me. Death magic has such dark associations in our world." "But it's not inherently dark," Harry pointed out. "Tonight proved that." "Yes," Lupin agreed. "It did." He smiled wryly. "Your father would say I was being conventionally narrow-minded again. He always pushed the boundaries, challenged assumptions." "And my mother?" "Lily would be proud of your compassion," Lupin said confidently. "You brought healing tonight," Harry. To Sirius, to me, and perhaps even to your parents. That's not dark magic by any definition. Harry returned to his dormitory feeling profoundly at peace. The ritual had strengthened his connection not only to his birth parents but to his living family, both the Addamses and his father's remaining friends. Death had many doors indeed, and tonight they had opened one that led not to sorrow but to healing. The remainder of the term passed in relative tranquility. With Pettigrew captured and Sirius exonerated, the Dementors were withdrawn from Hogwarts, much to everyone's relief. Harry continued his Patronus lessons with Lupin, finally producing a corporeal Patronus in the form of a raven, a form that pleased Morticia immensely when he told her. Ravens are messengers between worlds in many cultures, she explained in her letter. A fitting Patronus for one who walks comfortably along the boundaries of life and death. Christmas brought another opportunity for worlds to intersect. The Addams family hosted their winter solstice celebration, inviting not only Harry's friends but also Sirius and Lupin. The Malfoys accepted the invitation with surprising eagerness, while the Weasleys approached with more trepidation but genuine goodwill. The Addams mansion was decorated in what Morticia called traditional Yule splendor, which meant the usual Gothic appointments enhanced with blood-red candles, evergreen boughs intertwined with hemlock, and enchanted ice sculptures that whispered chilling stories to passers-by. "This is something," Ron muttered as they entered the grand foyer, where Lurch was taking cloaks with sonorous groans of welcome. "It's fascinating," Hermione countered, examining a particularly gruesome ice sculpture with academic interest. "These decorations incorporate elements from ancient solstice rituals rarely practiced today. Mother believes in preserving magical traditions," Harry explained. "Even, especially, those others have abandoned out of superstition or fear." The evening proved more successful than Harry could have hoped. Gomez and Arthur Weasley bonded over their shared fascination with oddities, though Arthur's interest in Muggle plugs seemed tame compared to Gomez's collection of medieval torture devices. Molly Weasley and Grandmama found common ground in cooking, despite their vastly different approaches to ingredient selection. "Eye of Newt is optional but adds a delightful zing," Grandmama insisted. Lucius Malfoy, initially stiff and formal, gradually relaxed as Morticia engaged him in conversation about ancient magical bloodlines and their preservation. "The Addams approach is refreshingly practical," Harry overheard Lucius commenting to Narcissa. "Preserving magical knowledge without the tedious prejudice that has limited other families." Wednesday and Ginny Weasley disappeared for hours, eventually returning with what appeared to be a successfully completed taxidermy project. Harry decided not to inquire too closely about the identity of the creature involved. Pugsley demonstrated his latest explosive experiments to the twins, who watched with the rapt attention of disciples finding their master. Harry made a mental note to warn Hogwarts staff about potential collaboration between these particular individuals. The highlight of the evening was the solstice ritual itself, not the full necromantic communion of Samhain, but a celebration of the returning light after the longest night. The entire gathering stood in the extensive Addams graveyard as Morticia led them in welcoming the rebirth of the sun. "The wheel turns," she intoned, her voice carrying clearly through the winter air. "Darkness gives way to light, death to renewal. We stand at the pivot point between endings and beginnings." Even those guests uncomfortable with death magic found themselves moved by the ceremony's beauty. As each person lit a candle from the central bonfire, taking light into the darkness, a sense of connection spread through the gathering. Wizarding families with vastly different backgrounds united in one of magic's most ancient observations. "This is what it should be like," Harry heard Sirius murmur to Lupin. "Not light versus dark, but balance. James and Lily would have loved this." "They're here, in their way," Lupin replied softly. "Harry carries them both within him, James's willingness to challenge conventions, Lily's capacity to bridge different worlds." As midnight approached, Morticia invited the gathering to share a toast. Raising a goblet of what appeared to be wine but glowed with an inner light, she spoke, "To boundaries crossed and respected. To traditions honored and renewed. To family, both born and chosen. May the returning light illuminate our paths forward together." "To family," the gathering echoed, raising their glasses. Harry looked around at the unlikely assembly, his Addams family, his father's friends, his schoolmates and their parents, and felt a profound sense of rightness. Death had many doors indeed, but so did life. And tonight, they had opened yet another, stepping through together into a future where artificial divisions mattered less than shared humanity and magic. Later, as guests prepared to depart, Dumbledore arrived unexpectedly, explaining he had come to convey season's greetings and discuss a matter of importance with Harry and Morticia. A remarkable gathering, the headmaster observed, blue eyes twinkling as he took in the diverse group. I confess, when you first adopted Harry, Mrs. Addams, I had concerns. Understandable, Morticia acknowledged graciously. Our family's approach to magic differs from conventional wizarding wisdom. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Yet I find myself repeatedly surprised by the results. Harry's connection to death magic, which I once feared would lead him toward darkness, has instead given him unique insights and strengths. Death isn't dark, Headmaster, Harry said. It's natural, the counterbalance to life, not its enemy. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. A perspective I've come to appreciate, Harry. Which brings me to the matter I wish to discuss. He glanced around at the remaining guests. Perhaps somewhere more private. Morticia led them to her greenhouse, where even in winter, strange and dangerous plants flourished under her care. Sirius insisted on joining them, exercising his rights as Harry's godfather. I've been researching Tom Riddle's diary extensively, Dumbledore began once they were settled among the deadly foliage. Harry's description of it as a soul fragment was most illuminating. A Horcrux, Morticia supplied. One of the most abhorrent applications of soul magic. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed, looking impressed by her knowledge. What concerns me is the possibility that Voldemort created more than one. That would explain his wraith-like survival after his body was destroyed, Morticia mused. His soul remained tethered to this plane through multiple anchors. My thoughts exactly, Dumbledore agreed. And Harry's unusual connection to Voldemort, his ability to sense these fragments, could prove invaluable in locating them. You want to use my son as a Horcrux detector? Morticia's voice cooled noticeably. Not use, Dumbledore hastily clarified. Collaborate with. Harry's sensitivity to death magic gives him an ability few others possess. Combined with my research, we might be able to locate and destroy these abominations before Voldemort regains power. And if he does regain power? Sirius asked sharply. Harry's already faced him twice. Which is why preparation is essential, Dumbledore replied. I believe Voldemort will inevitably return, whether we act or not. Better to diminish his power beforehand. Harry, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. I want to help. If my connection to death magic can find these fragments, I should use it. Harry, Morticia began, concern evident in her voice. Mother, Harry interrupted gently, you taught me that death magic carries responsibility. If Voldemort has violated the natural order by fragmenting his soul, helping restore that balance is the right thing to do. Morticia studied him for a long moment, then nodded slightly. Your reasoning is sound. However, she turned to Dumbledore, we proceed with caution. Harry's safety remains paramount. Of course, Dumbledore agreed readily. I propose we begin with research only for now. Perhaps during summer holiday, when Harry has access to the Addams family resources as well. And what about Harry's scar? Sirius asked bluntly. You've never explained his connection to Voldemort satisfactorily. A heavy silence fell over the greenhouse. Dumbledore looked suddenly older, wearier. I have a theory, he admitted. One I've been reluctant to voice. That it contains a soul fragment itself, Morticia stated calmly. We've suspected as much for some time. Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise. You knew. We speculated, Morticia corrected. The magical signature is similar to what Harry described sensing from the diary. Not identical, but related. Can it be removed? Harry asked directly, voicing the question that concerned him most. Without killing me? Traditional wizarding knowledge would say no, Dumbledore said gravely. But I suspect the Addams family library might contain alternatives not found in conventional magical texts. Morticia nodded. We have been researching. Certain ancient Egyptian rituals show promise, as do some practices from the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Soul magic is dangerous but not incomprehensible. Then we shall collaborate on this as well, Dumbledore decided. Combining our knowledge may yield solutions neither of us would find alone. Agreed, Morticia said, extending her pale hand, which Dumbledore shook with evident respect. For Harry's sake, and for the balance between life and death that Voldemort has so grievously disrupted. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt a strange mixture of apprehension and hope. The confirmation that his scar likely contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul was disturbing, yet the combined determination of Morticia and Dumbledore to address it gave him confidence. Are you all right, Harry? Sirius asked as they walked back to join the remaining guests. Yes, Harry replied thoughtfully. I've suspected something like this for a while. It explains my Parseltongue ability, the connections I sometimes feel to Voldemort. We'll fix it, Sirius promised fiercely. Between Dumbledore's expertise and your mother's unconventional knowledge, we'll find a way. Harry smiled at Sirius's instinctive reference to Morticia as his mother. I know we will. The Addams family has a saying, death may be inevitable, but its terms are always negotiable. As the last guests departed and the Addams family settled into their post-celebration routine, Harry found Morticia in her favorite spot in the conservatory, tending to her carnivorous orchids. Thank you, he said simply. For tonight, for everything. Morticia looked up, her dark eyes soft with affection. You are welcome, my darling. Though I suspect we have interesting times ahead. More interesting than usual? Harry asked with a grin. Indeed, Morticia confirmed. Soul magic is complex, and Horcruxes particularly so. But as Wednesday's pet spider says, the most intricate webs catch the most interesting prey. Harry laughed. I don't think Charlotte actually said that. Artistic license, Morticia admitted with a small smile. But the principle stands. We face challenges, but we do so together, as a family. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words. His life had taken the strangest of turns when Morticia Addams sensed his connection to death magic and rescued him from the Dursleys. That unexpected path had led him to a family who embraced his differences, friends who stood by him despite his unconventional ways, and a unique perspective that repeatedly proved valuable. Death had many doors, as the Addams family often said. And through one of those doors, Harry had found not darkness, but a different kind of light, one that illuminated paths others could not see, bridging worlds that seemed unbridgeably separate. Together, he agreed. As a family. Chapter 3, The Grand Masquerade. The summer heat hung heavy over the Addams mansion, but in the basement laboratory, the air remained comfortably cool and damp. Harry stood before a large copper cauldron, carefully adding ingredients while Morticia observed. Powdered bone of a truth's heir, Harry murmured, sprinkling a fine white dust into the bubbling mixture. Essence of revelation, distilled under the new moon. And finally, he held up a small vial containing what appeared to be swirling silver vapor. Memories freely given, Morticia finished, nodding approvingly. Very good, Harry. The draught of unveiled sight is notoriously difficult to prepare. The potion flashed brilliant silver before settling into a clear, slightly luminescent liquid. Harry carefully filled several crystal vials, corking each securely. This should help identify the Horcruxes, he said, holding one vial to the candlelight. When consumed, it temporarily enhances magical perception, especially of soul fragments and death magic residue. An elegant solution, Morticia agreed. Though not without risk. Enhanced perception can be overwhelming if one isn't properly trained. That's why I've been practicing meditation and sensory control all summer, Harry reminded her. And why Grandmama added the protective elements to the base. A loud explosion shook the mansion, followed by maniacal laughter. Ah, Morticia said serenely. Pugsley must have perfected his new demolition compound. Harry grinned. Despite the serious work they were doing to address the Horcrux problem, life at the Addams mansion remained gloriously chaotic. Pugsley's explosive experiments, Wednesday's increasingly complex poisons, Uncle Fester's electrical adventures, and Gomez's enthusiastic fencing challenges provided a comforting backdrop to their darker research. Speaking of explosions, Morticia said, the letter from Arthur Weasley arrived this morning. The Quidditch World Cup tickets are confirmed. They've invited you to join them tomorrow, and will meet you at the campsite the following day. Harry brightened. Brilliant. I've packed most of my things already. Gomez is particularly excited, Morticia continued. He hasn't seen a proper Quidditch match since Great Aunt Elidora was banned for bewitching the opposing team's brooms to fly backward. Caused quite the sensation in 1855. Later that evening, as Harry finished packing for his stay with the Weasleys, Sirius appeared in his bedroom fireplace. All set for the cup, his godfather asked, stepping through and dusting ash from his much-improved appearance. No longer gaunt and haunted, Sirius had regained his health and vitality over the past months. Just about, Harry replied, gesturing to his trunk. The Weasleys are collecting me tomorrow, and the Addamses will join us at the campground the next day. Sirius grinned. The Weasleys and the Addamses together at the World Cup. Should be interesting. Catastrophic, more likely, Harry laughed. But in the best possible way. Sirius's expression grew more serious. Dumbledore sent word. He's found something that might be another Horcrux, a ring belonging to Voldemort's maternal family. He wants to consult with Morticia before attempting to destroy it. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Mother's been researching destruction methods that don't risk releasing the soul fragment. The basilisk venom worked on the diary, but it was messy and dangerous. And what about? Sirius gestured vaguely toward Harry's scar. Progress there too, Harry assured him. We've found references to an ancient Egyptian ritual that might work. Involves a soul vessel transfer rather than outright destruction. Tricky, but safer than most alternatives. Sirius studied his godson with a mixture of pride and concern. You're handling this remarkably well. Most teenagers would be terrified to learn they're carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry shrugged. Fear doesn't help solve problems. Besides, the Addams family approach to death magic means I understand what we're dealing with. Knowledge reduces fear. James would be impressed, Sirius said softly. He always faced danger head-on, but you've got Lily's analytical mind too, seeing the problem clearly before tackling it. I'll take that as high praise, Harry smiled. Will you be joining us at the cup? Wouldn't miss it, Sirius confirmed. Though I'll be keeping a low profile. My exoneration is still fresh news, and I'd rather not draw attention away from the match. The following morning, the Weasleys arrived via flow powder, creating a minor explosion in the Addams family fireplace, which was accustomed to far more unusual materials being burned in it. Mr. Weasley emerged first, followed by Ron and the twins, all looking slightly disoriented by their surroundings. Good heavens, Mr. Weasley murmured, staring at the mounted trophies on the wall, particularly the stuffed two-headed crocodile that appeared to be watching them. Fascinating home you have here, Harry. Thank you, Harry replied cheerfully. Most of the decor is ancestral. That crocodile was captured by Great-Uncle Montgomery during his expedition to the Nile in 1857. The second head grew after an accident with a doubling charm. Wicked, the twins said in unison, examining the creature with admiration. Ron looked less enthusiastic. Is that thing watching us? Only the left head, Harry assured him. The right one is quite blind. Lurch appeared with Harry's trunk, causing the Weasleys to jump at his sudden grown greeting. Ah, this must be Lurch. Mr. Weasley said, recovering quickly and extending his hand. "Harry's told us so much about you." Lurch groaned again, shaking Mr. Weasley's hand with surprising gentleness for someone his size. Morticia glided into the room, accompanied by Wednesday, who was carrying a small black box that emitted occasional hissing sounds. "Mr. Weasley, how delightful to meet you at last," Morticia said, extending her pale hand. "Harry speaks highly of your family." Mr. Weasley seemed momentarily stunned by Morticia's dramatic appearance but recovered admirably. "The pleasure is mine, Mrs. Addams. We're so grateful Harry could join us for the cup." "We wouldn't miss it," Morticia smiled. "Gomez has already planned our arrival for tomorrow. I believe he mentioned something about the family hearse and the winged horses." The twins' eyes lit up at this information, while Ron looked mildly terrified. Wednesday approached Harry, holding out the hissing box. "For your journey," she said solemnly. "Widow had offspring. I thought you might want one of her daughters." Harry accepted the box carefully. "Thank you, Wednesday. That's very thoughtful. What's widow?" Ron asked nervously. "My black widow spider," Harry explained, opening the box slightly to peek inside, where a small but unmistakable black spider with a red hourglass marking sat in a carefully constructed web. "This is her daughter. I think I'll call her Morgana." Ron took several steps back. "You're not bringing that to the burrow." "She'll stay in her box," Harry promised. "Black widows are quite content in confined spaces, as long as they have food." He glanced at the box. "You did feed her, right, Wednesday?" "This morning," Wednesday confirmed. "A particularly juicy moth. She won't need to eat again for several days." After saying his goodbyes to the Addams family, with Morticia extracting a promise that he would practice his necromantic sensing exercises daily, Harry departed with the Weasleys through the Fleur network. The burrow was exactly as Harry remembered it, warm, cluttered, and bursting with chaotic family energy, though in a very different way from the Addams mansion. Mrs. Weasley welcomed him with a crushing hug, while Ginny offered a shy greeting that suggested she still hadn't quite recovered from being possessed by Tom Riddle's diary the previous year. "I've put you in with Ron," Mrs. Weasley told him, "though it's a bit of a squeeze with so many of us here." "That's fine," Harry assured her. "I'm used to sharing space. Pugsley and I often camp in the family crypt when we're stargazing." Mrs. Weasley looked slightly alarmed but managed a weak smile. "How nice." That evening, as they all sat around the Weasleys' dinner table enjoying Mrs. Weasley's excellent cooking, Mr. Weasley asked about the Addams family's plans to join them. "Mother mentioned they'd arrive tomorrow," Harry explained. "Gomez, my adoptive father, arranged for special transportation. They'll meet us at the campsite." "Special transportation?" Mr. Weasley repeated, looking intrigued. "The family hearse," Harry said casually. "It's been enchanted to fly. Pulled by thestrals, they're like winged horses, but only visible to people who've witnessed death." "Flying hearse?" George echoed with obvious delight. "Dad, why don't we have one of those?" "Because your mother would kill me," Mr. Weasley replied cheerfully. "And then I'd be able to see the thestrals, I suppose." Early the next morning, they set off for Stoteshed Hill to catch the port key that would take them to the World Cup site. Along the way, they met up with the Diggory family, including Cedric, a handsome Hufflepuff student a few years above Harry. "Potter Addams," Cedric greeted him with a friendly nod. "Heard you'll be at the Cup. Bulgaria or Ireland?" "Ireland's team is stronger overall," Harry replied, "but Crumb might be the difference maker for Bulgaria." "My thoughts exactly," Cedric agreed. "Though I'm backing Ireland." They reached the hilltop and located the port key, an old rubber boot, just as the sun was rising. Harry had used port keys before with the Addams family, though theirs tended to be more macabre objects like antique bone saws or preserved ravens, so he was prepared for the unpleasant hooking sensation behind his navel as they were whirled through space. They landed in a misty moor, where a pair of wizards in Muggle clothing that wasn't quite convincing directed them toward the campsite. As they walked, the enormous stadium came into view, and Harry felt a thrill of anticipation. Quidditch was one of the few traditionally wizarding activities that even the Addams family embraced wholeheartedly. Gomez claimed the combination of danger, speed, and occasional injuries made it the perfect sport. The campsite was a marvel of barely concealed magic. Though supposedly disguised as a Muggle campground, many of the tents sported chimneys, weather vanes, and other architectural features no Muggle tent would include. Their own tent, while modest from the outside, revealed an interior the size of a 3-bedroom apartment once they entered. "We'll be a bit cramped when Bill, Charlie, and Percy arrive," Mr. Weasley explained as they settled in. "And of course, your family, Harry," though Morticia mentioned they have their own accommodations. "Knowing the Addamses, it'll be something spectacularly inappropriate for a Muggle campsite," Ron predicted. He wasn't wrong. Late that afternoon, as Harry and the Weasleys were exploring the campground and buying souvenirs, a commotion arose from the entrance. Harry turned to see a sight that made him grin with equal parts pride and embarrassment. The Addams family had arrived. Their transportation was, indeed, the family hearse, a massive Victorian vehicle pulled by 6 skeletal thestrals. The hearse itself had been modified with what appeared to be bat wings attached to the sides and a figurehead in the shape of a grinning skull on the hood. It landed with surprising grace in the middle of the campground, causing nearby wizards to scatter. Gomez leaped out first, resplendent in a pinstriped suit with a Bulgaria scarf tied jauntily around his neck. He helped Morticia descend, her flowing black gown entirely inappropriate for a sporting event but perfectly in character. Wednesday, Pugsley, Grandmama, and Uncle Fester followed, each drawing stares from the surrounding wizards. "Harry, my boy!" Gomez exclaimed, spotting him and bounding over with characteristic energy. "What a turnout! Haven't seen this many wizards gathered since the Great Coven Rebellion of 1749. "Gomez, darling, that was before you were born," Morticia corrected gently. "Of course. Family history, cara mia. Written in blood and passed down through generations." He seized Morticia's arm and began kissing his way up it. "Speaking of blood." "Later, mon cher," Morticia murmured, extracting her arm as she noticed the Weasleys watching with wide eyes. "We have company." Mr. Weasley stepped forward, extending his hand to Gomez. "Arthur Weasley. We met briefly at your home. Wonderful to see you again. Gomez Addams." He pumped Mr. Weasley's hand enthusiastically. "Capital to meet Harry's wizarding friends. He speaks so highly of your family." The rest of the Addamses were introduced to the Weasleys, creating some memorable moments, particularly when Uncle Fester demonstrated his ability to light a bulb in his mouth, much to Mr. Weasley's technological fascination, and when Wednesday solemnly presented Ginny with what appeared to be a shrunken head as a friendship token. "It's not real," Harry whispered to Mrs. Weasley, who looked ready to faint. "Just a very realistic magical replica. Wednesday makes them herself." This didn't seem to reassure Mrs. Weasley much. As evening approached, Lurch and Thing began setting up the Addams accommodations, an enormous black tent shaped like a Gothic mansion, complete with towers and gargoyles. Inside, Harry knew, would be a replica of the Addams family home, probably including the dungeons and torture chamber, which Gomez used primarily for his morning stretching exercises. The ministry officials supervising the campsite looked thoroughly confused about how to handle the situation. The Addamses' tent was flagrantly magical, but there was something about Morticia's serene smile and Gomez's overwhelming enthusiasm that seemed to discourage official intervention. "Your family certainly knows how to make an entrance," Fred commented as they watched Pugsley setting up what looked suspiciously like a small cannon outside the Addams tent. "They believe in making an impression," Harry agreed. "Wait until you see them during the actual match." The Quidditch World Cup final lived up to every expectation. The Irish team played magnificently, their chasers executing perfect formations that sliced through Bulgaria's defenses. Victor Krum, Bulgaria's seeker, performed flying maneuvers that had the crowd gasping in appreciation. The Addams family's reactions added an extra layer of entertainment. Gomez leaped to his feet for every score, occasionally performing fencing moves with an imaginary rapier. Morticia watched with elegant appreciation, occasionally commenting on particularly beautiful formations with poetic comparisons to Death's Embrace. Wednesday maintained a running commentary on the statistical likelihood of fatal accidents for each maneuver, while Pugsley set off miniature explosions to celebrate Irish goals. Uncle Fester, meanwhile, had struck up an unlikely friendship with Ludo Bagman, the ex-Quidditch player serving as commentator, and was enthusiastically discussing the relative merits of explosive versus implosive magic during the breaks. When Crumb caught the snitch but Ireland won the match, the resulting celebration was deafening. Gomez lost a substantial wager to Grandmama, who had precisely predicted the outcome, and paid up with dramatic flair. "Your foresight is unmatched, Mama," he declared, handing over a pouch that clinked heavily. "The blood of the Addams family runs true in your veins." "It's not blood, it's brains," Grandmama cackled, pocketing her winnings. And paying attention to the game instead of getting distracted by the villa. The celebration continued into the night as they returned to their tents. The Irish supporters were singing loudly, and impromptu fireworks exploded overhead. Harry sat outside with Ron and Hermione, who had joined them at the match with her parents but was staying with the Weasleys, enjoying hot chocolate and rehashing the game's best moments. Sometime past midnight, the quality of noise in the campsite changed. The singing became screams, and the festive atmosphere turned fearful. Mr. Weasley emerged from the tent, looking alarmed. "Get into the woods," he ordered urgently. "All of you. Now." Harry looked up and saw what had caused the panic. A group of masked wizards was marching through the campsite, their wands raised. Above them, floating in the air, were four struggling figures, the Muggle family that owned the campground, being contorted into grotesque positions. "That's sick," Ron muttered, watching the smallest Muggle child spinning like a top. "That is really sick." As they hurried toward the woods, Harry spotted Morticia emerging from the Addams tent, her face set in an expression of cold fury he'd rarely seen. "Cowards," she said, her voice carrying despite its softness. "Tormenting those weaker than themselves. A perversion of magic's purpose." Gomez appeared beside her, for once without his jovial expression. "Shall we intervene, Caramia?" "I believe we must," Morticia agreed. "Harry, take Wednesday and Pugsley into the woods with your friends. We'll handle this." Harry hesitated, torn between following instructions and staying to help, but the look in Morticia's eyes brooked no argument. He nodded, gathering Wednesday and Pugsley, who looked disappointed to miss the action. "What will they do?" Hermione asked nervously as they retreated into the trees. "Something creative, I expect," Harry replied. "Mother doesn't tolerate bullying. Neither does Gomez." They found a clearing in the woods where they could wait safely, though the sounds of chaos continued from the campsite. Wednesday sat on a fallen log, looking bored. "I wanted to see them turn the masks into actual faces," she complained. "Mother mentioned that spell last week." "The countenance revealer?" Harry asked. "That's seventh-year magic, at least." "I've been practicing," Wednesday said with a shrug. "On Pugsley's toy soldiers." "Is that why they all look like they're screaming now?" Pugsley asked. Before Wednesday could respond, a cold, drawling voice came from nearby. "Kept your heads down, I see. Typical." Draco Malfoy emerged from between the trees, looking oddly unruffled by the chaos. "Shouldn't your daddy be wearing a mask out there, Malfoy?" Ron snapped. Draco's face flushed. "If he was, I wouldn't be likely to tell you, would I, Weasley?" "Enough," Harry cut in sharply. "This isn't the time, Draco. Those people could be seriously hurt." Draco looked uncomfortable. "They're just muggles. They'll be fine once the fun's over." "Fun?" Hermione repeated incredulously. You call that fun? Before Draco could respond, a series of dramatic screams erupted from the direction of the campsite, not the terrified screams of earlier, but sounds of shock and surprise. That'll be Mother and Father, Harry said with grim satisfaction. I imagine the masked wizards just discovered what happens when you cross an Addams. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, the commotion died down. A tense silence fell over the forest, broken suddenly by a gasping sound from Hermione. Harry looked up to see what had startled her and froze. A colossal skull composed of emerald stars had appeared in the sky, a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. As they watched, it rose higher and higher, blazing in a haze of greenish smoke. The dark mark, Draco whispered, suddenly pale. That's not, my father wouldn't. The forest around them erupted with screams. Harry understood why. The symbol was Voldemort's, the sign left over the houses of his victims during the last war. Draco had already disappeared back into the trees, clearly wanting to distance himself from the scene. Moments later, about 20 wizards apparated into the clearing, wands pointed directly at Harry and his friends. Duck! Harry shouted, pulling Hermione and Ron down as a volley of stunning spells shot over their heads. Stop! Mr. Weasley's voice rang out. That's my son. And Harry Potter. The wizards lowered their wands, looking confused and agitated. A wizard with a toothbrush mustache approached them. Who did it? He demanded harshly. Who conjured the dark mark? We didn't do anything. Ron protested. We just looked up and it was there. Over there, Harry pointed to where he'd heard a voice moments before the mark appeared. Someone was in the trees. They said an incantation. The Ministry wizards searched the area Harry indicated but found only a house elf, Winky, who belonged to Bartemius Crouch, one of the leading Ministry officials present. More bizarrely, she was found holding a wand that turned out to be Harry's, which he hadn't even realized was missing. The ensuing argument between the Ministry wizards was interrupted by the arrival of Morticia and Gomez, who moved swiftly to Harry's side. Are you hurt? Morticia asked, her eyes quickly examining him for injury. We're fine, Harry assured her. But someone cast the dark mark and apparently used my wand to do it. Morticia's eyes narrowed as she observed the Ministry's handling of the situation, particularly Crouch's harsh treatment of his house elf. A convenient scapegoat, she murmured. But house elves don't typically take wizards' wands without specific instructions. You think Winky was ordered to take my wand? Harry asked quietly. Not necessarily, Morticia replied. But I find it suspicious. The timing of the attack, your missing wand, the dark mark. Someone is setting the stage. Gomez nodded grimly. A masquerade, old boy. Someone's wearing a mask within a mask. By morning, the campsite had mostly returned to normal, though a sense of unease lingered. The Addams family's intervention during the attack had already become legendary among the witnesses. Apparently, Morticia and Gomez had cast some form of ancient magic that caused the masks of the attackers to become temporarily fused to their faces, revealing their identities to anyone who knew the counterspell. Several prominent wizards had been seen fleeing in panic, unable to remove the masks that now showed their true names written across the foreheads. Simple identity linkage charm, Morticia explained modestly when Harry asked. Combined with a temporary adhesive hex. They'll be able to remove the masks eventually, but the magical signature will remain for several days. Enough time for the proper authorities to identify them, if they're genuinely interested in doing so, Gomez added with uncharacteristic cynicism. The journey back to the Addams mansion was subdued. Harry rode in a family hearse, which attracted significantly less attention on the return journey, as most wizards were too preoccupied with recent events to notice yet another magical oddity. The timing is troubling, Morticia said as they flew over the countryside. Voldemort's mark appearing now, when we've confirmed the existence of Horcruxes. You think it's connected to our research? Harry asked. Perhaps, Morticia replied. Or perhaps to the event Dumbledore mentioned will take place at Hogwarts this year. Event? What event? Gomez winked mysteriously. All in good time, my boy. Dumbledore swore us to secrecy. But I will say it's the sort of tournament that would have made great Uncle Vlad proud, dangerous, dramatic, and with a healthy potential for fatality. That sounds reassuring, Harry remarked dryly. The remaining weeks of summer passed quickly. Harry divided his time between completing his homework, assisting Morticia with Horcrux research, and enjoying the peculiar brand of family activities that defined life at the Addams mansion. By the time September 1st arrived, he felt both refreshed and apprehensive about returning to Hogwarts. Platform 9 3/4 was its usual bustling chaos of students, parents, and magical creatures. The Addams family's appearance caused the expected stir. Morticia's elegant black gown and Gomez's exuberant greeting of acquaintances drew many stares. Wednesday and Pugsley had insisted on coming to see Harry off, which meant additional spectacle as Pugsley attempted to convince several first-years that the Hogwarts Express was traditionally fed a sacrifice before departure. He's joking, Harry assured a particularly terrified-looking young girl. The Express runs on coal, not human offerings. More's the pity, Wednesday commented. Sacrificial transportation would be much more reliable. Sirius joined them on the platform, maintaining a low profile but wanting to see Harry off. Though legally exonerated, he still attracted stares and whispers from those who remembered his wanted posters from the previous year. Keep your mirror handy, he told Harry quietly. I want regular updates, especially with this tournament business Dumbledore's planning. You know about that too? Harry asked. I was an Auror, remember? The Triwizard Tournament's return has been ministry gossip for months, though they've tried to keep it quiet. Harry's eyes widened. The Triwizard Tournament? Isn't that the competition that was discontinued because of the death toll? The very same, Sirius confirmed with a grim smile. Though they're implementing new safety measures this time. Supposedly. Wonderful, Harry muttered. Another year, another life-threatening situation. Look on the bright side, Sirius offered. At least this one's scheduled in advance. Aboard the Hogwarts Express, Harry found a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. As the train pulled away from the platform, the conversation inevitably turned to the events at the World Cup. Dad's been working overtime at the Ministry, Ron explained. They're trying to hush up what happened with those masked wizards. The Daily Prophet hasn't printed a word about those identity-revealing masks your parents used. Not surprising, Harry replied. The Ministry wouldn't want to admit that private citizens handled the situation more effectively than they did. But what about the Dark Mark? Hermione pressed. That's much more serious than a few wizards tormenting muggles. Dad says the Ministry's in a state over it, Ron confirmed. They haven't seen the mark for 13 years. No wonder everyone panicked. Still doesn't explain why my wand was used, Harry mused. Or who actually cast the spell. The journey continued with speculation and gossip, interrupted occasionally by visits from classmates curious about the World Cup. Draco made a brief appearance, noticeably subdued compared to his usual swagger. He made no mention of his father's possible involvement in the masked attack, and Harry didn't press the issue. As they approached Hogwarts, the weather turned stormy. Rain lashed against the windows as they disembarked at Hogsmeade Station, making the traditional journey across the lake particularly miserable for the first years. By the time they reached the castle, everyone was thoroughly soaked. The Great Hall, with its enchanted ceiling reflecting the stormy sky outside, provided welcome warmth and light. As they took their seats at their house tables, Harry noticed several unusual additions to the staff table, most notably, a grizzled man with a revolving magical eye and a wooden leg. That's Mad-Eye Moody, Ron whispered. The ex-Auror. Dad went to help him this morning, something about dustbins flying around his yard. Alastair Moody. Harry studied the scarred wizard with interest. Sirius mentioned him. Said he was the best dark wizard catcher the Ministry ever had. Half the cells in Azkaban are full because of him, Ron confirmed. Went a bit mad after the war, though. Sees dark wizards everywhere. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, followed by Dumbledore's customary start-of-term announcements. However, just as everyone expected him to declare the feast open, the headmaster continued with an unexpected proclamation. It is my painful duty to inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. Gasps and cries of protest erupted throughout the hall. Dumbledore waited for silence before explaining. This is due to an event that will be starting in October and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts, we will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. The reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. Even those like Harry who knew what the tournament entailed were caught up in the excitement. Dumbledore proceeded to explain the history of the tournament, a competition between the three largest European wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. One champion would be selected to represent each school, competing in 3 magical tasks for the glory of their institution and 1,000 galleons in prize money. However, Dumbledore added, raising his voice slightly, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be permitted to put forward their names for consideration. This announcement was met with outrage from many students, particularly Fred and George Weasley, who would turn 17 only in April of the following year. "They're not stopping me entering," Fred declared fiercely as they made their way to the Slytherin common room after the feast. "A simple aging potion should do the trick." "Unlikely," Harry commented. "Dumbledore will have considered that. Whatever boundary is used to prevent underage entrance will probably detect more than just chronological age." Spoken like a true boundary expert, Draco remarked, falling into step beside them. "Your Addams training coming in handy again, Potter Addams?" "Potentially," Harry acknowledged. "Though I have no interest in entering myself. I've had enough life-threatening situations without volunteering for more." "Wise decision," Blaise Zabini commented from behind them. The last tournament held before they discontinued it had a survival rate of exactly 1 champion out of 3. Not odds I'd care to face. Despite his proclaimed lack of interest in entering, Harry found himself fascinated by the preparations for the tournament. The arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations in late October was particularly spectacular, Beauxbatons in a gigantic powder-blue carriage pulled by enormous flying horses, and Durmstrang in a skeletal ship that emerged from the depths of the lake. The Durmstrang contingent included, to Ron's starstruck delight, Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker they had watched at the World Cup. The Beauxbatons students, meanwhile, were led by their headmistress, Madame Maxime, a woman of extraordinary height who had to duck to enter the castle doors. "She must have giant blood," Hermione whispered as they watched the Beauxbatons students file into the Great Hall. "Probably," Harry agreed. "But it would be rude to mention it. Giants face significant prejudice in Wizarding Britain." The selection of the champions was to be determined by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire, an ancient wooden cup filled with dancing blue-white flames. Students of age had 24 hours to submit their names by dropping a piece of parchment into the flames. On Halloween, the goblet would select 1 champion from each school. Dumbledore drew an age line around the goblet to prevent underage students from crossing. As Harry had predicted, Fred and George's attempt to cross it using an aging potion failed spectacularly, resulting in them sprouting identical white beards. "A simple but effective boundary enforcement," Harry remarked, examining the glowing line from a safe distance. "Age lines respond to magical signature, not physical appearance or temporary magical alterations." "You sound like you could create one yourself," Hermione observed. Harry shrugged. "Theoretically. Boundary magic is a specialty of the Addams family. Great-great-grandmother Desdemona literally wrote the book on magical boundaries and their enforcement." "And you've read this book, I suppose?" Hermione asked, looking both impressed and slightly envious. "Parts of it," Harry admitted. Some chapters are in languages I haven't learned yet, and others require blood offerings to unlock, so I've had to skip those until I'm older. Hermione's expression suggested she couldn't decide whether to be horrified or fascinated. Halloween arrived with its usual festive decorations, though Harry noted they seemed tame compared to the Addams family celebrations he was accustomed to. No animated skeletons, no carnivorous jack-o'-lanterns, not even a single ritual circle for communing with ancestral spirits. Disappointing, he commented to Draco as they entered the Great Hall for the Halloween feast and champion selection. Halloween should honor its origins as Samhain, when the veil between worlds thins. Not everyone has your comfort level with death, Potter Addams, Draco replied dryly. The Halloween feast seemed to drag on longer than usual, with everyone anxiously awaiting the selection of the champions. Finally, the plates cleared, and Dumbledore approached the goblet of fire, which now stood in front of his chair at the staff table. The goblet is almost ready to make its decision, he announced. When the champions' names are called, I would ask them to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber, where they will receive their first instructions. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore extinguished all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins, plunging the hall into semi-darkness. The goblet's blue-white flames burned more brightly than ever, almost painfully bright. Suddenly, the flames turned red and sparked dramatically. A tongue of flame shot into the air, and a charred piece of parchment fluttered out. Dumbledore caught it and read the name by the light of the flames. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum. Applause and cheers filled the hall as Krum rose from the Slytherin table, where the Durmstrang students had been sitting, and made his way to the chamber behind the staff table. The flames turned red again, producing a second piece of parchment. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. A girl with silvery blonde hair and an ethereal grace stood from the Ravenclaw table and followed Krum's path to the side chamber, accompanied by applause, though Harry noticed several of her fellow Beauxbatons students were crying with disappointment. The goblet turned red a third time, and Dumbledore caught the final piece of parchment. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers as Cedric made his way forward, grinning broadly. Harry clapped enthusiastically. Cedric was well-liked and talented, a worthy champion for Hogwarts. Excellent! Dumbledore called happily once the applause had died down. We now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real, but Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking, and it was apparent to everybody what had distracted him. The goblet of fire had turned red once more, sparks flying from it. A long flame shot suddenly into the air, and borne upon it was another piece of parchment. Automatically, Dumbledore reached out and seized the parchment. He held it out and stared at the name written upon it. There was a long pause, during which Dumbledore stared at the slip in his hands, and everyone stared at Dumbledore. Finally, Dumbledore cleared his throat and read out, Harry Potter Addams. Harry didn't move. He couldn't move. He was frozen in place, aware of every eye in the hall turning toward him. There had to be a mistake. He hadn't put his name in the goblet. He hadn't even approached the age line. Harry Potter Addams. Dumbledore called again. Harry. Up here, if you please. Go on, Draco muttered, giving him a slight push. Before they drag you up there. Harry rose mechanically and walked toward the staff table. The silence in the hall was absolute, every face turned toward him with expressions ranging from shock to suspicion to outright hostility. Well, through the door, Harry, Dumbledore directed, not smiling. As Harry entered the side chamber, where the other champions were gathered around a fireplace, he tried to order his thoughts. Something was very wrong. The goblet was supposed to select 3 champions, 1 from each school. Yet it had selected him as a 4th, breaking its own magical rules. What is it? Fleur Delacour asked when she saw him. Do they want us back in ZE Hall? Before Harry could respond, the door behind him burst open, and Ludo Bagman entered, followed by Dumbledore, Mr. Crouch, Professors McGonagall and Snape, Madame Maxime, and Professor Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster. "Extraordinary," Bagman muttered, seizing Harry by the arm. "Absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen, lady," he added, approaching the other champions, "may I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the fourth Triwizard champion?" Victor Crumb straightened up, his surly face darkening as he surveyed Harry. Cedric looked nonplussed, his expression oscillating between confusion and concern. Fleur Delacour, however, tossed her hair and smiled. "Oh, very funny joke, Mr. Bagman." "Joke?" Bagman repeated, bewildered. No, not at all. Harry's name just came out of the goblet of fire." "But evidently there has been a mistake," Fleur insisted. "E cannot compete. E is too young." "I didn't put my name in the goblet," Harry said quietly but firmly. "Someone else must have done it." "Did you ask an older student to do it for you?" Dumbledore asked calmly, his blue eyes studying Harry intently. "No," Harry replied, meeting the headmaster's gaze steadily. "I had no interest in competing." "Ah, but of course E is lying," Madame Maxime exclaimed. "He could not have crossed the age line," Professor McGonagall said sharply. "I am sure we are all agreed on that. Dumbledore must have made a mistake with ZE line," Madame Maxime suggested, shrugging her massive shoulders. "It is possible, of course," Dumbledore said politely. "Albus, you know perfectly well you did not make a mistake." Professor McGonagall snapped. "Really, what nonsense. Potter Addams could not have crossed the line himself, and as Professor Dumbledore believes that he did not persuade an older student to do it for him, I'm sure that should be good enough for everybody else." She shot a very angry look at Professor Snape, who surprisingly nodded in agreement. "Potter Addams has shown no inclination toward glory-seeking," Snape said silkily. "Quite the contrary. His unusual upbringing has given him a rather different perspective on danger and fame than most students his age." Harry was momentarily stunned by Snape's apparent support, but quickly refocused on the larger issue. "If I may," he interrupted the adult's argument, "I'd like to examine the goblet." Everyone stared at him. "Examine it?" Karkaroff repeated incredulously. "And what would a fourth-year student know about such a powerful magical object?" "I've studied boundary magic extensively," Harry replied calmly. "The goblet operates on magical boundary principles, defining who may enter, who may compete, who represents each school. If someone forced it to accept a fourth champion, they had to manipulate those boundaries." Dumbledore looked intrigued. "An interesting perspective, Harry. Perhaps worth exploring." "Ridiculous!" Karkaroff snapped. "The boy is trying to distract us from his cheating." "On the contrary," Snape interjected, "Potter Addams's expertise in boundary magic is well documented. His adoptive family specializes in such magic." "The Addams family," Madame Maxime repeated, her expression changing slightly. "The death magic practitioners." "Among other specialties," Harry confirmed, not bothering to deny it. "Boundary magic, including the boundaries between life and death, is a particular focus." An uncomfortable silence fell. The European wizarding community had different attitudes toward death magic than Britain, less fearful, more respectful of its ancient traditions. "Very well," Dumbledore decided. "Let us examine the goblet. But first, we must address the immediate question, must Harry compete?" Mr. Crouch, who had been standing in the shadows near the fire, spoke in his curt voice. "We must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the goblet of fire are bound to compete in the tournament." "Even when there's clear evidence of tampering?" Harry asked pointedly. "The binding magical contract is with the person named," Crouch replied. "Not with the circumstances of their naming. If you do not compete, the magical consequences could be severe." Harry considered this. Death magic had taught him to respect magical contracts and their consequences. Breaking such a contract could indeed have devastating effects. "Fine," he said finally. "I'll compete. But I want it on record that I did not enter myself, and I would like the opportunity to investigate how my name was entered." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "A reasonable request. Now, Barty, the instructions for our champions." As Crouch outlined the first task, scheduled for November 24th, designed to test courage in the face of the unknown, Harry found his mind racing. Someone had gone to considerable trouble to enter him in the tournament, bypassing both the age line and the goblet's inherent limitations. The question was, who, and why? Later that night, back in the Slytherin common room, Harry faced a mixed reception. Unlike the hostility he might have encountered in other houses, his fellow Slytherins were divided between those who believed he had somehow cleverly circumvented the rules, and admired him for it, and those who were skeptical of his involvement. "I don't see how you could have fooled the goblet," Draco said thoughtfully as they sat by the fire. "That's ancient, powerful magic. Not something a fourth year could trick." "I didn't," Harry confirmed. "Someone else entered my name, and somehow convinced the goblet I represented a fourth school." "A fourth school?" Blaise Zabini looked intrigued. "That's the only way it would select 4 champions, if it believed each represented a different institution." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "Which means whoever did this has a sophisticated understanding of how the goblet works. They're not just trying to embarrass me or get me glory, this was carefully planned." "But why?" Theo not asked. "What's the point of forcing you to compete?" Harry's expression darkened. "The Triwizard Tournament is dangerous. People have died competing in it. If someone wants to harm me without being directly responsible..." He let the implication hang in the air. His fellow Slytherins exchanged glances, understanding dawning on their faces. "You think someone's trying to kill you," Draco said bluntly. "Again. It wouldn't be the first time," Harry pointed out with grim humor. That night, Harry used his communication mirror to contact both Sirius and Morticia, explaining what had happened. Their reactions were predictably different but equally concerned. "This is a deliberate attempt to put you in danger," Sirius fumed. "First the World Cup, now this. Someone's planning something big." "I agree," Morticia said calmly from her side of the three-way communication. "The timing aligns with our Horcrux discoveries and the increasing signs of Voldemort's supporters becoming active again." "What should I do?" Harry asked. "Crouch says I have to compete or face severe magical consequences." "He's right about that," Morticia confirmed. "Magical contracts with objects as powerful as the Goblet of Fire cannot be broken without significant repercussions. However..." She paused thoughtfully. "This may be an opportunity rather than merely a threat." "An opportunity?" Sirius repeated incredulously. "To identify who placed Harry's name in the goblet," Morticia explained. "They will be watching his progress closely, perhaps even attempting to influence the tournament's outcome. If Harry appears vulnerable but observant, he may catch them revealing themselves." "You're suggesting I use myself as bait," Harry summarized. Morticia's lips curved in a slight smile. "In the Addams family, we often find that the best trap is the one where the prey believes the hunter is the hunted." "I don't like it," Sirius objected. "It's too dangerous." "All of Harry's encounters with Voldemort and his agents have been dangerous," Morticia pointed out. "At least this time, we have advance warning and can prepare accordingly." After further discussion, they agreed on a strategy. Harry would compete while remaining vigilant for signs of who might have entered him. Sirius would use his contacts at the Ministry to investigate the tournament's security arrangements, and Morticia would provide Harry with additional training in protective magic through letters and the occasional covert visit to Hogsmeade. "And Harry," Morticia added before ending the call, "do remember to practice your death sensing. If Voldemort or his agents are behind this, traces of their death magic may be detectable." The weeks leading up to the first task were challenging. Though Slytherin House mostly supported Harry, the rest of the school was divided. Many believed he had somehow cheated to enter, stealing glory from Cedric, Hogwarts' real champion. He found himself isolated in classes and in the corridors, with students from other houses wearing badges that flashed, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion," and "Potter stinks," alternately. Even Ron had grown distant, apparently believing Harry had found yet another way to gain fame and attention. Only Hermione seemed completely convinced of his innocence. "Of course you didn't enter yourself," she said firmly when they met in the library to research potential first tasks. "Anyone who knows you understands you've had enough life-threatening situations without volunteering for more." "Try telling that to the rest of the school," Harry replied glumly, gesturing to a group of Hufflepuffs who were glaring at him from across the room. "They'll come around," Hermione assured him. "Especially once they see what you're facing. The first task is traditionally the most dangerous." "Comforting," Harry remarked dryly. His investigation into who might have entered his name had yielded few results. The goblet had been returned to the Ministry immediately after the selection, preventing him from examining it as he'd hoped. His careful observation of the staff had revealed nothing suspicious, though he maintained a particular watch on Moody, whose magical eye seemed to follow Harry more than seemed necessary. 2 weeks before the first task, Harry received a cryptic note from Hagrid, asking him to meet at his cabin at midnight under his invisibility cloak. Curious and hopeful that Hagrid might have information, Harry complied. To his surprise, Hagrid led him to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Madame Maxime was already waiting. Hidden under his cloak, Harry followed them deeper into the trees until they reached a clearing where an extraordinary sight awaited them, for fully grown, enormous dragons were thrashing against heavy restraints as wizards attempted to control them. "Dragons?" Harry whispered to himself. "That's the first task." Charlie Weasley, who was among the dragon handlers, confirmed Harry's suspicion when he approached Hagrid. The champions would have to get past the dragons somehow, though Charlie didn't specify exactly what they would need to retrieve. Harry returned to the castle with his mind racing. Dragons were among the most dangerous magical creatures, resistant to most spells due to their tough hides and inherent magical properties. How was he supposed to get past one? His first instinct was to share the information with the other champions. Though they were competitors, the idea of facing anyone, even Crumb, going up against a dragon unprepared was unconscionable. He managed to warn Cedric the next day between classes, and assumed Fleur already knew, given Madame Maxime's presence at Hagrid's midnight excursion. Crumb was harder to approach, but Harry eventually found him in the library and conveyed the warning in a whisper. With the nature of the task confirmed, Harry focused on developing a strategy. Flying seemed the most obvious approach, given his skills as a seeker, but he couldn't bring his broom to the task. He would need to summon it, which meant mastering the summoning charm, a spell he had been struggling with in Charms class. Hermione helped him practice relentlessly in empty classrooms. By the night before the task, he could reliably summon objects from across the castle. "That's Plan A," Harry told Hermione as they concluded their final practice session. "But I need a backup in case something goes wrong with the summoning." "What did you have in mind?" Hermione asked curiously. Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. "Something Morticia taught me. A form of communication magic that works with creatures connected to death." "Dragons are connected to death?" Hermione looked skeptical. "All predators are, to some degree," Harry explained. "They deal in death as part of their nature. Dragons especially are creatures of ancient magic, with natural connections to elemental forces. If I can establish communication, not control, but mutual respect, it might give me an alternative." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between skepticism and her trust in Harry's unusual magical education. "Just, be careful," she finally said. "Dragons are classified XXXXX for a reason. They're not like the basilisk, which was at least intelligent enough to communicate with." "Dragons are intelligent too," Harry countered. "Different kind of intelligence, but real nonetheless. Morticia's research suggests they understand concepts of territory, dominance, and respect, if approached properly. The morning of the first task dawned bright and cold. Harry felt surprisingly calm as he made his way to the champion's tent at the edge of the forbidden forest. Years of Addams' family training in facing death without fear had prepared him for this moment better than any traditional wizarding education could have. Inside the tent, the other champions looked significantly more nervous. Cedric was pacing back and forth, Fleur sat in a corner looking pale, and even Crumb seemed more surly than usual. Ludo Bagman, wearing his old Quidditch robes, bounced into the tent with childlike excitement. "Well, now we're all here, time to fill you in," he said brightly. "When the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag." He held up a small sack of purple silk, from which you will each select a small model of the thing you are about to face. There are different varieties, you see. And your task is to collect the golden egg. Harry's suspicions were confirmed minutes later when each champion drew a miniature dragon from the bag. He ended up with the Hungarian Horntail, widely considered the most dangerous of the four. It would be the last dragon he faced, giving him time to observe the other's strategies, but also meaning he would contend with the most formidable beast. As Harry waited for his turn, listening to the crowd's reactions to each champion's performance, he focused on centering himself. He ran through the death magic meditation Morticia had taught him, acknowledging fear without being controlled by it, recognizing death as a natural force rather than an enemy. Finally, his name was called. He walked into the arena to face scattered applause mixed with boos and jeers. The Hungarian Horntail crouched at the other end of the rocky enclosure, its yellow eyes fixed on him, protecting a clutch of eggs that included the golden one he needed to retrieve. Harry raised his wand. "Accio Firebolt," he shouted. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then he heard it, the sound of his broom speeding through the air toward him. The crowd gasped as the firebolt appeared over the forest, soared toward the arena, and stopped midair beside him, waiting for him to mount. He swung his leg over the broom and kicked off. The familiar sensation of flight cleared his mind instantly. This was where he belonged, where he excelled. The dragon watched him cautiously as he began to circle above it. Harry's first approach was a feint, diving toward the eggs before pulling up sharply as the Horntail released a jet of fire in his direction. The crowd screamed, but Harry had already accelerated out of range, the heat merely warming his back. He repeated the maneuver several times, gradually drawing the dragon away from its nest. The Horntail, growing increasingly frustrated, finally launched itself into the air, its enormous wings creating powerful downdrafts that buffeted Harry's broom. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. The dragon was now fully engaged, seeing him as a territorial challenger rather than merely a threat to its eggs. With the Horntail airborne, Harry shifted to his backup plan. Instead of continuing to evade, he brought his broom to a hover, facing the dragon directly. The crowd fell silent, clearly thinking he had frozen in fear. But Harry was implementing the ritual communication Morticia had described, a form of death magic used by ancient dragon tamers. He extended his magical senses toward the Horntail, feeling for the creature's inherent connection to death and fire. Dragons lived extraordinarily long lives, their consciousness shaped by centuries of existence. They understood power, territory, and respect. "I challenge not your dominion, Ancient One," Harry hissed in Parseltongue, knowing the dragon wouldn't understand the words but would sense the magical intent behind them. "I seek only the false egg in your nest, the one not of your making." The Horntail paused, hovering with powerful beats of its wings. Its yellow eyes fixed on Harry with newfound interest, sensing the unusual magic he was channeling. Harry maintained eye contact, something ordinarily dangerous with predators but essential for this form of communication. He pushed his intent through the tenuous magical connection, respect for the dragon's power, acknowledgement of its territory, but firm insistence on his right to claim the golden egg. For several breathless seconds, nothing happened. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd and the dragon handlers stationed around the arena, the Horntail gave a snort that released a small jet of flame, followed by a slight incline of its massive horned head. Not submission, but acknowledgement. Harry seized the opportunity, diving toward the nest while the dragon maintained its position in the air. He snatched the golden egg and pulled up sharply, completing the task in record time. The crowd's reaction was delayed, as if they couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. Then thunderous applause erupted as Harry circled the arena once before landing near the judges' table. Remarkable! Bagman was shouting. The youngest champion completes the task with an unprecedented approach. Did you see that communication with the dragon? Extraordinary! The dragon handlers rushed forward to secure the horntail, looking at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to suspicion. Charlie Weasley reached him first. "What was that?" he demanded. "How did you get it to acknowledge you?" Dragon tamers train for decades to establish that kind of connection. "Family secret," Harry replied with a small smile. The Addams' approach to dangerous creatures. His scores from the judges were impressively high. Even Karkaroff, who had been openly hostile toward Harry since his selection, gave him an 8, unable to deny the effectiveness of his performance. The combined scores put him tied for first place with Crumb. As Harry left the arena, clutching the golden egg, he was mobbed by well-wishers, including Ron, who had finally accepted that Harry hadn't entered himself in the tournament. "I reckon someone's trying to do you in, mate," Ron admitted awkwardly. Nobody in their right mind would face that dragon voluntarily. "Apology accepted," Harry said, clapping him on the shoulder. More surprising was the reaction from Moody, who pulled Harry aside as the crowd dispersed. "That was no ordinary magic, Potter Addams," the ex-Auror growled, his magical eye swiveling to ensure they weren't overheard. "Death magic. Communication magic. Old stuff. Dark, some would say." "Not dark," Harry corrected calmly. "Just uncommon in modern wizarding Britain." Moody studied him intently. "Your Addams' upbringing shows. Not many would think to approach a dragon that way." "It seemed more sensible than trying to outfly it indefinitely," Harry replied. "Dragons understand respect." Moody agreed, his voice unusually thoughtful. "That they do. You continue to surprise, Potter Addams. I wonder what other, unusual approaches you might bring to the tournament." As Moody limped away, Harry felt a strange sensation, a prickling awareness in his magical senses that Morticia had trained him to recognize. Death magic left traces, and for a brief moment, he'd sensed something off about Moody's magical signature, a dissonance, as if two different signatures were overlaid. Harry filed the observation away for further investigation. If someone at Hogwarts had entered his name in the goblet, Moody, with his constant vigilance and magicula, would be either a likely suspect or someone who might have noticed the true culprit. The weeks following the first task brought a new challenge, the Yule Ball, traditionally held during the Triwizard Tournament as a way for the host school to socialize with their international guests. As a champion, Harry was expected not only to attend but to open the dancing with his fellow champions. "I need a dance partner," he groaned to Draco during potions class. "And I barely know how to dance." "Don't look at me," Draco smirked. "I've already asked Pansy." "I wasn't asking you," Harry retorted. "Just lamenting my situation." "Your adoptive parents didn't teach you to dance?" Draco asked, looking surprised. "I thought old families like the Addamses would insist on traditional accomplishments." "Oh, they taught me," Harry clarified. "But Addams family dancing isn't exactly conventional. Morticia and Gomez do this passionate tango that would probably get me expelled if I attempted it at a school function." "Ah," Draco said, looking both amused and slightly uncomfortable. "Perhaps stick to a standard waltz, then." Eventually, Harry asked Daphne Greengrass, a fellow Slytherin known for her grace and poise. She accepted with a cool smile that revealed nothing about her feelings on the matter. "I should warn you," Harry told her, "my dancing lessons have been somewhat eclectic." "I've heard stories about your family," Daphne replied. "I'll lead if necessary." The night of the Yule Ball transformed Hogwarts. The Great Hall became an ice palace, with walls covered in sparkling frost and garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry ceiling. The house tables had been replaced by smaller, lantern-lit ones, creating a more intimate atmosphere. Harry, dressed in formal black robes that Morticia had sent specifically for the occasion, along with a silver pendant of protection that he wore beneath his clothes, waited for Daphne at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. She appeared in elegant robes of silver that complemented her blonde hair and pale complexion. "You clean up well, Potter Addams," she observed coolly. "You look stunning," he replied honestly. "Thank you for agreeing to this." "A strategic decision," she said with a small smile. "Being seen with the fourth champion who tamed a dragon has certain social advantages." "At least you're honest about it," Harry laughed. "Shall we face the music?" "Literally." The champions and their partners processed into the great hall after the rest of the students were seated. Harry noticed with amusement that Cedric had brought Cho Chang, a Ravenclaw he'd admired from afar for some time. Crumb's partner was Hermione, looking almost unrecognizable in periwinkle blue robes with her hair sleek and shiny. Fleur was accompanied by Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, who seemed unable to take his eyes off her. The opening dance went better than Harry had feared. Daphne was indeed an excellent dancer, and Harry managed to avoid stepping on her feet or incorporating any of the more dramatic moves Gomez had taught him. The key to the Addams waltz, my boy, is to make your partner fear for her life while simultaneously sweeping her off her feet. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself surprisingly enjoying the ball. Daphne introduced him to her circle of friends, mostly Slytherins but including a few Ravenclaws who were refreshingly neutral about his champion status. They discussed classes, the tournament, and the visiting students with equal interest. During a break in the dancing, Harry found himself at the punch bowl next to Cedric. "That was impressive work with the dragon," Cedric said, filling 2 cups. "I've never seen anything like it." "Thanks," Harry replied. "Your transfiguration approach was clever too." Cedric grinned. "Not as elegant as yours, but it did the job." "Have you figured out the egg yet?" Harry shook his head. "Every time I open it, it just wails." "You?" "Not yet," Cedric admitted. "But I owe you for the dragon tip, so here's one in return. Take a bath with the egg." Harry stared at him. "I'm sorry." "Seriously," Cedric insisted, lowering his voice. "Take the egg to the prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor. Passwords, Pine Fresh. Just, trust me." Before Harry could question him further, Cedric was called away by Cho. Harry filed the strange advice away for later consideration. As midnight approached, Harry stepped outside for fresh air in the rose garden that had been conjured for the occasion. The pathways were illuminated by fairy lights, with ornamental statues placed at intervals. He found a secluded bench and sat down, enjoying the momentary solitude. His peaceful moment was interrupted by the sound of approaching voices, Professors Snape and Karkaroff, apparently on patrol duty. "It's happening again," like before, Karkaroff was saying urgently. "You can't deny it." "I can deny whatever I wish," Snape replied coldly. "Now leave me alone." "But we need to discuss," I said, "leave me." Harry remained still as they passed, Karkaroff looking nervous and Snape irritated. Their conversation was cryptic but concerning. What was happening again? And why was Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, discussing it so urgently with Snape? Before he could ponder this further, he sensed another presence nearby, that same discordant magical signature he'd noticed from Moody after the first task. Harry extended his death magic senses, trying to pinpoint the source. There, behind a large ornamental bush. Someone was watching him, someone whose magical aura felt wrong, layered, as if one signature was masking another. Harry rose casually and began walking back toward the castle, but took an unexpected turn down a different path, hoping to circle around and catch a glimpse of the observer. He was nearly successful. As he rounded a large statue, he caught sight of a figure limping away, Moody, apparently. But for a brief moment, Harry's enhanced perception detected something impossible, two distinct magical signatures occupying the same physical space. One belonged to Moody, but the other was unfamiliar yet somehow reminiscent of the diary Horcrux he'd destroyed in the Chamber of Secrets. A disguise? Polyjuice Potion could change appearances but not magical signatures, at least, not to someone trained in death magic perception. Harry had sensed the dissonance before but hadn't been able to identify it clearly until now. Someone was impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. Harry retreated to the hall, mind racing. This discovery required careful handling. If someone was indeed using Polyjuice to pose as Moody, they must have access to the real Moody somewhere. And if they had gone to such lengths, they must be behind his entry into the tournament. He needed to inform Dumbledore, but discreetly. The fake Moody's magical eye gave him extraordinary surveillance capabilities, making private conversations difficult to ensure. The opportunity came the next morning, when Harry visited the hospital wing for a minor cut sustained while opening his Christmas presents, a cursed letter opener from Wednesday that insisted on tasting blood before functioning properly. Dumbledore happened to be visiting Madame Pomfrey, discussing supplies for the second task. As the headmaster turned to leave, Harry seized his chance. "Professor, could I have a brief word? It's about a rather unusual magical perception I experienced last night." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with interest. "Certainly, Harry. Perhaps we could walk together." Once they were in an empty corridor, Harry cast a quick glance around before speaking in a low voice. "I believe someone is impersonating Professor Moody using Polyjuice Potion." Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but his eyes sharpened. "That is a serious accusation. What evidence leads you to this conclusion?" "Death magic perception," Harry explained. "Morticia trained me to sense magical signatures, especially those related to life and death boundaries. Polyjuice causes a distinct dissonance, two signatures occupying the same physical space. I've sensed it from Moody several times, most clearly last night." "Most interesting," Dumbledore murmured. "Few wizards can perceive such subtle magical distinctions. This training from your adoptive mother continues to prove valuable in unexpected ways." "You believe me?" Harry asked, slightly surprised by Dumbledore's ready acceptance. "I have had concerns about Alastor's behavior," Dumbledore admitted. "Small inconsistencies that might be attributed to his famous paranoia, but taken together with your observation." He nodded decisively. "This requires investigation, but with extreme caution. If someone has indeed overcome Alastor Moody, one of the most accomplished aurors in history, they are extraordinarily dangerous." "Do you think they're connected to my name being entered in the goblet?" Harry asked. "Almost certainly," Dumbledore confirmed. "The question is, to what end? The most obvious answer would be to harm you during one of the tasks, but there may be more complex motives at work." "Voldemort," Harry suggested quietly. "This feels like his style, working through a proxy, setting up an elaborate trap." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed grimly. "I would ask you to continue as normal, Harry. Do not give any indication that you suspect Moody. I will set certain measures in motion to confirm your suspicions and, if necessary, intervene." "And the second task?" Harry asked. "It's approaching quickly. Proceed with your preparations," Dumbledore advised. "Cedric's hint about the egg is worth pursuing, I believe. Whatever plot may be unfolding, you must still navigate the tournament successfully." Following Cedric's strange advice, Harry took the golden egg to the prefect's bathroom the next night under his invisibility cloak. The luxurious bathroom, with its swimming pool-sized tub and numerous jeweled taps, was empty when he arrived. He filled the tub with water and various bubbles from the ornamental taps, then climbed in with the egg. Taking a deep breath, he opened the egg underwater and submerged his head to listen. Instead of the wailing he had heard before, a chorus of eerie voices sang, "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Mere people in the lake. They would take something valuable from him, and he would have an hour to retrieve it underwater. This presented an immediate challenge. Harry couldn't swim very well, and certainly couldn't breathe underwater for an hour. He needed a solution quickly. He spent the next 2 weeks researching options. Hermione suggested the bubblehead charm, but it was advanced magic, and failures underwater could be fatal. Ron mentioned transfiguration into a water creature, which seemed even more complex and risky. Harry decided to consult Morticia through their communication mirror. Her solution was characteristically Addams-like. Gillyweed, she suggested. A Mediterranean plant that temporarily gives one fish-like qualities, gills, webbed hands and feet. Effective, reliable, and with the added benefit of being considered slightly dark by conventional wizarding standards due to its permanently transformative effects if overused. Where would I get some? Harry asked. It's not in the student potions cupboard. I've already dispatched Thing with a package, Morticia assured him. He should reach you tomorrow via the secret passage behind the one-eyed witch statue. Sure enough, the next day Harry found Thing waiting in the passage, holding a waterproof pouch containing the slimy, grayish-green plant. Thing gave him a thumbs up before disappearing back down the tunnel, presumably returning to the Addams mansion. With his underwater breathing solution secured, Harry turned his attention to the other aspect of the task, whatever the mere people would take from him. The clue mentioned, what you'll sorely miss, which could be a possession or, more worryingly, a person. They wouldn't actually keep people underwater for more than an hour, would they? Ron asked anxiously when Harry shared this theory. No, Hermione assured them. Dumbledore would never allow anyone to be harmed. The won't come back part must be just to add pressure. Still, Harry mused, I should prepare for the possibility of rescuing someone, not just retrieving an object. The morning of the second task dawned cold but bright. The lake glittered in the February sunlight as students and spectators gathered along the shore. Harry noticed immediately that both Ron and Hermione were missing from the crowd, confirming his suspicion that hostages would be involved. The champions lined up along the shore. Ludo Bagman explained the task to the crowd. Each champion had precisely 1 hour to recover what had been taken from them. At the whistle, they would begin. Harry had the gillyweed ready in his hand. As the whistle blew, he stuffed it into his mouth, wading into the icy water as he chewed the slimy substance. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, it felt as if invisible pillows were being pressed over his mouth and nose. He tried to draw breath but felt a sharp pain on either side of his neck. He had grown gills. Without hesitation, Harry dived into the lake. The sensation was extraordinary. The water no longer felt icy, but pleasantly cool, and he could see clearly despite the darkness. His hands and feet had become webbed, propelling him through the water with fish-like speed. He swam deeper into the lake, encountering various aquatic creatures along the way, Grindylows that he repelled with a well-placed revulsion jinx, and a giant squid that observed him curiously before retreating into deeper waters. Following the sound of eerie singing, Harry eventually found the merpeople's village, a cluster of crude stone dwellings encrusted with algae. In the village square, a choir of merpeople sang in front of a massive stone statue. Tied to the statue's tail were 4 people, Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and a small silver-haired girl who resembled Fleur, likely her sister. Harry approached cautiously. The merpeople watched him with yellow eyes but made no move to stop him as he examined the hostages. All 4 appeared to be in an enchanted sleep, small bubbles issuing from their mouths. A quick glance showed no sign of the other champions. Harry drew his wand and sliced through the weed ropes binding Ron, his designated hostage. He was about to leave when he hesitated, looking back at the others, particularly Fleur's sister, who looked no more than 8 years old. What if Fleur didn't make it? The song had implied serious consequences for failure. As he debated what to do, Cedric arrived, his head enclosed in a bubble of air. He quickly freed Cho, gave Harry a thumbs up, and began to ascend with her in tow. Minutes later, Crumb appeared, his head partially transfigured into a shark's. He bit through Hermione's ropes and swam away with her. But there was still no sign of Fleur, and Harry's time was running out. He could feel the gillyweed's effects beginning to fade. Making a split-second decision, he pointed his wand at the little girl's bindings. "Only take your own hostage," a merman warned, seizing Harry's arm. "The others are not your concern." "She's just a child," Harry protested. "I'm not leaving her here." The merman's grip tightened. "Those are the rules." Harry felt a surge of frustration. Rules or not, leaving a child at the bottom of a lake seemed unconscionable. Drawing on his Addams training in magical intimidation, he let his eyes unfocus slightly and channeled a small amount of death magic, just enough to create the unsettling aura that Morticia could summon at will. "I suggest you reconsider," Harry said quietly, his voice carrying an otherworldly quality that worked even underwater. "The boundary between life and death is particularly thin in places like this, where water meets air and light fades to darkness." The merman's yellow eyes widened, and he released Harry's arm as if burned. The other mere-people backed away slightly, hissing among themselves. "Death Speaker," one whispered. "He walks with the shadows." Harry didn't waste the opportunity. He quickly cut Fleur's sister free, grabbed both her and Ron by their robes, and began to swim upward. The extra weight made progress difficult, especially as the gillyweed's effects continued to diminish. His gills were shrinking, making each breath more labored. Just as he thought he might not make it, he felt a surge of magic from below. The mere-people were helping, pushing the three of them upward with powerful thrusts of their silver tails. The unexpected assistance propelled them to the surface just as Harry's gills disappeared completely. They broke the surface to tremendous applause from the crowd. Ron and Fleur's sister woke immediately, sputtering and confused. Harry guided them toward the shore, where Fleur waited, looking distraught until she spotted her sister. "Gabrielle," she cried, wading into the water to help them. "You saved her. You saved my sister." As they reached the shore, Madame Pomfrey descended upon them with thick blankets and pepper-up potion. Fleur, despite being covered in cuts from what she described as "ze grindylows," couldn't stop thanking Harry. "You saved her even though she was not your hostage," she said, kissing him on both cheeks. "I will never forget this." The judges conferred for several minutes before announcing the scores. Despite returning outside the time limit, Harry was awarded high marks for moral fiber in rescuing both Ron and Gabrielle. Karkaroff, predictably, gave him a lower score, but the combined total placed him tied with Cedric for first place overall. As the crowd began dispersing, Harry found himself face to face with the fake Moody. "Interesting performance, Potter Addams," the imposter growled, his magical eye swiveling to ensure they weren't overheard. "That was some unusual magic you used on the mere-people. Not standard Hogwarts curriculum." "Addams' family specialties come in handy sometimes," Harry replied neutrally, studying the man carefully. Now that he was looking for it, the dissonance in the magical signature was unmistakable, like two instruments playing similar but not identical tunes. "Indeed," fake Moody said thoughtfully. "You continue to surprise. Most champions would have left the little girl." "That's not my way," Harry said simply. "No," the imposter agreed, his good eye fixed intently on Harry. "No, it isn't. You have principles. Unexpected ones, perhaps, given your unusual upbringing, but principles nonetheless." He gave a short, barking laugh. "Fascinating." As the fake Moody limped away, Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with his recent immersion in the lake. Whoever was impersonating Moody had placed him in the tournament for a reason, and that reason would likely become clear during the final task. He needed to be prepared. The months leading up to the third task were filled with intensive preparation. Harry divided his time between regular classes, tournament research, and discreet observation of the fake Moody, whom Dumbledore had confirmed was indeed an impostor through careful magical surveillance. "We must proceed with extreme caution," the headmaster had advised during one of their covert meetings. If we move against him prematurely, we risk losing the opportunity to understand the full scope of the plot. You're using me as bait, Harry observed, not accusingly but matter-of-factly. I regret the necessity, Dumbledore admitted. But you yourself have pointed out that this appears to be leading towards some culmination during the final task. If we are to prevent Voldemort's plans, whatever they may be, we need to understand them fully. Harry agreed with the strategy, though Sirius was furious when informed. You're deliberately keeping him in danger, his godfather had raged through the communication mirror. After everything Harry's been through? It's my choice, Sirius, Harry reminded him. And I'm not going in unprepared. Morticia has been sending additional protective materials, and I've been practicing constantly. Indeed, Morticia's packages had become frequent and increasingly specialized, protective amulets, potions for quick healing, even a small bone knife enchanted with ancient protective spells. For emergencies only, her note had explained. The blade remembers those it cuts and can find them across any distance. In late May, the champions were informed that the third task would take place on June 24th. They were taken to the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into a massive hedge maze. The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the center of the maze, Bagman explained cheerfully. The first champion to touch it will receive full marks. That sounds straightforward, Cedric commented. Almost too straightforward. Ah, but the maze contains obstacles, Bagman continued, his excitement palpable. Hagrid is providing a number of creatures, and there will be spells to break, and so forth. Should be quite the challenge. As they walked back to the castle, Harry pondered this information. A maze meant they would be separated, isolated from help, perfect conditions for whatever the fake Moody had planned. You seem troubled, Fleur observed as they walked. Are you worried about the task? Not about the task itself, Harry admitted. More about what might be waiting at the center. Fleur studied him curiously. You think there is more to this than a simple competition? I think someone went to a lot of trouble to ensure I participate, Harry said carefully. And they're unlikely to have done so simply to watch me navigate a maze. The night before the final task, Harry received a surprising visitor in the Slytherin common room, Professor Snape, who rarely made appearances outside of class hours. Potter Addams, Snape said quietly. A word in private. They moved to a secluded corner, and Snape cast a subtle privacy charm before speaking again. The headmaster has informed me of your observations regarding Professor Moody, he began. I find myself in the unusual position of offering you assistance. Sir. Harry was genuinely surprised. While Snape had been marginally more civil since Harry's sorting into Slytherin, they could hardly be considered allies. I have prepared this, Snape continued, pressing a small vial of silvery potion into Harry's hand. A specialized antidote effective against most transportation enchantments. If someone has tampered with the Triwizard Cup, which seems likely, this may disrupt their plans. Harry stared at the vial, then back at Snape. Thank you, Professor. But why? Do not mistake this for sentiment, Snape interrupted sharply. I have my own reasons for wanting the Dark Lord's plans thwarted. His expression softened fractionally. And whatever my feelings about James Potter, I made a promise regarding his son's safety. To who? Harry couldn't help asking. Snape's eyes darkened with old pain. To someone who matters a great deal more than you could understand. With that cryptic statement, he turned and left the common room, his robes billowing behind him. The morning of the third task dawned bright and clear. Harry woke early, mentally reviewing his preparations. Besides his wand, he carried several items hidden in his robes, Morticia's bone knife, strapped to his ankle, Snape's antidote vial in an inner pocket, and a small mirror for communicating with Sirius and Morticia, though he doubted it would work within the magically dense environment of the maze. At breakfast, he was surprised to find Morticia and Gomez seated at the staff table, chatting amicably with Dumbledore. Mother! Father, he exclaimed, approaching them. I didn't know you were coming. We wouldn't miss your final task, darling," Morticia said, rising to embrace him. Champions' families were invited to watch. Besides, Gomez added enthusiastically, "we've never seen a proper magical maze before. Great-uncle Forsyth tried to grow one once, but it developed carnivorous tendencies and had to be burned down after it consumed the postman." "Typical Addamses," commented a cold voice behind them. Harry turned to see Lucius Malfoy standing with his wife, Narcissa. Always one anecdote away from a ministry investigation. "Lucius!" Gomez exclaimed, apparently missing or ignoring the insult. "Splendid to see you again." And Narcissa, looking as hauntingly beautiful as ever. Narcissa's cool expression warmed slightly at the compliment. "Thank you, Mr. Addams. We're here to support the Hogwarts champions, of course." "Both of them?" Harry asked, unable to resist. Lucius's lips thinned. "Diggory represents Hogwarts officially, but Draco speaks highly of your unusual approach to the tournament so far." "What Lucius means," Narcissa interjected smoothly, "is that we're impressed by your performance, particularly with the dragon. Few wizards could establish communication with such a dangerous creature." "Death magic has its advantages," Morticia commented. "Harry has an affinity for it that surpasses even my expectations." The Malfoys exchanged glances, clearly unsure whether to be impressed or disturbed by this proud reference to magic most wizarding families avoided discussing. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was tense with anticipation as the champions finished their breakfast and prepared for the final task. Dumbledore approached their table, his blue eyes serious behind his half-moon spectacles. "Champions, it is time. If you would proceed to the Quidditch pitch, Mr. Bagman will explain the final instructions." As they walked toward the maze, now towering 20 feet high around the former Quidditch pitch, Harry felt Morticia slip something into his hand, a small silver pendant shaped like a raven's claw. "For protection," she whispered. "It will warn you of nearby death magic. Not prevent it, but give you time to react." "Thank you," Harry murmured, quickly securing the pendant around his neck beneath his robes. The stands surrounding the maze were packed with spectators. Bagman's magically amplified voice announced the current standings: Harry and Cedric tied for first place, followed by Crumb and then Fleur. They would enter the maze in order of their points, with Harry and Cedric going first. "On my whistle," Bagman instructed. 3, 2, 1, the whistle blew, and Harry and Cedric sprinted into the maze through separate entrances. The cheering crowd was immediately muffled as Harry passed between the towering hedges. He lit his wand with a quick "lumos" and proceeded cautiously, marking his path with a subtle spell Morticia had taught him, a faint glowing trail visible only to his eyes. The maze was eerily quiet save for the rustling of the hedge walls. Harry encountered his first obstacle quickly, a boggart disguised as a Dementor, which he dispatched with a well-practiced, ridiculous spell. More challenges followed, a golden mist that turned the world upside down, requiring him to step forward on faith to break the enchantment, a blast-ended scrut, now enormous, that he narrowly evaded using a clever distraction charm, and various magical barriers requiring counterspells. About 15 minutes into the maze, Harry heard a scream, Fleur, by the sound of it. He hesitated, torn between continuing toward his goal and trying to help. Before he could decide, red sparks shot into the air from somewhere to his right. The staff would retrieve her. He pressed on, using the 4-point spell to maintain his orientation toward the center of the maze. The pendant Morticia had given him remained cool against his skin, suggesting no immediate death magic threat. Then he heard another disturbance, shouting that sounded like Cedric, followed by Crumb's voice casting what sounded like the Cruciatus curse. Harry sprinted toward the sounds, rounding a corner to find Cedric on the ground, twitching in pain, while Crumb stood over him, wand extended, his eyes strangely blank. "Stupefy!" Harry shouted, hitting Crumb squarely in the back. The Bulgarian champion collapsed unconscious. "Thanks," Cedric gasped, struggling to his feet. He just attacked, never saw it coming. His eyes looked weird, though. Don't think he was himself. Imperious curse, maybe, Harry suggested, helping Cedric steady himself. Someone's interfering with the task. Should we send up sparks for Krum? Cedric asked. Harry nodded, and Cedric shot red sparks into the air above Krum's prone form. As they continued, now moving in the same direction by unspoken agreement, Harry felt increasing unease. If Krum had been imperious, someone was actively manipulating the tournament from within the maze, or controlling it from outside. They reached a fork in the path. Left or right? Cedric asked. Harry was about to suggest they split up when his pendant suddenly grew warm against his skin. Death magic. Nearby. Neither, he said quietly. Something's wrong. My detection charm is warning of death magic. Cedric looked alarmed. Death magic? In the maze? It could be one of the obstacles, Harry conceded. But after what happened to Krum, I'm suspicious. He made a quick decision. I think we should proceed together. Safety in numbers. Cedric nodded grimly. Agreed. Left path looks more direct toward the center. They took the left fork, moving cautiously, wands ready. The hedge walls seemed to close in tighter, and the air grew still. Harry's pendant continued to warm against his skin, not hot enough to suggest immediate danger but definitely indicating the presence of death magic. Then, rounding another corner, they saw it, the Triwizard Cup, glowing on a plinth in the center of a small clearing. The silvery blue light it emitted was beautiful, almost hypnotic. Together? Cedric suggested, glancing at Harry. It's still a Hogwarts victory either way. Harry was about to agree when his pendant suddenly turned burning hot against his skin. At the same moment, his scar flared with pain, and he sensed something he hadn't felt since the Chamber of Secrets, the distinct magical signature of a Horcrux. Wait, he shouted as Cedric started forward. Don't touch it. The cup is enchanted, death magic, powerful. Cedric froze, looking back at Harry in confusion. What do you mean? It's just a port key to take the winner back to the entrance. No, Harry insisted, his scar still pulsing. It's been tampered with. That's not the original enchantment. He thought quickly. Remember the antidote Snape gave me? We should use it before touching the cup. Snape gave you something? Cedric looked dubious. How do you know his potion isn't the trap? It was a fair question, but Harry's instincts told him Snape was being truthful. I trust him in this. But we need to decide quickly, whoever enchanted the cup might realize we've discovered the tampering. Cedric hesitated, then nodded. All right. What do we do? Harry removed the vial of Snape's silvery potion. We each take half. It should disrupt any transportation magic enough to give us control over the destination. They each swallowed a portion of the potion, which tasted strangely like mint and iron. Harry felt a tingling sensation spread through his body, followed by a momentary clarity of perception. He could see the magic surrounding the cup now, including the foreign enchantment layered over the original spellwork. On 3, Harry said, positioning himself beside the cup with Cedric. 1, 2, 3. They grasped the handles simultaneously. Immediately, Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel as the portkey activated. The maze disappeared in a whirl of color and sound, but instead of the clean transportation of a normal portkey, this felt turbulent, contested. The antidote was fighting the enchantment, creating a struggle between the original destination and the tamperer's intended location. They slammed into solid ground, the impact knocking the wind from Harry's lungs. As he gasped for air, he quickly assessed their surroundings. They were definitely not at the entrance to the maze, nor were they at Hogwarts at all. They had landed in what appeared to be a graveyard, dark, overgrown, and dominated by a large marble headstone. Where are we? Cedric asked, scrambling to his feet, wand at the ready. I don't know, Harry replied, his pendant now painfully hot against his skin. But we need to get back to the cup. It's still a portkey, it should take us back. Before they could move, a figure emerged from the shadows between the graves, a short, cloaked man carrying what looked like a bundle of robes. Harry's scar exploded with pain as the figure approached, and he recognized the magical signature instantly. Wormtail, he spat, raising his wand. Peter Pettigrew. Cedric looked confused but followed Harry's lead, pointing his wand at the approaching figure. What's going on? Who is that? Kill the spare, came a high, cold voice from the bundle in Pettigrew's arms. Avada Kedavra. Pettigrew shouted, his wand aimed at Cedric. Several things happened simultaneously. Harry, his reflexes honed by years of Gomez's fencing training, shoved Cedric sideways while diving in the opposite direction. The killing curse shot between them, hitting a headstone which exploded in a shower of marble. The pendant Morticia had given Harry grew so hot it burned through his robes, falling to the ground where it shattered in a flash of silver light. Run! Harry shouted to Cedric. Get to the cup. Cedric scrambled toward the Triwizard Cup, which had fallen several yards away. Pettigrew fired another curse, missing Cedric but hitting the cup, which disintegrated in a shower of blue sparks. No escape, the cold voice said with satisfaction. Bind them both, Wormtail. The spare may be useful. Thick ropes shot from Pettigrew's wand, wrapping around Harry before he could dodge. Similar bonds ensnared Cedric, who had nearly reached the spot where the cup had been. They were dragged to a large marble headstone, the grave of Tom Riddle, Harry noted with grim understanding. This was Voldemort's father's grave, and the thing in the bundle could only be Voldemort himself, in some diminished form. Now, Wormtail, the high voice commanded. Begin the ritual. Pettigrew dragged a large stone cauldron before the headstone where Harry and Cedric were bound. He lit a fire beneath it with his wand, and the liquid within heated quickly, sending diamond sparks in all directions. It is ready, Master, Pettigrew said nervously. Now, the cold voice responded. Pettigrew unwrapped the bundle of robes, revealing a creature that made both Harry and Cedric gasp in horror. It was child-sized but hairless, with raw, reddish-black skin. Its face was flat and snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. It was emaciated, barely human, yet unmistakably Voldemort. Pettigrew lifted the grotesque form and placed it in the cauldron. Then he began the ritual, raising his wand toward the grave. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The grave beneath Harry cracked, and a fine trickle of dust rose into the air at Pettigrew's command, falling softly into the cauldron, which sparked and turned blue. Pettigrew drew a silver dagger from his robes. His voice broke as he continued, flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. He stretched his right hand over the cauldron and sliced off his own hand, which fell with a splash of red. The potion turned a burning crimson. Gasping and sobbing, Pettigrew approached Harry with the dagger. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. No. Cedric shouted uselessly from where he was bound. But Harry, despite the terrible situation, felt a strange calm. This was what Morticia had prepared him for, not to fear death, but to understand it, to navigate its boundaries. He recalled her words during their studies of necromantic rituals. Intention matters in all magic, Harry, but nowhere more than in rituals involving life and death. The slightest alteration in intent can transform the outcome entirely. As Pettigrew sliced Harry's arm, collecting blood in a crystal vial, Harry concentrated intensely on his intention, not resistance or fear, but acceptance with a purpose. If his blood must be used in this ritual, it would carry not just his life force but his understanding of death as taught by the Addams family, death not as something to be cheated or feared, but as a natural transition to be respected. Pettigrew added Harry's blood to the cauldron, which instantly turned a blinding white. Through the pain in his arm and his scar, Harry maintained his focus, channeling his intention into the blood now becoming part of the ritual. The cauldron was simmering, sending diamond-white sparks in all directions. Nothing visible happened for a long moment. Then suddenly, the sparks emanating from the cauldron extinguished. A surge of white steam billowed thickly from the cauldron, obscuring everything in a dense fog. Through the mist, Harry saw the dark outline of a tall, skeletal man rising slowly from inside the cauldron. "Robe me," said the cold, high voice from behind the vapor. Pettigrew, cradling his bleeding stump, scrambled to pick up the black robes from the ground and, one-handed, pulled them over his master's head. The thin man stepped out of the cauldron, staring at Harry with a face whiter than a skull, with red eyes and a nose that was flat as a snake's with slits for nostrils. Lord Voldemort had risen again. But something was wrong, or right, from Harry's perspective. Voldemort's newly formed body seemed unstable, flickering slightly at the edges like a candle flame in a draught. The Dark Lord examined his hands, his expression changing from triumph to confusion. "What is this?" he whispered, more to himself than to Pettigrew. "The ritual, something is amiss." Harry kept his expression neutral, but inwardly he felt a surge of hope. His intention had affected the ritual somehow, introducing an instability into Voldemort's resurrection. Voldemort drew Pettigrew's wand and touched it to the dark mark on Pettigrew's arm. Immediately, the scar on Harry's forehead seared with a pain so intense he nearly lost consciousness. Through the agony, he was dimly aware of the sound of apparition as Death Eaters arrived, forming a circle around their master. "Welcome, my friends," Voldemort said softly. 13 years. 13 years since we last met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. I confess myself disappointed." He proceeded to address his followers individually, condemning their lack of loyalty during his absence, punishing some with the Cruciatus curse, acknowledging the faithful few who had suffered for him. All the while, the strange instability in his form persisted, subtle enough that the Death Eaters might not notice, but clear to Harry's death magic-trained perception. "And here," Voldemort finally said, turning toward Harry and Cedric, "we have guests of honor for our little reunion. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and his friend, a spare who has outlived his usefulness." Cedric, pale but defiant, met Voldemort's gaze. "You won't win," he said, his voice remarkably steady. "Dumbledore will stop you." "Dumbledore is far away, boy," Voldemort replied with cold amusement. "And you will not live to see him again. But first." He turned to Harry. "First, I will demonstrate to my followers that Harry Potter's survival was mere chance, a fluke that will not be repeated." He raised his wand toward the ropes binding Harry to the tombstone. "Untie him, Wormtail, and give him his wand. I want there to be no mistake in anyone's mind. Harry Potter escaped me by chance and because of Lily Potter's sacrificial protection. But that protection is gone now, I can touch him." As if to demonstrate, Voldemort pressed a long, white finger to Harry's cheek. The expected pain came, but strangely muted, as though something was interfering with the connection between them. Voldemort frowned slightly but did not comment. Once freed and given his wand, Harry stood facing Voldemort, aware of the Death Eaters watching eagerly and Cedric still bound to the headstone. He needed a plan, not just to survive himself, but to save Cedric and escape. "You've been taught how to duel, Harry Potter?" Voldemort asked softly. "First, we bow to each other." Harry remained upright, refusing the mockery of politeness. "I don't bow to those who fear death so much they mutilate their souls to avoid it." A murmur ran through the watching Death Eaters. Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You speak of things you cannot understand, boy," he said coldly. "I have gone further than anybody along the path to immortality." "No," Harry contradicted calmly. "You've gone further along the path to self-destruction. Death isn't the enemy, it's as natural as birth. Your fear has made you less than human." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. Crucio. The curse hit Harry full force, sending him to his knees in agony. But even through the pain, he maintained his focus on the death magic surrounding them, the necromantic energy of the ritual, the fragmentary nature of Voldemort's soul, the unstable magical signature of his new body. When the curse lifted, Harry rose shakily to his feet. "Is that all?" he asked, channeling a bit of Wednesday's deadpan delivery. My sister practices worse on me for fun. It was a bluff, of course, but it had the desired effect. Voldemort's rage intensified, and with it, the instability in his form became more pronounced. Harry could see it clearly now, ripples of dissonance where the body and soul failed to properly integrate. Perhaps you need stronger motivation, Voldemort suggested coldly, turning his wand toward Cedric. Shall we see how brave you remain when your friend suffers? Before Voldemort could cast, Harry made his move. Drawing on all the death magic training Morticia had provided, he focused not on offensive spells but on the boundaries, the tenuous connection between Voldemort's fractured soul and his magically created body, the similar connection linking Harry's scar to Voldemort, and the ambient necromantic energy still lingering from the ritual. The boundary between life and death is not yours to command. Harry shouted, raising his wand not toward Voldemort but toward the cauldron that had birthed him. Confringo. The blasting curse hit the cauldron, shattering it and releasing a wave of unconstrained magical energy. Simultaneously, Harry focused his intent on disrupting the still active ritual magic, using the techniques Morticia had taught him for manipulating magical boundaries. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The released energy collided with Voldemort's unstable form, creating a magical backlash that sent several Death Eaters flying backward. Voldemort himself staggered, his body flickering more violently as the hastily completed ritual began to unravel. What have you done? Voldemort screamed, his voice distorting unnaturally. What is this magic? Addams' family special, Harry replied grimly, using the distraction to move toward Cedric. A quick severing charm freed his friend from the ropes. Run! Find cover, he shouted. Cedric didn't need to be told twice, darting behind a large angel monument as spells from the recovering Death Eaters began flying in all directions. Harry dove in the opposite direction, drawing fire away from Cedric while searching desperately for a means of escape. Voldemort, fighting to maintain his physical form, aimed his wand at Harry. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Harry countered instinctively. The spells met in midair, and something extraordinary happened. The beams connected, forming a thread of bright gold light. Harry felt his wand vibrate as if an electrical charge were surging through it. His hand seized up around it, he couldn't have released it if he'd wanted to. A narrow beam of golden light connected the two wands, and Harry's scar burned with an intensity that should have been incapacitating. Yet the pain felt distant, as if something was buffering him from its full impact. The golden thread connecting the wands splintered, forming a dome-like web of light that enclosed Harry and Voldemort, separating them from the Death Eaters outside. Beads of light appeared on the thread, and Harry instinctively knew he needed to force them toward Voldemort's wand. Concentrating with all his might, he pushed the beads slowly but surely along the golden thread. When the first bead made contact with Voldemort's wand tip, screams of pain echoed from it, then, astonishingly, a smoky form emerged. It was the ghost-like figure of an old man Harry didn't recognize. More forms followed, Bertha Jorkins, a middle-aged Muggle man, and then, with a surge of emotion that nearly overwhelmed him, his mother and father. Hold on, Harry, his father's shade advised urgently. We can help, but not for long. When the connection breaks, his mother added, we will linger only moments, but we will give you time to get to the portkey. Portkey. Harry gasped through gritted teeth, maintaining the connection with enormous effort. It was destroyed. Not the cup, James clarified. The emergency one, in your pocket. Harry suddenly remembered, Morticia's bone knife, strapped to his ankle. She had called it an emergency portkey, activated by blood and intent. The bone knife, Harry whispered in understanding. Lily nodded. We'll shield you. Get to your friend and use it. You know how. Cedric. Harry called out. When I say now, run to me. Ready yourself, James instructed. On 3, break the connection and run. We'll hold him off. 1, 2, 3. Harry yanked his wand upward, breaking the golden thread. Immediately, the shades of Voldemort's victims converged on the Dark Lord, obscuring him from view. The Death Eaters, momentarily confused by the spectacle, hesitated in their spellcasting. Now! Harry shouted, sprinting toward the angel statue where Cedric was hiding. Cedric burst from cover, running to meet him. They collided behind a large tombstone as spells began flying again, the Death Eaters recovering from their surprise. Harry pulled the bone knife from his ankle sheath. "Grab this. It's a portkey." Cedric seized the knife's handle alongside Harry's grip. Harry sliced his palm with the blade, smearing blood along its length, then concentrated on his destination, Hogwarts, the entrance to the maze. "Addams' blood calls to Addams' home," he recited, the activation phrase Morticia had taught him. "Return us now through death's dark door." The last thing Harry saw before the portkey activated was Voldemort's face contorted with rage as he fought through the ghostly barrier, his form still flickering unstably. Then the graveyard disappeared in a whirl of color and sound. They slammed into the ground at the entrance to the maze, still clutching the bloody bone knife between them. The stands erupted in confused cheers and gasps as the two Hogwarts champions appeared suddenly, bloodied and disheveled. "He's back!" Harry shouted as Dumbledore rushed toward them. "Voldemort's back!" The cup was a portkey, graveyard, Voldemort's returned. Chaos ensued. Cedric, pale and shaking but remarkably composed, confirmed Harry's account. The fake Moody attempted to separate Harry from the group, but Dumbledore, forewarned by Harry's earlier suspicions, intervened. With McGonagall and Snape's assistance, they subdued the impostor, who was revealed to be Barty Crouch Jr. under Polyjuice Potion. The real Moody was found imprisoned in his own magical trunk, weakened but alive. As the truth of what had happened spread, the celebratory atmosphere of the tournament final dissolved into fear and confusion. Minister Fudge, arriving on the scene, refused to believe Harry's account of Voldemort's return. "Preposterous," he blustered. "The boy is clearly confused, traumatized by whatever happened in that maze." "I know what I saw," Harry insisted. "Voldemort performed a ritual to regain his body, but something went wrong. His form was unstable." "Unstable?" Dumbledore asked sharply. "The ritual didn't work properly," Harry explained. "I influenced it somehow, my blood carried my intention, my understanding of death from the Addams teachings. His body was flickering, like it couldn't fully manifest." Morticia, who had pushed through the crowd to reach Harry, nodded in understanding. "Intention in blood rituals is paramount. If Harry's blood carried not fear of death but acceptance of it as natural, it would fundamentally conflict with Voldemort's purpose." "More nonsense," Fudge muttered. "Death magic and ritual interference, this is exactly the kind of dangerous thinking that creates panic." "Nevertheless," Dumbledore said firmly, "precautions must be taken. Voldemort has returned, however unstable his form may be." The aftermath was a blur of medical attention, questioning, and attempts to make sense of what had occurred. Harry and Cedric were declared joint winners of the Triwizard Tournament, though neither felt much like celebrating. The prize money went mostly unclaimed. Harry insisted Cedric take it, while Cedric argued that Harry deserved it for saving his life. They eventually compromised by donating it to St. Mungo's Hospital. The night of the third task, Harry found himself in Dumbledore's office with Morticia, Sirius, and several Order of the Phoenix members who had been hastily summoned. Harry recounted everything that had happened in the graveyard, emphasizing the instability in Voldemort's resurrected form. "It's unprecedented," Dumbledore mused. "A resurrection ritual compromised by the very blood meant to strengthen it." "Not entirely unprecedented," Morticia corrected. The Addams family archives document similar cases where necromantic rituals were influenced by the participants' intentions, particularly when involving unwilling sacrifices who understood death magic. "So Voldemort is back, but damaged?" Sirius asked, trying to understand. "His physical form is imperfectly bound to his fragmented soul," Morticia explained. The instability Harry described suggests the body may not be sustainable long-term without additional magical intervention. Which gives us time, Dumbledore concluded. Time to locate and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before he can stabilize his condition. And address the one in Harry's scar, Morticia added quietly. The room fell silent. Though they had discussed the Horcrux in Harry's scar before, hearing it stated so directly in the context of Voldemort's return made the situation more urgent. The Egyptian ritual we researched, Harry said. Are we ready to attempt it? Nearly, Morticia confirmed. The summer solstice would be the optimal time, when the boundary between life and death is particularly responsive to transition magic. That's less than a month away, Sirius noted with concern. The preparation is nearly complete, Morticia assured him. We've gathered the necessary components, and Harry's training in boundary perception has progressed excellently. The risk is minimal compared to allowing the soul fragment to remain. Dumbledore studied Harry thoughtfully. You understand what this ritual entails? Separating the soul fragment without harming your own. I do, Harry confirmed. We've been preparing for this since you confirmed the Horcrux theory last year. I'm ready. As the meeting concluded and plans were made for the coming conflict with Voldemort, Harry found himself standing with Morticia by Dumbledore's window, looking out over the Hogwarts grounds illuminated by moonlight. I never feared death, he said quietly. Not since you taught me to understand it. But tonight, in that graveyard, I truly understood what you meant about death being a transition, not an ending. I saw my parents again, not as memories or ghosts, but as themselves, still existing beyond the veil. Morticia placed a cool hand on his shoulder. The boundary between life and death is more permeable than most wizards realize. Your parents remain connected to you, as all who have passed beyond remain connected to those they loved. When we remove the Horcrux, Harry asked, will I lose my Parseltongue ability? The other connections to Voldemort? Some aspects may fade, Morticia acknowledged. But your core magical abilities are your own, shaped by your experiences and choices. The Addams family magic you've learned, the death perception, the boundary manipulation, those are yours now, regardless of the Horcrux's presence or absence. Harry nodded thoughtfully. In a way, I should thank Voldemort. If he hadn't marked me that night, I might never have found my way to the Addams family. Fate works in curious ways, Morticia agreed with her subtle smile. Though I believe we would have found each other regardless. Death magic calls to its own. The end-of-term feast was a subdued affair. Dumbledore announced Voldemort's return officially, despite the Ministry's attempts to suppress the information. He explained Crouch Jr.'s deception and acknowledged the joint Triwizard victory of Harry and Cedric, though without the usual celebratory tone such an achievement would normally warrant. As Harry prepared to board the Hogwarts Express for the journey home, he found himself surrounded by friends who had stood by him throughout the tournament, not just Slytherins like Draco and Blaise, but Hermione, the Weasleys, and Cedric, who had become something of a brother-in-arms after their shared ordeal. Stay in touch this summer, Hermione insisted, hugging him. We'll all need to be prepared for whatever comes next. I will, Harry promised. Though I'll be busy with a particular ritual. His closest friends knew about the Horcrux in his scar and the planned attempt to remove it. They had reacted with various degrees of horror and concern, but ultimately supported his decision to undergo the ritual. Just don't die, Ron said bluntly. Or come back as a ghost or something weird. That would be redundant in the Addams household, Draco commented dryly. They already have enough spectral residents. Harry laughed. I'll do my best to remain corporeal. As the train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, Harry watched the towers of Hogwarts recede into the distance. His fourth year had brought challenges he couldn't have anticipated, culminating in Voldemort's return and the confirmation of the Horcrux theory. Yet he felt more prepared than fearful, more determined than despairing. The path ahead would be difficult. Removing the Horcrux from his scar, hunting down Voldemort's other soul fragments, confronting the Dark Lord again when the time came, none of these tasks would be easy. But Harry had resources Voldemort could never understand: the Addams family's ancient knowledge of death magic, friends who stood by him regardless of danger, and a perspective on death itself that transformed it from something to be feared into something to be respected and, in its way, embraced. Voldemort had returned, but in a weakened, unstable form, his resurrection ritual compromised by the very blood he had taken to strengthen himself. It was fitting, Harry thought, that the Dark Lord's obsessive fear of death had been undermined by blood carrying the Addams family's philosophy, that death was not an enemy to be conquered but a natural transition to be understood. As the countryside rushed past the train windows, Harry touched his scar thoughtfully. Soon, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had hitchhiked within him for nearly 14 years would be removed. He would be wholly himself for the first time in his life. Looking forward to going home? Draco asked, interrupting his thoughts. Harry smiled. Definitely. Wednesday's been writing about a new family project, something about reanimating ancestral remains for a family history lesson. Should be educational. His friends exchanged looks that mixed horror with amusement, the typical reaction to Addams family activities. Only you, Potter Addams, Ron said, shaking his head. Only you could make necromancy sound like summer holiday fun. That's the point, isn't it? Harry replied with a grin. Death doesn't have to be frightening. Sometimes, it can even be a friend. As the Hogwarts Express continued its journey toward London, Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude for the strange twist of fate that had brought Morticia Addams to Privet Drive 6 years earlier. She had rescued him not just from the Dursleys' neglect but from fear itself, the fear of death that dominated so many lives, including Voldemort's. In teaching Harry to love death, or at least to understand and respect it, Morticia had given him his greatest weapon against the Dark Lord. Not power or skill or even luck, but perspective, the understanding that death was not something to be feared and avoided at all costs, but simply another door to be opened when the time came. And until that time, Harry Potter Addams would live fully, embracing both the light and darkness that made life worth experiencing, just as the Addams family had taught him. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.